Dear friends, only full books are published here. Enjoy.
Chapter 1: The Town That Never Changed. There are places in the world that seem to move forward with time, changing and reshaping themselves with each passing year. And then there are places like Belmere. Places that refuse. If you arrived in Belmere at dawn, you might think you had stumbled into something untouched, preserved like a photograph sealed beneath glass. The air always felt slightly cooler there, as if the sun itself hesitated before rising fully over the town. A pale mist clung low to the ground in the early hours, drifting lazily across quiet streets and wrapping itself around old wooden fences. Nothing stirred too quickly. Nothing rushed. Even the birds seemed to sing softer, as though they understood instinctively that Belmere was not a place meant for noise. The town existed along a single main road that cut through it like a spine. On either side, buildings stood in patient rows, brick and wood, worn but stubborn. Paint peeled in thin curls along window frames, yet no one ever repainted. Signs creaked gently above doorways, faded by years of sun and neglect. But nothing was ever replaced. Not really. There was the diner, May's Place, its neon sign flickering faintly even during daylight, humming with a low electric buzz that most people stopped noticing after a while. The gas station across the street had the same hand-painted prices on its board for weeks at a time, updated only when absolutely necessary. The hardware store's front window displayed tools that looked older than most of the town's residents. Belmere didn't believe in change. It believed in endurance. And beneath that stillness, something lingered. Eliza Hart had always known that. Even when she was a child, long before she understood what it meant. She used to sit on the front porch of her family's house with her knees tucked beneath her chin, watching the world pass in predictable, quiet patterns. Mrs. Caraway would walk her small white dog every evening at exactly 5:15. Not 5:14. Not 5:16. Always 5:15. The dog's leash would jingle softly with each step, a delicate metallic rhythm that became part of the town's unspoken routine. Mr. Jensen would lock the doors of his hardware store at 6 sharp. He never glanced back inside, never hesitated. The bell above the door would chime once, clear and final, before he disappeared down the street. And every Sunday morning, the church bell would ring. Slow. Measured. Like a heartbeat echoing through the bones of the town. Back then, Eliza had thought it was comforting. The predictability. The safety. The sense that nothing bad could happen in a place where everything stayed the same. But children believe a lot of things that aren't true. Now, standing on that same porch nearly a decade later, Eliza felt something entirely different. The stillness no longer felt comforting. It felt heavy. She wrapped her fingers tighter around the ceramic mug in her hands, the chipped edge pressing faintly against her palm. The coffee inside had gone cold long ago, but she hadn't taken a sip. She hadn't noticed. Her eyes were fixed on the road. Belmere looked exactly the same. And that was what unsettled her most. 9 years. 9 years away from this place, years filled with noise and motion and change. Cities where people brushed past each other without a second glance. Streets that never slept. Lights that burned through the night like artificial stars. In those places, you could disappear. You could become someone else. But Belmere didn't allow that. Belmere remembered. Eliza exhaled slowly, her breath barely visible in the cool morning air. I shouldn't have come back, she murmured. The words slipped out before she could stop them. But even as she said them, she knew they weren't entirely true. Because she hadn't come back by accident. Her gaze drifted to the pocket of her coat. The letter was still there. Folded. Carefully. Like something fragile. It had arrived 3 days ago. No return address. No name. Just her. Inside, there had been only one sentence. You deserve to know what really happened that night. Eliza had read it again and again, each time feeling the same cold weight settle deeper in her chest. That night. The town never spoke about it. But everyone remembered. A car passed slowly down the road, its tires crunching softly against gravel. Eliza stiffened instinctively. The driver didn't wave. Didn't smile. Just looked. That was another thing about Belmere. People looked at you like they knew something you didn't. Or worse. Like they were waiting to see what you would do next. Behind her, the screen door creaked open. You're up early. Eliza turned. Her mother stood in the doorway. Margaret Hart looked almost exactly as Eliza remembered. And yet, not quite. Time had softened her, thinned her, drawn quiet lines across her face that hadn't been there before. Her hair, once a deep brown, now carried streaks of silver that caught the morning light. But her eyes hadn't changed. Sharp. Watchful. Careful. I couldn't sleep, Eliza said. Margaret stepped onto the porch, her movements unhurried. She wrapped her robe tighter around herself as she looked out toward the street. It takes time, she said softly. Coming back. Eliza let out a quiet breath, almost a laugh. Does it? She asked. Because it feels like I never left. Margaret didn't respond right away. She rarely did. Silence was something she wore easily. Belmere has a way of holding on to people, she said eventually. Eliza turned her head slightly. Or maybe people here just don't know how to let go. The words lingered between them. Uncomfortable. Too close to something real. Margaret's fingers tightened slightly against her sleeves. You're tired, she said. You should rest. There it was again. Avoidance. The careful redirection. Eliza studied her. It hadn't changed. Nothing had. Eliza. Her name, spoken gently, carried weight. The kind that settled deep. Yes? Margaret hesitated. Then. You don't have to dig up the past. Eliza felt something twist inside her chest. Her grip tightened around the mug. I didn't come back to dig anything up, she said. That wasn't entirely true. The letter had made sure of that. Margaret's voice lowered. Some things are better left alone. Eliza looked at her. Really looked. Is that what you told yourself? She asked quietly. Silence. Or is that what everyone here agreed to pretend? Margaret flinched. Just slightly. But Eliza saw it. And in that moment, she knew. Whatever Belmere was hiding, her mother was part of it. You should go into town today, Margaret said abruptly, turning her gaze away. People will expect to see you. Eliza exhaled slowly. Of course they would. Belmere always noticed. Right, she said. The welcoming committee. There is no committee. Eliza raised an eyebrow. Could have fooled me. Margaret didn't smile. The silence returned. Heavier this time. Eliza, her mother said again, softer now. Try not to ask too many questions. Eliza's eyes narrowed slightly. Why not? Margaret met her gaze. And for just a second, something real slipped through. Fear. Because in Belmere, she said quietly, questions don't always lead to answers. They lead to silence. To looks. To doors closing just a little too fast. Eliza set the mug down. I think I'll take that risk. Margaret didn't argue. She just nodded. Be careful, she said. Eliza stepped off the porch. The gravel crunched beneath her feet. Each step felt heavier than it should have. As if the ground itself was pulling her back. Or holding her in place. At the end of the street, the town opened before her. Unchanged. Quiet. Waiting. And somewhere beneath all of it, something hidden. Something everyone knew. And no one spoke about. Eliza took a breath. Then another. And began walking toward the center of town. Toward May's diner. Toward the people. Toward the truth. And without realizing it, toward the past that had never really let her go. Chapter 2, A Stranger Arrives. The bell above the diner door rang softly as Eliza Hart pushed it open. It was a small sound. Ordinary. Familiar. And yet it echoed through the room like something much louder. Conversations didn't stop. Not completely. That would have been too obvious. Belmere never made things obvious. But voices lowered just slightly. Forks paused for half a second longer than necessary. Eyes lifted, not directly, not rudely, but enough. Enough to notice. Enough to confirm. She's back. Eliza felt it before she fully stepped inside. That quiet awareness that moved through the room like a ripple beneath still water. It had always been like this. Even when she was younger. Even before. She pushed the thought away. The warmth of the diner wrapped around her, thick with the scent of coffee and butter and something sweet, cinnamon, maybe, or baked apples. It was comforting in a way that made her chest tighten unexpectedly. The same smell. The same warmth. The same place. Nothing had changed. The checkered floor beneath her feet was worn smooth in uneven patches, each one marking years of footsteps. The red vinyl booths still lined the walls, their seams slightly cracked but carefully maintained. The counter stretched along the left side, with its row of stools that had seen generations come and go. Or perhaps stay. Eliza let the door close behind her with a soft click. The bell gave one final chime. And then silence settled again. Eliza? The voice cut through the quiet, gentle but unmistakable. She turned. May Carraway stood behind the counter, a dish towel draped over her shoulder. Her silver hair was pulled back into a loose bun, and her glasses sat low on her nose, as though she had just paused mid-task to look up. For a moment, May simply stared. Not rudely. Not harshly. But with recognition. With memory. Well, May said after a beat, her voice softening. I'll be. Eliza managed a small smile. Hi, May. May stepped out from behind the counter, her movements steady but purposeful. You didn't call, she said, though there was no real accusation in it. Just observation. Your mama didn't say a word. I didn't give her much notice, Eliza replied. That, at least, was true. May stopped a few steps away from her, studying her face. It wasn't the kind of glance people gave strangers. It was the kind that measured time. The kind that compared who you were to who you had been. You've changed, May said quietly. Eliza let out a soft breath. So has everything else, I assume. May's lips curved faintly. No, she said. Not really. There it was again. That truth. The one Belmere carried like a secret everyone shared but no one spoke aloud. May gestured toward the booths. Come sit, she said. You look like you need coffee. Eliza didn't argue. She crossed the diner slowly, aware of the way conversations shifted as she passed. Not stopping, never stopping. But bending slightly, like grass beneath a quiet wind. She slid into a booth by the window. The same one. She hadn't meant to choose it. But somehow. She had. The vinyl creaked beneath her as she settled in. Her hands rested on the table, fingers tracing faint scratches in the surface. She remembered those scratches. Or at least, she thought she did. May returned moments later with a steaming cup of coffee, placing it gently in front of her. On the house, she said. For old times. Eliza wrapped her hands around the mug. The heat seeped into her skin, grounding her in a way she hadn't expected. Thanks. May lingered. Of course she did. In Belmere, people didn't leave conversations unfinished. They just approached them slowly. So, May said, leaning lightly against the edge of the table. What brings you back? There it was. Eliza had known the question would come. She just hadn't expected it to feel so heavy. I needed a break, she said after a moment. May tilted her head. A break from what? Eliza hesitated. From the city. From the noise. From herself. Everything, she said instead. May studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Well, she said, straightening slightly, you picked an interesting time. Eliza looked up. Why's that? May hesitated. Just long enough to matter. Oh, you know how things are, she said lightly. Nothing ever really happens here. Eliza held her gaze. That's not what I've heard. May's smile didn't disappear. But it changed. Subtly. Well, she said, people like to talk. Eliza almost laughed. That was one thing Belmere had always been good at. Talking. Just not about the right things. Before she could respond, the bell above the door rang again. The sound was sharper this time. More distinct. And for reasons she couldn't explain. Eliza turned immediately. The man who stepped inside did not belong there. It wasn't just his appearance. Though that was part of it. His coat was dark and well-fitted, the fabric clean and untouched by dust or wear. His shoes made almost no sound against the floor, and his posture carried a quiet confidence that stood out against the relaxed familiarity of the town. But it was more than that. It was the way he looked at the room. Not casually. Not curiously. Intentionally. His eyes moved across the diner, taking everything in. Noticing. Measuring. And when his gaze landed on Eliza, he stopped. Just for a fraction of a second. But long enough. Something in her chest tightened. May, he said, stepping further inside. His voice was calm. Steady. Unfamiliar. May straightened slightly. Morning, she replied. You're new. It wasn't a question. Yes, he said. Passing through. Eliza didn't believe him. She didn't know why. But something about him felt deliberate. Coffee? May asked. Please. He took a seat at the counter, positioning himself with his back partially to the room, but not entirely. From where he sat, he could see nearly everything. Everyone. Eliza watched him over the rim of her cup. Trying not to. Failing. There was something about him. Something familiar. Not his face. Not his voice. Something else. A feeling. Like recognizing a shadow without knowing what cast it. You're staring, May murmured quietly. Eliza blinked. I'm not. May gave her a look. Emichim. Eliza looked back down at her coffee. But the awareness remained. And then. The stool scraped softly against the floor. Eliza looked up. He was standing. And before she could decide whether she wanted him to approach. He already was. You grew up here. The statement came easily. Not as a question. Eliza looked up at him. Up close, his features were sharper. His expression was calm, controlled, but not cold. His eyes held something deeper than curiosity. Something searching. Yes, she said. You left. Yes. And now you're back. She tilted her head slightly. That's usually how it works. A faint flicker of amusement crossed his face. Brief. Almost unnoticeable. Belmere isn't the kind of place people come back to without a reason, he said. Her fingers tightened slightly around the mug. And you are? She asked. He held her gaze. Then. Someone looking for answers. The words settled between them. Heavy. Eliza felt it immediately. That pull. That connection. What kind of answers? She asked quietly. He studied her for a moment. As if deciding something. Old ones, he said. Her breath caught slightly. The diner continued around them, voices, movement, the clink of dishes, but it felt distant now. Muted. I'm Eliza, she said. I know. The answer came too quickly. Her stomach tightened. Do you? She asked. He nodded once. Everyone here knows who you are. That was true. But. That's not what I meant. For the first time, he hesitated. Then. Daniel, he said. No last name. Eliza noticed. Well, Daniel, she said slowly, you picked an interesting place to look for answers. So I've heard. His gaze didn't leave hers. And what about you? He asked. Are you looking for answers too? The question landed deeper than it should have. Eliza looked away. I didn't come back for that, she said. But even as she spoke, she knew. That wasn't entirely true. Daniel didn't challenge her. He simply nodded. Sometimes, he said quietly, the answers find you anyway. A chill moved through her. Outside, the wind shifted slightly, brushing against the windows. Inside. Something had changed. Eliza could feel it. Not just because of him. But because of what his presence meant. A stranger had arrived. And Belmere did not welcome strangers lightly. Especially not the kind who asked questions. Especially not the kind who already knew her name. And as Eliza sat there, staring into her coffee that had begun to cool once more, she realized something else. This wasn't a coincidence. His arrival. Her return. The letter. They were connected. Somehow. And whatever Belmere had been hiding, it was beginning to surface. Chapter 3, Whispers Behind Closed Doors. By the time Eliza stepped out of May's diner, the morning had lost its softness. When she had first gone in, Belmere had still been wearing that pale, ghostly hour between dawn and day, when the light hovered low and uncertain over rooftops and the mist had not yet fully surrendered to the sun. Now the sky had sharpened into a cold, clear blue, and the town lay exposed beneath it in a way that made everything look too still, too visible, too deliberate. The bell above the diner door chimed once behind her, then settled into silence. Eliza paused on the porch without meaning to. Her hand remained on the brass handle for a second longer than necessary. She let the door close slowly, feeling the warmth from inside disappear against her back as the cool autumn air moved around her. Belmere looked exactly as it had an hour ago. And yet it didn't. The road ran straight down the center of town, a faded ribbon of asphalt bordered by old sidewalks cracked at the edges and lined with narrow strips of grass that had gone dry and yellow in places. The storefronts along Main Street stood in a row of brick and wood, their windows reflecting the brightening sky. May's Place, Jensen Hardware, the post office, the flower shop that never seemed busy and yet somehow remained open, the barber with his striped pole that turned more slowly than any other barber pole on earth. All of it was familiar enough to stir a kind of ache in her chest. She had expected the town to feel smaller. That was what people always said when they returned to a place they had left young. Everything shrank. The streets narrowed. The school looked tiny. The old house looked ordinary. Childhood, once revisited, lost its scale. But Belmere had not become smaller. If anything, it felt larger now. Not in size, but in weight. As if absence had allowed it to spread through her memory in ways she hadn't understood, and now that she stood inside it again, she could feel the full shape of what she had left behind. The town had edges she had never seen as a girl, corners of silence she had mistaken for peace, glances she had thought were kindness, routines she had assumed meant safety. She slipped her hands into the pockets of her coat. The folded letter brushed her fingertips. That single sentence had changed everything. You deserve to know what really happened that night. Even now the words felt cold. Not threatening, exactly. But certain. That certainty frightened her more than any threat would have. Across the street, a curtain shifted in an upstairs window and went still. Eliza looked away before the watcher, if there had been one, could know she had noticed. The town had always watched quietly. Belmere was not dramatic. It did not confront. It observed. It remembered. It held things. A pickup truck rolled slowly past, tires crackling over gravel at the shoulder. The driver, an older man in a faded cap, glanced at her once and then looked ahead again, but the glance had been enough. Recognition moved through the town like weather. She could almost feel it passing from one person to the next. Eliza Hart is back. She stepped off the porch and into the day. The first gust of wind caught at the hem of her coat and carried with it the scent of damp leaves and distant wood smoke. Somewhere nearby, someone was burning brush. Somewhere farther off, a dog barked twice and then fell silent. Belmere did silence better than any place she had ever known. Even its noises seemed careful. She did not know where she meant to go. Her feet started moving on their own, leading her down the sidewalk past the diner windows where the late breakfast crowd still sat in their booths. Reflections blurred their faces into shapes of movement and pale color. She wondered if Daniel was still inside. She hadn't looked back for him. She hadn't wanted to. But she had not stopped thinking about him for even a minute. There had been something unsettling in him, yes, but not in the obvious ways. He was not threatening. He had not been rude. His voice had remained low and controlled, his questions measured, his expression difficult to read but not cruel. What unsettled her was that he had seemed to arrive already carrying the outline of something she had only just begun to suspect. And he had known her. Or known enough. That alone should have been ordinary. Belmere was a town where everyone knew everyone, or at least knew the story attached to their name. Yet the way he had said it had not sounded like gossip. It had sounded like confirmation. She turned at the corner and nearly walked straight into Mrs. Carroway. "Oh," Eliza said, stopping short. Mrs. Carroway steadied the brim of her straw gardening hat with one gloved hand and looked at her with mild surprise that seemed only half genuine. She was standing beside a low white fence outside her little blue house, watering a row of chrysanthemums that were already too wet. Her small white dog, Midge, sat on the porch steps with the grave patience of a much older creature. "Eliza Hart," Mrs. Carroway said, and even her way of saying a name made it sound like a page being lifted from an old book. "Well, I thought that was you." Eliza managed a small smile. "Hello, Mrs. Carroway." The older woman set the hose nozzle downward so the water ran into the dirt in a thin, bright stream. "Back for a visit?" The question was simple. In Belmere, simplicity usually meant the opposite. "I'm not sure yet," Eliza said. Mrs. Carroway's eyebrows rose. "Not sure if you're back, or not sure if it's a visit?" Eliza almost laughed despite herself. "Maybe both." Mrs. Carroway looked at her for a long moment, taking in not only her face but, Eliza suspected, everything time had written around it. There was a way some of Belmere's older women looked at people, as if the visible person was only one layer and the rest had to be read underneath. "You look tired," Mrs. Carroway said. "That's one way to put it." "The city did that?" Eliza hesitated. "Maybe." Mrs. Carroway's gaze drifted briefly toward the center of town, then back. "Cities tire people," she said. "But so do old places." Something in Eliza tightened. "I never said Belmere tired me." "No," Mrs. Carroway replied gently. "You didn't have to." The dog gave a small huff and laid its head back on its paws. A silence opened between them, but not an empty one. Belmere's silences were full of pressure. They held shape. Meaning collected inside them. "You left in a hurry," Mrs. Carroway said at last. Eliza went still. 9 years. And still they remembered the shape of her leaving. Of course they did. "I was 20, Eliza said. 20-year-olds do a lot of things in a hurry." Mrs. Carroway nodded once, as if granting the possibility while not agreeing with it. "That's true." She glanced down at the flowers. "Still, some departures are louder than others." Eliza felt the edge in that, thin as paper and just as sharp. "And some people hear more than they should." Mrs. Carroway did not look offended. If anything, her mouth softened with the hint of something like pity. "My dear," she said, "in a town this small, nobody hears more than they should. We only hear what people are desperate not to say." The words settled over Eliza with unnerving precision. She wanted to ask what exactly Mrs. Carroway thought she knew. Wanted to ask whether everyone in Belmere had spent the last 9 years carrying pieces of that night around like prayer stones in their pockets. Wanted to ask whether any of them had ever been brave enough to speak plainly. Instead, she said, "How is your sister?" Mrs. Carroway tilted her head slightly, acknowledging the change of subject without resisting it. "Arthritis," she said. "Stubbornness. The usual. She still writes to me every Thursday and complains that I don't visit. Some people don't understand that roots can grow too deep." Eliza held her gaze. "Do you believe that?" Mrs. Carroway's eyes sharpened for one brief second. I believe a person can stay in one place so long they begin to think the world outside it is the dangerous part. The hose hissed gently into the soil. Midge sneezed. The wind carried a scatter of dry leaves down the sidewalk like brittle little hands. I should let you get back to your flowers, Eliza said. Yes, Mrs. Carroway murmured. And you should decide what it is you've come back for. Before Eliza could answer, the older woman turned off the water and bent to adjust a pot by the fence. The conversation, in true Belmere fashion, was over because one person had decided it was. Eliza walked on. The further she went down Main Street, the more she felt the town close around her, not physically, but socially, emotionally, as if every pair of eyes she passed attached a thread to her coat. None of the threads were visible, and yet she could feel them all. From the florist arranging bunches of pale carnations in metal buckets by the door. From the mechanic smoking outside the garage with his sleeves rolled up. From the pair of teenage girls lingering by the pharmacy window, whispering until they noticed her looking and then falling abruptly quiet. They all knew her. Or knew of her. And knowledge in Belmere was rarely clean. It came with layers. Versions. Inherited suspicion. When she reached Jensen Hardware, Mr. Jensen himself was kneeling outside, adjusting a display of galvanized watering cans and sacks of fertilizer that looked perfectly fine the way they were. He was a broad-shouldered man in his 60s with a square face made softer by age and a permanent crease between his brows. She had once been slightly afraid of him as a child, though not because he had ever been unkind. He simply looked like someone who disapproved of carelessness in all forms. He rose when he saw her and brushed his hands on his trousers. Eliza. Mr. Jensen. His eyes moved over her face, measured, then steadied. Your mother said you were back. She did? She came in for light bulbs yesterday. Told me she'd need stronger coffee in the house this week. Eliza almost smiled. That sounds like her. He nodded, but the nod did not become anything warmer. You staying long? I don't know. His attention drifted briefly to the road, as if the right reply might be approaching from somewhere. Town's the same. So I keep hearing. It is. She looked at the store window. The same hammer display. The same wooden ladder propped in the same corner. Even the handwritten sign advertising twine and winter sealant looked eerily familiar. That's not the comfort everyone seems to think it is. He met her eyes at that. No, he said after a moment. Maybe not. The answer surprised her enough that she said nothing. Mr. Jensen lowered his voice. People tell themselves constancy is a virtue. Sometimes it's only fear dressed up nicely. The words were so close to honesty that she felt the air change around them. Then why stay? She asked. For the first time, something human and tired crossed his face. Because after a while you stop knowing whether you're staying because you want to, or because leaving would require too much explaining. That landed more heavily than either of them seemed prepared for. He cleared his throat and stepped back toward the hardware display. Your mother worries, he said, reverting so abruptly to safer ground that the moment almost felt imagined. Don't give her too much trouble. Eliza let out a soft breath. I thought trouble was the one thing Belmere never ran out of. Mr. Jensen's expression sharpened. Careful with that. With what? With asking questions as if this place owes you answers. She felt anger flash, hot and immediate. Maybe it does. For a second his face changed, not into guilt, exactly, but into something close enough that her pulse kicked higher. Then it was gone. He picked up a watering can and set it down again, needlessly straightening the row. Some things are left buried because digging them up collapses the ground under everybody. Then the ground wasn't stable to begin with. His jaw tightened. They stood like that for a moment, the wind moving between them. At last he said, very quietly, "You were always your father's daughter." The words hit her so unexpectedly that she almost stepped back. Before she could ask what he meant, he turned away and went into the store, the bell over the door rattling once and then fading. Eliza remained on the sidewalk, staring after him. Her father had been dead for 11 years. People in Belmere did not bring him up casually. Not ever. The fact that Mr. Jensen had done it at all, unprompted, and with that particular weight, left her shaken in a way she could not immediately name. She looked across the street toward the church at the far end of town. Its white steeple cut cleanly against the sky. As a girl, she had believed that building watched over Belmere. Later she had understood that it watched in the way the town watched, not to protect, but to witness. A memory tried to rise then, sudden and unfinished. Her father standing at their kitchen table late at night, sleeves rolled up, papers spread before him. Her mother in the doorway telling him in a voice too low to hear that it wasn't worth it. His answer, sharp enough to stop her. The sound of a drawer closing. A lamp turned off. Silence. Eliza closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, the church was still there, white and distant, and she had the uncanny sensation that Belmere itself had just pressed one finger to an old bruise. She turned away from Main Street and followed a narrower road that curved behind the last row of houses. As the town thinned out, the air changed. The houses became less tidy, with wider yards and porches that sagged at the corners. The sidewalks gave way to packed dirt and patches of gravel. Mailboxes leaned at uneven angles. Laundry moved on one clothesline in the wind, a white sheet lifting and falling like a breath. Farther on, the road narrowed again and became a path edged with scrub grass and tangled hedges. Beyond that lay the woods. She had not planned to come here. Yet every instinct in her body had been leading her this way from the moment she stepped out of the diner. The Belmere woods began gradually, almost politely, with a line of older maples and birches that gave way to denser growth farther in. But even the first rank of trees changed the atmosphere. The light cooled. Sound altered. The town's human quiet was replaced by another kind, deeper, less controlled, filled with hidden movement. Eliza stopped where the path dipped slightly and the first shadows spread across the ground. The leaves underfoot were dry on top and damp underneath. The air smelled of earth, moss, old bark, and water hidden somewhere beyond sight. Branches lifted and crossed overhead in ways that reminded her of clasped fingers. She had always felt the difference here. Belmere itself was made of restraint. The woods were not. They held things that shifted, things that decayed and regrow, things that did not care whether they were seen. As a child she had found that thrilling. As a teenager she had found it private. Now it felt like a border crossing into memory. Her hand moved into her pocket again. The letter was there, folded into quarters from being taken out and put away too many times over the past 3 days. She drew it out and looked at it without unfolding it. The paper was cheap, the kind bought in a drugstore or taken from a pad near a telephone. The handwriting was neat but oddly deliberate, as if the writer had been taking care not to reveal too much of themselves in the shape of their own letters. You deserve to know what really happened that night. Not what happened to him. Not what happened in the woods. Not even what happened in Belmere. Just that night. As though there was only one night it could mean. As though everyone involved would know. Her fingers tightened around the paper. A branch snapped somewhere deeper in the trees. She looked up sharply. The sound had not been loud, but in that kind of stillness it felt immediate. Human, maybe. Or deer. Or nothing at all. The woods could make you hear intention where there was only motion. "Hello?" she called before deciding whether she wanted to. No answer. Only the faint shifting murmur of leaves moving against one another high above. Then another sound reached her. Footsteps. Slow. Not hiding. She turned. Daniel stood a few yards behind her on the path. He must have come from town. Yet somehow he looked less like an intrusion here than he had inside the diner. The dark coat he wore picked up the gray-green of the woods. The quiet in him matched the place better than it had matched the clatter of cups and conversation. Even so, her heart gave a sharp, involuntary jump. "You have a habit of appearing without warning," she said. His mouth moved almost imperceptibly, not quite a smile. "If I wanted to surprise you, you wouldn't have heard me." "That's not as reassuring as you seem to think." "Maybe I'm not trying to reassure you." The answer should have irritated her. Instead it made her more aware of him. He stopped at a respectful distance, close enough to speak easily but not close enough to crowd her. His eyes moved once past her shoulder into the trees, then returned to her face. "You came out here alone," he said. "It's a path," Eliza replied. "Not a battlefield." "That depends on who walked it before you." There was something about the way he said it, flat, matter-of-fact, not theatrical, that made her stomach tighten. "You say things as if you know this place." "I know enough." "You keep saying that." She folded the letter back into her coat pocket. "It's beginning to sound less mysterious and more irritating." This time the hint of a smile was real. Brief, but real. "That may be fair." She crossed her arms. "Then be less irritating." His gaze held hers, and for the first time she saw something beneath the control in his face. Not softness exactly. Fatigue, perhaps. Or caution sharpened over a long time. "I know this town has a long habit of keeping itself clean by pushing its dirt underground," he said. "I know people here close ranks quickly. I know that when someone leaves and comes back after years away, the town notices. And I know that when anonymous letters begin appearing, whatever was buried is starting to move." The words passed through her like a current. "You say letters, as if there's more than one." His expression gave almost nothing away, but the pause before he answered was enough. There may be. To whom? That's not a question I can answer yet. Can't or won't? He held her gaze. Both. She laughed once without humor. You're impossible. I've been called worse. I'm sure you have. A breeze moved through the trees and stirred a lock of hair across her cheek. She pushed it back impatiently. The gesture brought back the absurd awareness that she had not looked this closely at any man in a very long time. Not really looked. Daniel's face was the sort that changed depending on expression, and because he showed so little, every small shift mattered. There was a scar near his jawline, pale and narrow, disappearing beneath the angle of his collar. His eyes were darker than she had first thought, almost gray when the light hit them through the branches. He noticed her looking. She looked away. You said in the diner that you were looking for old answers, she said. Yes. What answers? He took a moment before replying. The kind that make people nervous. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have for you now. Again with, for you now. She turned fully to face him. Who are you? He considered that. Someone with a reason to be here. So not, passing through. No. She almost smiled despite herself. I knew that was a lie. It wasn't entirely a lie. Only the convenient part. Usually that's the useful part. The wind rose again, carrying a dry swirl of leaves down the path between them. She watched one catch briefly against the toe of his shoe before skittering away. You're not from Belmere, she said. No. But you've been here before. He did not answer. She read the answer anyway. Something in her chest tightened, not with fear this time but with a strange electric kind of curiosity. She had returned to Belmere expecting old names, old faces, old ghosts. She had not expected the arrival of someone who seemed connected to the town in ways he would not explain. Did you know my father? She asked suddenly. The question changed the air. Daniel's gaze shifted, almost imperceptibly, and then settled back on her. Why would you ask that? Because Mr. Jensen brought him up. What did he say? That I was always my father's daughter. Daniel let out a breath that might have been amusement if not for the weight beneath it. That sounds like Jensen. You know him too. I know of him. She studied his face. You avoided the question. Yes. Did you know my father? Another pause. Then, not the way you mean. Frustration flared through her so quickly that she took a step toward him before she realized it. You keep speaking in half-truths and fragments. You show up in town the same morning I return after 9 years. You know my name. You know about the letter. You know enough about Belmere to talk as if you've been preparing for this. And now you won't tell me whether you knew my father. A bird startled from a low branch and shot upward, wings clapping once through the trees. Daniel did not move. I'm not trying to make this harder for you, he said quietly. Then stop. For the first time, his expression sharpened with something very close to anger, though it seemed directed less at her than at the shape of the situation itself. You think I don't know what this town can do to people who ask the wrong thing in the wrong room? You think I don't know what it costs? Her pulse kicked higher. Then tell me. His jaw worked once. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. Not here. The answer should have felt like another evasion. Instead it felt true. She looked past him toward town. From where they stood, Belmere was mostly hidden by hedges and the slight rise in the land. Only the steeple of the church and the roofline of a few houses showed through the trees. It struck her then how near the woods were to everything, and yet how separate they felt. Belmere lived at the edge of something it preferred not to name. What happened that night? She asked, and the words came out softer than she intended. He looked at her for a long moment. If you don't already remember, he said, then someone worked very hard to make sure your memory never settled right. Cold moved through her in a clean, terrible line. What is that supposed to mean? It means trauma isn't the only thing that distorts memory. She stared at him. The woods around them seemed suddenly too quiet. You think someone lied to me? I think many people did. Her heart was beating so hard now she could feel it in her throat. About what? About where you were. About who else was there. About what was found. About what wasn't. The words came measured, but each one landed like a stone dropped into deep water. What was found, she repeated. He looked past her again, toward the darker part of the trees, and for one instant she had the unmistakable impression that he was seeing another day layered over this one. Blood, he said. A broken lantern. Signs of a struggle. And enough fear in the town by morning to keep mouths shut for years. The air left her lungs in a shallow rush. No one ever told me there was blood. I know. She took another step back, not from him but from the feeling that the ground had shifted beneath her feet. Her memory of that night had always been broken into fragments that refused to join. Rain. Mud. Running. The smell of wet leaves. Someone shouting from too far away to make out words. Then light in her eyes. Her mother's hands. A doctor telling her to rest. And after that, a wall. She had told herself for years that trauma explained the wall. That the town's refusal to discuss what happened came from discomfort, shame, grief, ordinary ugly things that small towns carried badly. Blood changed everything. Who was hurt? She asked. Daniel's face closed again. I don't know for certain. Not good enough. I know. Then why say it? Because if you're going to start pulling at this, you need to understand it was never as simple as a disappearance or an accident. It was something people were afraid of from the start. The word disappearance made her stiffen. Who disappeared? His silence answered that more loudly than speech. Eliza's mouth went dry. A face tried to emerge in her mind, young, laughing, half turned away. A name hovering just beyond reach. Someone from school? Someone older? Someone who had stood very close to her once under the football field lights after a game while the whole town buzzed around them. She could almost hear a voice, warm and rough at the edges. Then the memory broke apart before she could catch it. She pressed her fingers to her temple. I hate this. I know. Stop saying that. Then stop saying things I understand. She looked up sharply. The line should have annoyed her. Instead it touched something raw. There was no mocking in it. No easy charm. Only a quiet acknowledgement that he was standing too near truths she had spent years circling without language. She lowered her hand. "What do you want from me?" His answer came without delay. "I want you to decide whether you're really willing to know." She almost laughed from the force of it. "Someone sent me a letter telling me I deserve the truth. You stand here telling me the town lied to me. And now you're asking if I want to know?" "Yes." "That's insulting." "It's necessary." The leaves overhead hissed as the wind shifted. Somewhere farther in the woods, a crow gave one harsh call. Daniel stepped closer, not enough to touch, only enough that she could see the strain in the set of his shoulders. "Because wanting answers when they're abstract is easy," he said. "Wanting them when they might break what little remains of the life you thought you had, that's different." She held his gaze. The words were dangerous because they were true. He was right. On the drive back to Belmere, the truth had been a shape she imagined stepping toward. It had been a thing out there, somewhere beyond the hood of the car and the long miles of highway, waiting to be uncovered. Even in the diner, with the letter in her pocket and the town staring, it had still felt distant enough to pursue. Now it felt immediate. Now it felt like something with teeth. She should have been afraid enough to step back. To return home. To tell her mother none of this mattered. To burn the letter and leave the next morning before Belmere had a chance to close around her again. Instead she heard herself say, "Yes." He said nothing. "Yes," she repeated, more steadily. "I want to know." For the first time since she had met him, Daniel's expression changed in a way that was not hidden quickly enough. It was not relief. It was not approval. It was something darker and sadder, as if her answer had confirmed a road he wished she did not have to walk. "All right," he said. The simplicity of it sent another chill through her. What now? Now we start with the people who remember more than they admit. That would be everyone. Not equally. She thought of Mrs. Carroway, watering flowers that didn't need water. Mr. Jensen straightening tools that weren't crooked. May's careful face in the diner. Her mother, standing on the porch that morning asking her not to ask too many questions. Who first? Eliza asked. Daniel looked back toward town. Your mother. The answer hit too close. No. He turned to her. Why not? Because if I start with her, I'll either get nothing or I'll get hurt. Maybe both. She folded her arms tightly. You say that like it's strategic. In a way, it is. Anger flashed again, but softer this time, threaded through with fear. She's my mother. And she knows something. The words were not cruel. They were only factual. Which made them harder to resist. Eliza stared into the trees. A small patch of sunlight moved across the ground, sliding over a tangle of roots and a fallen branch furred with moss. I came back less than 24 hours ago, she said. I've barely been in the house with her. Everything is already strange enough. Then start somewhere easier. Such as church records, old newspaper archives, school yearbooks. The town council minutes if Belmere even bothered to keep them properly. Eliza glanced at him. You've thought this through? Yes. How long? Another silence. She could tell from the set of his mouth that the answer mattered. A while, he said. That was not an answer, but she let it stand. For the moment. And what exactly are you to this? She asked. A journalist? Investigator? Relative of someone involved? No. That narrows it down wonderfully. His eyes met hers. I made a promise. The line was so unexpected that she forgot to hide her reaction. To whom? She asked. He looked away first. I'm not ready to say. The frustration returned at once, but beneath it there was also something else now, an awareness of grief. Not hers. His. Whoever he was, whatever had brought him here, it was not professional curiosity. It was personal. That much she knew with certainty. A new sound drifted faintly from town then, the church bell striking the half-hour. One low, resonant note. Daniel listened to it without moving. We shouldn't stay here, he said. Why? Because if anyone saw you come this way and then saw me follow, there will be talk. There's already talk. Yes, he said. But there's a difference between being watched and giving people something to organize around. Eliza almost smiled despite the tension. You really do understand small towns. Enough. The repeated phrase should have felt circular by now, but instead it had begun to sound like the border of a wound. She looked at the path leading deeper into the woods. I used to come out here all the time. With friends? Sometimes. She hesitated. Sometimes alone. And that night? Her chest tightened. Rain. That was the strongest piece. Rain on leaves. Rain on her hair and eyelashes. Mud on her knees. Someone gripping her wrist too hard. Or had she imagined that part later? I don't know, she said. Something softened in him then, not visibly enough that another person would have noticed, but enough for her to feel the change in the silence between them. That's all right, he said. No one had said that to her in years. Not about this. Belmere had not believed much in uncertainty. In the days after that night, every adult around her had seemed desperate to make the story neat, the facts settled, the feelings contained. They had wanted her either to remember clearly or stop trying. The in-between had frightened them. She swallowed past the sudden ache in her throat. How is that all right? Because memory returns in pieces, he said. Forcing it only makes the edges blur. She looked at him sharply. You speak like someone who knows. Another tiny pause. I do. The answer hung between them, intimate in a way neither of them acknowledged. The wind shifted again, stronger this time, and a scatter of leaves spun across the path. One caught in her hair near her temple. Before she could lift a hand, Daniel did. His fingers brushed the leaf free and then withdrew at once. The touch was so brief it could hardly be called a touch, and yet it sent a quiet line of heat through her that felt dangerously out of place amid everything else. He seemed to feel it too. For 1 second, neither of them moved. Then Eliza stepped back. It was not rejection, exactly. More like self-preservation. She had not come to Belmere expecting to trust anyone. She certainly had not come expecting the first person who made her feel less alone in the maze of this town to be a man whose last name she did not know. Daniel's face returned to neutrality, but not before she saw the restraint settle back into it. "We should go," he said. She nodded, grateful for the change of focus. They began walking back toward town side by side, not close enough to touch, not far enough to seem indifferent. The path narrowed in places, forcing them into a rhythm. Dry leaves cracked beneath their steps. Somewhere overhead, branches rubbed together with a low wooden sigh. When the first houses came back into view, they both slowed slightly. Belmere seemed to be waiting for them. Smoke rose from one chimney in a blue-gray line. A screen door banged somewhere. The white steeple gleamed in the afternoon light. The town looked harmless enough from a distance. Neat. Manageable. The kind of place that put flower boxes under windows and hosted bake sales for the church roof. And yet Eliza now knew, with a certainty that felt almost physical, that Belmere's gentleness was partly performance. As they reached the back lane leading toward Main Street, a bicycle clattered past with a boy of about 12 riding too fast and glancing over his shoulder. He looked from Eliza to Daniel, then to Eliza again, and pedaled on. "That won't take long," Eliza said dryly. "No. By tonight half the town will have decided who you are." Daniel's mouth moved faintly. "Only half?" She gave him a sideways look. "You haven't seen Belmere at work." "I think maybe I have." They emerged onto the street just as May came out of the diner carrying a cardboard box flattened under one arm. She stopped when she saw them together. The pause was small. Tiny. But devastatingly visible to anyone who knew how to read Belmere. "Eliza," May said. "May." Her gaze slid to Daniel and held there only a fraction too long. "Thought you'd left." "Not yet," Daniel replied. May's expression remained pleasant. Pleasantness, in Belmere, was often the first layer over alarm. She said. "Well. Town's not much for visitors this time of year. So I'm learning." She set the flattened box down beside the door and dusted her hands. "Eliza, your mother called the diner a little while ago. Said if I saw you, I should tell you she wants you home before dark." Eliza frowned. "Before dark? Why?" May's answer was too immediate. "Mother's worry." Daniel said nothing. May looked between them once more, then picked up the box and went back inside. The door shut. The bell chimed. Eliza stared after her. "Before dark?" Daniel's gaze remained on the diner window. "That sounds less like worry and more like fear." "I know." She turned slowly toward her house, which lay 3 streets over beyond the church. Her mother's request settled over her like a shadow. Before dark. As if darkness itself mattered. As if something about Belmere changed when the sun went down. Maybe it did. Maybe it always had. "What are you doing this evening?" Daniel asked. The question, ordinary in another context, felt loaded here. I suppose I'm obeying my mother's strange demand and being home before dark. That wasn't what I meant. She looked at him. He met her gaze. After that, Eliza should have said she didn't know him well enough to answer. Should have said she was tired, overwhelmed, and in no state to meet a near stranger after nightfall to discuss blood and lies and disappearing memories. Instead she said, "Depends on whether you're finally going to tell me something useful." He seemed to consider the challenge, then reached into the inside pocket of his coat and removed a folded piece of paper. Not a letter. A map. Or what had once been a map, now creased many times over and marked in pencil. He handed it to her. The paper was old enough to feel soft at the folds. She opened it carefully. It was Belmere and the surrounding area, roads, property lines, the creek, the old rail bed long abandoned. Several places in and around the woods had been circled or marked with small X's. Near one edge he had written a date in neat, slanted script. October 14th. 11 years ago. Her breath caught. What is this? A survey map from county records, he said. Copied, not stolen. Before you ask. She barely heard the attempt at humor. Her eyes were fixed on a point near the woods where a larger circle had been drawn and crossed through twice, as if whoever had marked it had gone back to it more than once. What happened there? She asked. Daniel's voice lowered. That's the place people said you were found. The paper shook in her hands. Found, she repeated. Yes. Who found me? That, he said, is one of the questions I need you to ask your mother. She folded the map with more care than she felt and looked up at him. You really think she'll tell me anything? I think seeing that you already have pieces may make it harder for her to pretend there are none. The church bell rang again, this time louder in the cooling afternoon. Shadows were already beginning to stretch. Belmere's light faded earlier than city light, or maybe it only felt that way because so much of the town lived under trees. Eliza slid the folded map into her pocket beside the letter. I'll talk to her, she said. Daniel nodded once. And if she lies? His eyes held hers with the kind of steadiness that did not comfort so much as brace. Then listen to what she's afraid to say. She let out a thin breath. You make that sound easy. It won't be. No, she said softly. I don't think anything about this will be. For a second neither moved. The town around them went on in its quiet way, truck doors closing, a screen creaking, someone laughing too loudly from inside the barber shop and then stopping abruptly as if reminded where they were. Where are you staying? She asked before she could decide not to. At the motel on Route 6. There's barely a motel on Route 6. It has a bed, a lock, and a lamp. I'm not difficult to please. She surprised herself by smiling. That sounds lonely. A strange expression crossed his face then, so fleeting she might have imagined it. Sometimes lonely is safer. The answer moved through her with unexpected force. Before she could respond, a voice called from down the street. Eliza. She turned. Her mother was standing outside the post office, one hand lifted, her posture rigid despite the distance. Even from across the street Eliza could read the alarm in the line of her shoulders. Margaret's gaze moved immediately to Daniel. Then back to Eliza. Something cold passed through the afternoon. "I should go," Eliza said. "Yes," Daniel replied. She hesitated. "Will I see you tomorrow?" The question left her mouth so naturally that for a second she didn't register its intimacy. But Daniel did. His face changed just enough to tell her. "Yes," he said, after a beat. "If you still want answers." She looked at him. Really looked. At the guardedness, the tiredness, the odd patience, the grief he carried too carefully to let spill. "I do," she said. Then she crossed the street toward her mother. Margaret did not speak until Eliza was close enough to see how pale she looked. "Who is that man?" her mother asked in a low voice that tried and failed to sound calm. Eliza glanced back. Daniel had already turned away. He walked down Main Street with the same controlled, unhurried stride with which he seemed to do everything, and though no one openly stared, Eliza could feel the town noticing him from every doorway and window. "I was about to ask you the same thing," she said. Margaret's eyes flashed. "Eliza." "What?" "That man is not from here." "I know." "Then why were you with him?" The sharpness of the question, the fear beneath it, made Eliza's own defensiveness rise. "Because he talks to me like there's something in this town worth talking about." Margaret's face changed as if she had been struck. "Come home," she said. Eliza stared at her. "Before dark?" "Yes." "Why?" Margaret looked past her daughter toward the woods in the distance. The expression in her eyes was not superstition. It was memory. "Because Belmere has always been most dangerous when it gets quiet," she said. Then she turned and began walking toward home. Eliza followed, but not immediately. She stood for 1 second more in the middle of Main Street, caught between the retreating figure of her mother and the diminishing one of Daniel, and in that narrow strip of afternoon she felt the entire town gather around her like a held breath. Windows watched. Doors stayed closed. Conversations resumed in lowered voices. Whispers lived behind walls here. Behind curtains. Behind smiles. Behind every careful silence that had shaped the town for years. And for the first time since she had returned, Eliza understood that Belmere was not merely hiding a secret. It was organized around one. She put a hand over the pocket where the letter and the folded map rested together. Then she went home to ask questions the town had spent years teaching everyone not to ask. Chapter 4: The Secret Everyone Knows. By the time Eliza and her mother reached the house, the late afternoon light had already begun to thin. Belmere did not slip gently into evening the way the city had. In the city, darkness had always seemed to negotiate with light for a while, street lamps coming on before the sky had fully dimmed, headlights moving in bright restless lines, the glow from apartment windows rising one by one until night itself felt crowded back by human insistence. There had always been noise there, always some evidence that people intended to keep going no matter what hour it was. Belmere gave itself over much more easily. The day seemed to withdraw from it. As Eliza followed her mother up the short gravel path to the porch, she noticed how quickly shadows had gathered under the hedges and along the base of the house. The white paint of the siding, dull in daylight, took on a gray cast. The porch boards creaked beneath Margaret's steps, and from somewhere behind the house came the brittle rustle of dry leaves moving across the backyard in a wind she could not feel from the front. Margaret unlocked the door with more force than necessary. "Inside," she said. The word was not loud. It did not need to be. Eliza stopped in the doorway and looked at her mother's profile. The lines around Margaret's mouth had deepened. Her hair, hastily pinned back that morning, had loosened slightly, and a silver strand had fallen across her cheek. There was tension in her shoulders that had not been there on the porch at dawn. Fear, Eliza thought. Or anger sharpened by fear. Or both. She stepped inside. The house smelled exactly as it always had: old wood, laundry soap, cooled tea, and the faint dusty sweetness of books and curtains that had hung in the same rooms for years. It was not an unpleasant smell. It was the smell of childhood. Of winters spent listening to the radiator click and hiss. Of summer mornings when the windows had been raised just enough to let in birdsong and the scent of cut grass. Of waiting at the kitchen table for her father to come home before everything in the house changed shape forever. Margaret closed the door behind them and slid the bolt across. The sound made Eliza turn. "You lock it before dark now?" she asked. Her mother did not answer immediately. She set her handbag down on the narrow table near the wall, removed her cardigan, folded it over the back of a chair, then went to the kitchen sink and ran water into the kettle with hands that were almost steady. "Eliza," she said at last, looking at neither the kettle nor her daughter, "I don't want raised voices in this house." That was answer enough and no answer at all. "I didn't ask about voices," Eliza said. Margaret set the kettle on the stove and turned the burner on. The click-click hum of the gas flames sounded unreasonably loud in the quiet kitchen. "You asked whether I locked the door before dark." "Yes." "Yes," Margaret said. "I do." "Why?" Her mother turned then, not fully, but enough that Eliza could see the resistance in her face. "Because I prefer it." "That isn't a reason." "It's the one I'm giving." Eliza let out a short, disbelieving breath. "You really mean to do this?" Margaret lifted an eyebrow. "Do what?" "Pretend everything is ordinary while you look like you've seen a ghost since the moment you saw me with Daniel." At the stranger's name, Margaret went very still. There it was again. That reaction. Not mild disapproval. Not even suspicion. Something harder. More immediate. Recognition, perhaps, but of what kind, Eliza still could not tell. "You will not involve yourself with that man," Margaret said quietly. Eliza stared at her. "So you do know him?" "I know enough." The repetition of Daniel's phrase was so exact that it chilled her. She stepped forward. "Stop saying that. Both of you. I'm tired of everyone in this town acting like half a sentence counts as truth." Margaret's expression tightened. "Mind your tone." "No." The word came out before Eliza could soften it, and once spoken, it seemed to split the room open. The kettle began its low early hum on the stove. Outside, the wind shifted against the windows. Margaret's eyes flashed, but she seemed to restrain whatever immediate answer rose to her tongue. Instead, she folded her hands together so tightly that the knuckles paled. "You've been back one day," she said. "One day, and already you are stirring things you do not understand." "I'm trying to understand them." "Then start by listening." I did listen. Eliza's voice remained level, though she could feel anger pulsing just beneath it. "This morning on the porch, when you told me not to ask questions. At the diner, where everyone watched me like I'd returned carrying a lit match. On the street, where people hinted and warned and said just enough to let me know they know more than they've ever admitted. And now here, where you lock the doors before dark and tell me to stay away from a man you clearly recognize but refuse to name." Margaret looked away. The movement, more than anything else, made Eliza's pulse jump. Her mother's refusal to meet her eyes had always meant one of two things. She was either deeply hurt, or she was hiding something she would defend at any cost. "You know him," Eliza said again, softer this time. Margaret drew in a long breath. "I know what sort of trouble follows men like that." The answer was maddeningly vague, but Eliza caught something in it. Not personal history. Not intimacy. Category. Margaret had placed Daniel into some private mental file. Dangerous men, men who ask questions, men who come to towns like Belmere and do not mean to leave quickly. "And what sort is that?" Eliza asked. "The sort that digs until everyone is bleeding." Eliza went still. "Blood." Daniel's word came back with awful clarity. "A broken lantern. Signs of a struggle. Enough fear in the town by morning to keep mouths shut for years." She had not told her mother any of that. Could not. Daniel had only shown her the map a short while ago. Yet Margaret had said bleeding. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it was only a figure of speech. But in Belmere nothing seemed to mean only itself anymore. "Eliza," Margaret said, her tone shifting, becoming less sharp and more tired, "sit down." It was strange, how quickly the request took the heat out of her anger. Not because she wanted to obey, but because she suddenly heard the exhaustion in her mother's voice. It was the exhaustion of someone who had been bracing herself for an impact all day and now realized the impact had finally come. Eliza pulled out a kitchen chair and sat, though she remained tense. Margaret moved more slowly now, taking cups from the cabinet, spooning tea leaves into the pot as if the ritual could give structure to the conversation. The kitchen was small and familiar. Yellowed wallpaper patterned with tiny blue flowers, a square oak table marked by years of plates and elbows, the same white curtains over the sink. On one wall hung a clock that ticked too loudly after sunset. Eliza had once found that ticking soothing. Tonight it sounded like a countdown. When Margaret set a cup in front of her, Eliza did not touch it. "Who is Daniel?" she asked. Her mother sat opposite her, but kept her fingers wrapped around her own cup as if drawing warmth from it. "I don't know his full story." "That's not the same as not knowing him." Margaret's gaze lifted. "No." The honesty in that one syllable was more startling than any evasion could have been. Eliza leaned forward slightly. "Then tell me what you do know." Margaret looked toward the darkening window. "He came to town a few weeks ago." Eliza blinked. "A few weeks?" "Yes." "He's been here that long?" "In and out." Margaret's mouth tightened. Enough to make people uneasy. Because he asks questions. Yes. About what? Margaret said nothing. The silence stretched. Eliza could hear the burner ticking beneath the kettle now that the flame had been turned off. In the living room the old floorboards gave a tiny settling pop. She remembered nights as a child when ordinary house sounds had seemed like voices. Tonight the whole house felt as if it were listening. About what? She repeated. Her mother closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. About the same thing you're about to ask me. Eliza's heart beat harder. That night. Margaret flinched, not much, but enough. It should not have mattered, that phrase. It was only 3 words in ordinary language. But in this house, in Belmere, they had the force of a name never spoken aloud. Yes, Margaret said. For a moment, neither of them moved. It was as if the house itself had shifted on its foundations at the admission. Then Eliza reached into her coat pocket and placed the folded letter on the table between them. Her mother stared at it. I got this 3 days ago, Eliza said. That's why I came back. Margaret did not touch the paper. The color in her face drained slowly, visibly, until even her lips seemed to pale. Where did you get it? At my apartment. How? It came in the mail. No return address? No. Margaret's eyes remained fixed on the folded page. Who else has seen this? Nobody but me. And Daniel knows about it somehow. That made Margaret's gaze snap upward. You showed it to him? No. I told him. Or rather, he forced the conversation close enough that I realized he already suspected there had been letters. Her mother's fingers tightened around the cup. Letters. So there had been more than one. The realization moved through Eliza coldly. To whom? Margaret's silence was immediate and damning. To whom? Eliza asked again. Her mother looked down. I received one. The words dropped into the room like a stone into a still pond. Eliza stared. When? 10 days ago. And you didn't tell me? Margaret gave a short, hollow laugh. You were 3 states away. That's not the point. No, Margaret said. The point is that I threw mine into the stove. Eliza sat back. What did it say? Margaret's gaze drifted to the dark kettle. Not exactly what yours said. But close enough. What was the wording? Eliza. What was the wording? Margaret's eyes came back to hers, and for a second there was something almost angry in them, not anger at Eliza, but at being forced to put shape around something she had spent years refusing to name. It said, she replied quietly, what was buried in the woods did not stay there. The room seemed to tilt. Eliza swallowed. That's not a letter. That's a warning. Yes. For you? For all of us. All of us. The phrase gathered people into it. Not just Margaret. The town. The ones who knew. The ones who had kept silent. The ones who had stood somewhere near the edge of truth for years and convinced themselves distance made them innocent. Eliza, Margaret said, voice low and urgent now, you have to understand something. This is not one secret. It is many secrets bound together. Pull one loose, and the others come with it. Then maybe they should. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. She could hear the tremor in her own voice now, but it was no longer fear alone. I have spent 9 years thinking my memory failed me, that grief and shock and being young had blurred whatever happened that night into something I simply could not reach. And now everyone I've spoken to today has all but admitted there was more. So yes, maybe it should all come loose. Margaret looked at her the way people looked at someone standing near a cliff edge they could not yet see. You are not the only one who suffered, she said. The line hit Eliza like a slap. I know that. Do you? Yes. Her voice cracked then, to her embarrassment. I know Dad died. I know people looked at me differently after the woods. I know whatever happened changed this house before I was old enough to understand how. But if everyone suffered, why was I the one no one told the truth to? Margaret inhaled sharply. Tears did not come to her easily. Eliza had seen her mother cry fewer than a handful of times in her entire life. Once at the funeral. Once alone in the pantry when she thought Eliza was asleep. Once years later over something as small as a cracked serving dish that had belonged to her own mother, which Eliza had always understood was not really about the dish. Now the tears did not fall, but they gathered visibly at the edges of Margaret's eyes. Because you were there, she said. Eliza's body went cold. The room around her narrowed. What? Her mother covered her mouth with her hand for 1 second, as if she regretted the words the moment they left her. But she did not take them back. You were there, Margaret repeated, voice barely above a whisper. I know I was there, Eliza said, though the words came out unevenly. I've always known that much. But they're like how? Doing what? With whom? Margaret's face tightened. You were not supposed to be. It was as if the sentence had been waiting for years. Eliza stared at her mother, the kitchen around them suddenly unreal in its domestic neatness. The cups, the sugar bowl, the folded dish towel by the sink, all of it absurdly ordinary in the presence of something so charged. I need you to speak plainly. Margaret shut her eyes again, briefly. When she opened them, some decision seemed to have been made. You were not supposed to be in the woods that night, she said. You were meant to be at May's after the harvest dance with the other girls. Memory flickered, orange paper lanterns strung outside the school gym, hay bales near the parking lot, a cheap speaker crackling through old songs while people laughed beneath strings of lights. The harvest dance. She had not thought of it in years. I remember the dance, Eliza said slowly. Yes. Barely. Margaret nodded once. You left early. With who? There was a long pause. Jacob Vale, her mother said. The name moved through Eliza like a shockwave. A face rose instantly this time, not complete, but sharper than any image she had recovered since coming home. Dark hair falling over his forehead. A grin that always came too quickly, as if he trusted happiness not to be taken from him. Hands shoved into jacket pockets. Mud on his boots. The smell of cedar and rainwater and the gasoline from his truck. A laugh in the dark. Jacob. She had loved him. The knowledge did not return gently. It tore through her with such force that she gripped the edge of the table. Margaret was already watching her, seeing the recognition land. "Oh God," Eliza whispered. "Yes," her mother said, and now the tears were in her voice too, if nowhere else. "You remember him." Jacob. The name itself felt dangerous to say. "No one has said his name to me in years." "No." "Why?" Margaret looked down into her tea. "Because after that night his name became a wound." Eliza could not breathe properly. Memory came in splinters now. Jacob leaning against his truck under the yellow parking lot light, his sleeve brushing hers, someone disapprovingly watching them from across the lot. A hand at the small of her back. Her own voice saying something she could not hear. Then darkness. Trees. Rain. "What happened to him?" she asked. Margaret's silence was answer enough. Eliza went rigid. "No." Her mother looked at her. "No," Eliza repeated, louder now. "Don't do that. Don't sit there and look at me like that and expect me to fill in the blank myself. Tell me." Margaret's face broke then, not into sobbing, not into dramatic grief, but into the simple devastation of a woman who had carried a truth too long. "By morning," she said, "Jacob was gone." Eliza's hand flew to her mouth. Gone. Not dead. Not found dead. Not injured. Gone. The room spun around that word. What does that mean? It means he disappeared. People don't just disappear. In Belmere, Margaret said, sometimes they do. Eliza pushed her chair back so abruptly that it scraped hard across the floor. She stood because sitting had become impossible. Energy surged through her body in sharp, chaotic waves. "No," she said again, though she no longer knew what she was denying. "No. Jacob and I," she pressed both hands to her temples. "We were together." "Yes." "How long?" "Long enough for everyone to have opinions." Eliza let out a strangled sound, Jacob's hand taking hers in secret first and then not in secret at all. The thrill of being seen. The danger of it. "Did you disapprove too?" Eliza asked without looking at her mother. Margaret did not answer quickly. "Yes," she said at last. "At first." Eliza looked at her sharply. "Why?" "Because his family had a history." "A history of what?" "Trouble. Debt. Violence. Rumors." "Rumors," Eliza echoed bitterly. Belmere's favorite currency. Margaret accepted the rebuke. Some of them were unfair. Some were true. Was Jacob like that? Her mother looked at her for a long time. No. The answer came with surprising certainty. That certainty hurt more than hesitation would have. Because if Jacob had been good, or at least not what people said, then everything that came after had been crueler. Less excusable. Eliza turned away and walked to the window over the sink. Outside, dusk had thickened into a blue-gray wash across the yard. The bare branches of the maple near the fence moved slightly against the dim sky. A porch light had come on across the street. Belmere was sliding into evening. Her reflection in the glass hovered faintly over the yard. For an instant she saw herself doubled, present face overlaid on the dim shape of the old house and all it had contained. A child. A girl. A woman returned. "When did I stop asking about him?" she said quietly. Margaret did not pretend not to understand. "The doctor said pressing your memory would do more harm," she replied. "What doctor?" "Dr. Holcomb. He was 90 if he was a day. He was experienced. He was the only doctor within 30 miles, Eliza shot back. "That's not the same thing." Margaret rose from the table. "You were in shock. You had a fever from being out in the rain all night. Your hands were scraped raw. You could barely answer when we asked where you had been." The room tightened again around those words. "All night." "Yes." "They found me in the morning." "Yes." "Where?" Margaret hesitated. Eliza turned from the window. "Don't." "In the old Miller field," Margaret said. The place meant nothing for one blank second. Then she saw it, the field beyond the woods where no one farmed anymore because the ground was poor and stones always rose up through the soil no matter how often they were cleared. The place where as children they had dared one another to go after dark because the abandoned shed there leaned like something listening. "I was found in the field?" she asked. "You were walking." A strange, awful chill traveled down her spine. "Walking where?" "Toward the road." "Alone?" "Yes." The house seemed too small now, too filled with old air. Eliza moved away from the window and back toward the table, but did not sit. "Who found me?" Margaret's eyes lowered. "Sheriff Bell." The name settled heavily. Sheriff Thomas Bell had been old even then, a large serious man with a face deeply lined by weather and worry. He had attended every parade, every church fundraiser, every civic meeting where people praised Belmere for being the sort of town where everyone looked out for everyone else. He had died 4 years ago, mourned publicly and thoroughly. Conveniently dead, Eliza thought, and hated herself for it. What did I say to him? Margaret looked torn between relief and pain that the questions had turned practical. Very little. You kept asking where Jacob was. A sound escaped Eliza then, small, involuntary, wounded. She pressed the heel of her hand to her chest as if that could stop what was opening there. Did anyone answer me? No. Why not? Because by then no one knew. Eliza laughed, and this time it was unmistakably bitter. That's impossible. Towns like Belmere always know. Margaret's face hardened unexpectedly. Not everything. The response was so immediate, so fierce, that Eliza turned fully to her. For the first time that evening, she saw not merely grief or fear in her mother, but resentment too, old resentment, deep and cold, perhaps at the town, perhaps at herself, perhaps at God. It transformed Margaret's face into something Eliza scarcely recognized. All these years, Margaret said, you have imagined that silence means certainty. Sometimes silence means shame. Sometimes it means cowardice. Sometimes it means no one can bear to say aloud that they do not know what became of a boy they all judged too quickly and failed too completely. The room rang with the words. Eliza stood very still. Then, quietly, so the secret everyone knows is that no one knows. Margaret's expression changed again, and this time there was something like weary understanding in it. No, she said. The secret everyone knows is that something happened in those woods, and the town decided very early which parts of it were bearable and which parts were not. Eliza frowned. What parts weren't? Her mother looked at her. The parts that pointed inward. The answer carried its own meaning. Eliza felt it before she could fully translate it. People thought someone here did something to him. Margaret said nothing. That's why there were rumors, Eliza pressed. That's why everyone went quiet. Because if Jacob disappeared after being seen with me, then either he left, which no one believed, or someone in Belmere made sure he didn't. Margaret finally sat back down, as if the force required to remain standing had left her. There were theories. Whose? Everyone's. What was yours? The question landed hard. Margaret looked older suddenly. The years seemed visible in her face all at once. My theory, she said, was that I cared more about getting you alive and whole than about anything else. That isn't what I asked. I know. Then answer it. Margaret took a long time. The clock on the wall ticked through every second of it. At first, she said, I believed Jacob had run. Not because I wanted to believe badly of him, but because I could not bear any other possibility. Later, she swallowed. Later I did not know what to believe. Did you ever think Dad was involved? The question came from a place so deep in Eliza that she barely recognized it until it was spoken. Margaret's head lifted sharply. No. The answer was immediate and absolute. Yet something about it did not settle her. No, because he wasn't, Eliza said carefully, or no, because you can't bear that possibility either. Margaret pushed back from the table. Enough. The force in the word made Eliza step back. I will not have your father dragged into this. So he is part of it. Margaret stared at her in disbelief. That is not what I said. It's exactly what you implied. I implied no such thing. Then why does everyone go strange the moment his name comes up? Eliza demanded. Jensen brought him up. Daniel avoided answering about him. And now you react like I've struck a nerve no one's touched in years. Because your father is dead, Margaret snapped, and grief sharpened her voice into something brittle. Because he cannot defend himself. Because whatever faults he had, and he had them, he loved you. Eliza went silent. The words whatever faults he had hung in the air like a crack appearing in glass. Margaret seemed to realize it too late. She pressed her fingers to her forehead. What faults? Eliza asked softly. Human faults. That means nothing. It means enough. No, it doesn't. Eliza's voice dropped too, quieter now but more dangerous for it. Not anymore. Not in this town. Not after tonight. Margaret lowered her hand. Your father cared too much about what people would say. Too much about appearances. About order. About what the town expected from him. Her mouth tightened around the next words. And he believed, wrongly, that if one ignored a thing long enough, it might settle itself. Eliza closed her eyes briefly. That sounded like Belmere and Tyre. And Jacob? What about him? Did Dad hate him? Margaret's answer came slowly. He did not approve. Because of the Valles. Yes. Because Jacob loved me. Her mother looked away. Also yes. The honesty was almost brutal now. Eliza returned to the chair and sat because her knees felt suddenly less reliable. Did he ever threaten him? Margaret's silence was short, but terrible. What did he say? Eliza whispered. Margaret's voice, when it came, was very low. He told Jacob to stay away from you. A splinter of memory surfaced at once. Male voices outside at night, not quite raised but edged, a truck idling at the curb, Eliza standing just beyond the front hall where no one knew she could hear. Her father saying, "You are not good enough for her, and you know it." Another voice, younger and rougher, "That's not your decision." Then the truck pulling away too fast. She sucked in breath. "I remember that," she said. Margaret's eyes searched her face. "Do you?" "Some of it. That argument happened 2 weeks before the dance." Eliza sat very still. "And you didn't tell me?" "You were there." "That's not an answer. It is if you understand what was happening then." Margaret's own voice had become frayed now, worn down by the strain of speaking plainly after years of silence. "You were 20. You and Jacob thought love was stronger than judgment and secrecy and family history and all the ugliness this town keeps polishing until it shines. Maybe you were right. Maybe that was exactly why people feared it." The line struck her unexpectedly. Something like tenderness, old and bruised, moved through the room. "You really did know," Eliza said. Margaret gave a sad, almost incredulous smile. Mothers always know more than their daughters hope and less than they fear. The clock ticked on. Outside, night had nearly arrived. Eliza thought of Jacob again. Not just his face now, but the feeling of him. The hot certainty of his hand reaching for hers in secret. The joy. The defiance. The unbearable blank where everything after the dance should have been. Did they ever look for him properly? She asked. Yes. She looked up sharply. Really? Margaret's expression cooled. Do not mistake silence for indifference. Men searched the woods for 3 days. The creek was dragged. Volunteers came from the next county. His mother nearly drove herself mad. Jacob's mother. Another face flashed. Thin, watchful, beautiful in a severe way, with exhausted eyes and dark coats and a stillness people misread as arrogance. Ruth Vale. Eliza had been terrified of her as a girl and later strangely drawn to her because Jacob loved her so fiercely despite the town's whispers. Eliza had not thought of her in years either. What happened to her? Eliza asked. Margaret hesitated. She stayed a while. Then she left. When? The following spring. Where did she go? No one was sure. Again that Belmere answer. No one was sure, which often meant someone knew, but the knowledge had become too brittle to hold publicly. Eliza rubbed her palms together beneath the table. Daniel said blood was found. Margaret's head snapped up. He told you that? Yes. Her mother went white. So it's true. Margaret did not answer, which was answer enough. Oh my God. Eliza. How much blood? I don't know. That's impossible. I was not there. Margaret's voice sharpened. I heard what people said the next morning, and I heard what they stopped saying by that evening. There was blood. There was a lantern. There were signs of a struggle. By sunset the official language had become an unfortunate incident, and then, later, almost nothing at all. Eliza stared at her mother. An incident. Yes. Not an assault. Not an attack. Not a crime. Margaret's mouth twisted. Belmere prefers words that do not stain. For the first time since stepping back into the house, Eliza felt something dangerously close to alignment with her mother. Not peace. Not trust. But recognition. Margaret had not merely protected silence all these years, she had lived inside it, perhaps hating it as much as she fed it. Why tell me now? Eliza asked quietly. Margaret looked at her over the tea gone cold between them. Because someone has decided the time for silence is ending, and I would rather wound you with truth than lose you to ignorance. The words should have comforted her. Instead they made tears press hot at the back of her own eyes. She looked down before they could rise. I don't know what to do with any of this. No, Margaret said gently. I know. The echo of Daniel's phrase should have annoyed her, but instead it landed with strange symmetry. Two people, both withholding, both damaged in some private way by the same buried thing. One a stranger. One her mother. Between them, Belmere itself. After a while Margaret stood and turned on the lamp above the sink. Warm yellow light spilled over the counter and table, making the room feel smaller but less haunted. Shadows retreated to the corners. Eat something, she said. Eliza almost laughed at the normalcy of it. Now? Yes, now. I'm not hungry. That has never stopped grief before. The line was so dry, so unexpectedly alive with the woman Eliza had known before all this came tearing open, that she looked up in surprise. Margaret was already taking bread from the cabinet, slicing cheese, doing what women in this town did when truth became too painful to hold directly, they fed people. Eliza watched her for a moment. Were you afraid of Jacob? Margaret shook her head without turning. No. Then what were you afraid of? Her mother stopped slicing. When she spoke, her back was still turned. I was afraid of what this town does to the things it cannot control. That answer needed no translation. Belmere did not like untidy love. It did not like scandal. It did not like boys from families marked as trouble falling in love with girls from families who sat in the middle pew at church and brought casseroles when someone died. It did not like anything that exposed the fragility of the story it told about itself. What did the town say about me? Eliza asked, almost to the breadboard. Margaret resumed cutting. At first? Yes. That you had been foolish. Eliza gave a dull nod. Of course. That you were lucky. She swallowed. Also, of course. That you should be grateful. A bitter laugh escaped her. For what? For being found alive. The room fell silent again. Margaret set down the knife and finally turned. And some said worse things. I will not repeat them. Eliza looked at her mother and saw, perhaps for the first time fully, the cost of those years. Not just widowhood and worry and loneliness, but combat. Quiet combat. Standing between her daughter and a town that could sanctify cruelty with concern. You stayed here anyway, Eliza said. Margaret's smile, if it could be called that, was brief and sad. Yes. Why? Because leaving would have looked like guilt. The honesty of it made Eliza's skin prickle. And because, Margaret added, despite everything, this was still home. That is the most terrible thing about places like Belmere. They wound you and remain home all the same. Eliza looked down at the table. There was nothing to say to that. Margaret set a plate in front of her. Bread, cheese, apple slices. Food from another era, simple and practical. Eliza took a bite because refusing now would have been about pride rather than appetite, and she was too tired for pride. They ate in near silence for a while. The clock ticked. The lamp hummed faintly. Outside, darkness settled completely over the yard. Finally Eliza said, "What about Sheriff Bell?" Margaret glanced up. What about him? He found me. He led the search. He must have known everything. He knew what he knew. That sounds carefully chosen. It is. Eliza set down her bread. Did he cover something up? Margaret's expression sharpened. Be very careful. With him? He's dead. With accusations made into the dark. Her mother's voice dropped. Dead men cannot answer, and living men are still protecting what he protected. The warning was plain. There were others. Men still here. Men who had been younger then, perhaps deputies, volunteers, witnesses, town council members, people who had helped shape the official story and had grown older inside it. Eliza, Margaret said, listen to me. There are things people did not say because they were frightened. There are other things they did not say because saying them would have made them responsible. Those are not the same silence. Do not confuse them. Eliza absorbed that slowly. It was one of the first truly useful things anyone had said to her since she returned. So some people were afraid, she said, and some people were complicit. Margaret looked at her a long time. Yes. The words seemed to close around the whole house. At last Eliza drew the folded map from her pocket and placed it on the table. Margaret saw it and went still all over again. Daniel gave me this. Margaret did not touch it at first. When she finally opened it, her hands shook. He shouldn't have. This circle, Eliza said, pointing. He told me this is where people said I was found. Margaret stared at the mark. He found the county survey. Yes. Her mother looked up, and now there was something like despair in her face. Then he's closer than I thought. To what? To the part no one wrote down. Eliza's pulse quickened. Meaning? Margaret folded the map carefully, too carefully, buying herself time. The county record only shows land, not the stories attached to it. What story is attached to that field? Margaret hesitated. Years before you were born, a girl was said to have vanished there for several hours during a storm. She came back before dawn and would never say where she had been. Eliza stared. You're telling me this town has another story like mine? Not like yours. Just near enough to become one of Belmere's old warnings. Who was she? Margaret looked away. My sister. Eliza felt the world go sharply still. Her mother had had a sister. Not a secret exactly, but a person spoken of so rarely that she had become almost mythic in the family. Aunt Marion, dead young in a car crash before Eliza was born. There had been one photograph in the hallway once, later put away. Eliza had never connected her to Belmere in any meaningful way. She vanished in the Miller field for one night. And came back. Yes. Did anyone believe her? Margaret gave a sad laugh. Belief was never the town's problem. Interpretation was. The implications multiplied too quickly. The field. The woods. Women returned altered. Men vanished. Belmere collecting incidents and sanding them smooth until they looked like folklore. That's why you said before dark, Eliza murmured. Margaret looked at her. You weren't just worried. You were remembering. Her mother sat down heavily. There are patterns in this town people prefer to call coincidence because the alternative makes them feel helpless. Eliza leaned back slowly. Daniel said Belmere protects its secrets. Yes. But from what? Scandal? Shame? Or something worse? Margaret's eyes went to the black window over the sink. I don't know. For once, Eliza believed her completely. The uncertainty in Margaret's voice was too raw to fake. A sound came then from outside, a car slowing on the road. Both women turned toward the front of the house instinctively. Headlights swept briefly across the curtains in the living room, then moved on. Neither spoke until the sound faded. And in that shared silence, Eliza understood with fresh clarity the structure of Belmere's fear. It was not only fear of exposure. It was fear of recurrence. Whatever had happened to Jacob had not felt like a single isolated event to the people who stayed. It had felt like the reawakening of something older, something the town had never fully explained even to itself. Her mother gathered the cups and brought them to the sink. Her motions were controlled again, but Eliza now recognized the control for what it was, labor, not calm. Will you see him again? Margaret asked, not turning around. Daniel? Yes. Eliza took a moment. Probably. Margaret's shoulders tightened. Then hear me clearly. If he is here for the reasons I think he is, he will not stop at the first truth. Men like that do not. They keep going until every hidden thing is exposed, whether the people inside it survive or not. Eliza watched her at the sink. And what if he's right too? Margaret turned. Right and merciful are not the same. No, Eliza thought. They rarely were. She rose and took her plate to the sink as well, setting it down beside the others. I can't unknow this now, she said. I know. And I can't pretend Jacob was just some boy from a half-remembered mistake. Margaret's eyes closed briefly. No. And if there was blood, and if he disappeared, and if people here shaped the story until it became bearable enough to live with, then I need to know how. Her mother opened her eyes again. Then ask. But understand that every answer will cost someone. Eliza nodded slowly. Maybe it should. Later, when the house had gone almost silent and Margaret had retired to her room, Eliza remained awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. She could not stop thinking of the phrase her mother had used. The secret everyone knows. Not the exact words, but the shape of it. In Belmere, knowledge was communal long before it became spoken. People absorbed things from glances, from who sat beside whom at church, from whose truck was seen outside whose house after dark, from who stopped attending school and why, from whose mother cried in the grocery aisle and whose father drank too much after the funeral. They knew before they knew they knew. The town's intelligence was made of accumulation. And because of that, its silences were never empty. They were packed with consensus. Jacob had disappeared. There had been blood. Eliza had been found walking out of the field at dawn. Her father had threatened the boy she loved. The sheriff had shaped the story. And beneath all of it lay something older, something connected to the Miller field, to storms, to women returning altered and unable or unwilling to explain where they had been. Near midnight she rose from bed and crossed to the window. The street outside lay empty under the pale wash of moonlight. Belmere at night looked almost too innocent. Houses sleeping behind drawn curtains, porch lights burning softly, the sycamores along the road standing still as witnesses. Then, as she watched, a figure moved at the far end of the street. Not sneaking. Not hurrying. Simply standing for a moment under the old lamp near the corner, half in shadow. A man. Too far to identify clearly, but tall, coat dark, posture familiar. Daniel. He did not look toward the house, at least not that she could tell. After a few seconds he continued walking and vanished beyond the trees. Eliza remained at the window long after he was gone. In the room behind her, the house held its breath around old grief and fresh truth. Out in the street, Belmere slept lightly over the buried things it had chosen, together, not to name. And somewhere beyond the reach of the porch lights and neat fences and respectful silences, the woods waited. With Jacob. With blood. With the part no one wrote down. By the time Eliza returned to bed, she understood that Chapter 3's whispering had become something else now. Not rumor. Not warning. Structure. Belmere's secret was not that no one knew. It was that everyone knew enough to be afraid. And morning, when it came, would not allow her ignorance anymore. Chapter 5, The Man No One Trusts. Morning in Belmere did not arrive so much as gather. The darkness thinned by degrees, loosening its hold on the houses, the porches, the narrow road lined with sycamores. First the sky over the rooftops turned from black to charcoal, then to a bruised gray blue. Then the frost-silvered edges of the grass began to show. Then the windows of the town, one by one, gave back the faintest signs of life. Kitchen lamps, bathroom lights, the dim rectangle of a television in a front room where someone older had risen too early to sleep again. Eliza had not slept much. What sleep she did find came in torn pieces. She dreamed without logic but with feeling, wet leaves under her hands, Jacob's voice too far away, her mother calling her name from someplace she could not reach. When she woke for the final time, it was just after 6. The house was still quiet, but not fully. She could hear the faint movement of Margaret somewhere downstairs, the measured opening and closing of cabinets, the kettle being filled, the routine sounds of someone who had lived too long with worry to trust rest completely. For a while Eliza lay still and looked at the ceiling. Chapter 4 had shifted something fundamental in her. Before last night, the mystery had lived in abstraction. There had been a letter, a stranger, warnings wrapped in half-truths. Now there were names. A vanished boy. Blood. A field. An older family story tied to the same ground. Her father's disapproval. Her mother's fear. The knowledge did not make the truth clearer. If anything, it made it more dangerous. It gave shape to the darkness without making it navigable. She turned onto her side and stared toward the window. The glass had fogged faintly with the difference between the cold outdoors and the heat inside. Beyond it, dawn pressed weakly against the road. She wondered whether Daniel was already awake. Whether men like him slept easily. Whether he had stood outside the house last night because he meant to be seen or because he had not realized she might be watching. Or maybe he had. That thought unsettled her more than she wanted to admit. She sat up, rubbing at the heaviness behind her eyes, and reached automatically for the chair beside the bed where she had hung her coat. The letter and the folded map were still in the pocket. She took both out and laid them on the blanket. The letter had become familiar in the way dangerous things sometimes do when handled too often. She unfolded it once more, though she no longer needed to read the words. The ink was ordinary black, the pressure of the handwriting carefully even. No tremor. No flourish. Someone had wanted to be legible, not known. The map affected her differently. When she opened it, Belmere and its surrounding land spread across her lap in pale lines and old property marks. Roads, creek, woods, field. That circled point in the Miller field seemed to pulse simply because she knew what it was meant to signify. That's the place people said you were found. People said. Not official records. Not documented fact. Town knowledge. Shared and carried, never fully written. She folded it again and slipped both papers into the pocket of her robe just as a light knock sounded at the door. Eliza, her mother called. I'm awake. A pause. There's coffee. That was all. Not an apology for the night before. Not an invitation to resume what had been opened between them. Just coffee. The truest expression of care Belmere knew how to offer before 7 in the morning. I'll be down in a minute. When the floorboards no longer creaked outside her door, Eliza rose and dressed slowly. Jeans, sweater, boots. practical clothes. She tied her hair back without much thought and paused before the mirror over the dresser. She looked tired. Not dramatically, not in the way novels described women after shocking revelations, but in the real way, slightly pale, eyes shadowed, expression more guarded than rested. And beneath the exhaustion there was something else now. A kind of alertness. She had come back to Belmere as someone uncertain of whether she intended to stay. She was no longer uncertain in that simple way. The town had forced intention onto her. She was inside it now. Downstairs, the kitchen smelled of coffee and toast. Margaret stood at the counter buttering bread with more force than the task required. She looked as if she had slept no better than Eliza had. "Morning," Eliza said. Margaret glanced over. "Did you sleep?" "Not enough." Her mother nodded once, as if that answered more than the question itself. "Sit." Eliza did. The routine felt almost surreal after everything they had spoken aloud the night before. Margaret poured coffee, placed a plate of toast on the table, set down a jar of marmalade. Domestic order reasserting itself over the edges of fear. For a minute or two they said very little. Then Margaret asked, without looking at her, "Are you going into town?" "Yes." Her mother's hand paused on the handle of the kettle. "To see him?" Eliza did not pretend not to understand. "Probably." Margaret set the kettle down. "You should know what people are saying." Eliza almost laughed. "Which people?" "In Belmere," Margaret replied dryly. "Does it matter?" That surprised a small unwilling smile out of Eliza. Her mother noticed, and something like fatigue-softened affection passed briefly through her face before being replaced again by concern. "They're saying he's prying into things that belong to families, not newspapers," Margaret said. "That he was seen asking for old church records. That he was at the county office last week. That May refused to answer his questions, which means she must know something. That he's not staying at the motel because of convenience but because he expects trouble. That last part sounds almost reasonable. It is not meant reasonably." Eliza stirred sugar into her coffee, though she hardly ever took sugar. "Who started it?" Margaret met her eyes. "Do you really need me to answer?" "No." She didn't. Belmere did not need a single source for suspicion. It bred collectively. The first person to say something aloud only gave shape to what many were already thinking. "What else?" Eliza asked. Her mother hesitated, then said, "Some think he's related to the Valles." The spoon in Eliza's cup stopped. "Related how?" "No one knows. But they think it." "Yes." Eliza looked down at the coffee, the spoon handle trembling faintly between her fingers. Jacob had disappeared. His mother had left in the spring. The Vale line, as far as Belmere's public story went, had ended in silence and departure. But families did not vanish so neatly. There could be cousins. Half-brothers. Someone who had listened to the old story as a child and grown up unable to forget it. "Do you think that's true?" she asked. Margaret shook her head. "I don't know. He doesn't look like Jacob, if that's what you mean." Eliza glanced up. "You noticed?" Her mother gave her a long, unreadable look. "I notice more than you think." That, Eliza believed. They finished breakfast in near silence. Before she left, Margaret stood by the door as if on the edge of saying something more. At last she said, "If you speak to him, do not tell him everything." Eliza paused with her hand on the knob. "You think I have everything?" "No," Margaret said. "I think you have enough to be useful." The bluntness of it struck her. Not because it was cruel, but because it was accurate. Belmere had lived too long on strategic partial knowledge for Eliza not to recognize the value others might see in her memory, her position, her reopened wound. "Useful to whom?" she asked. "To anyone still trying to shape the story." The words stayed with her as she stepped out into the morning. The air was colder than the day before. The town held that particular late autumn chill that reached past coat sleeves and lingered at the back of the throat. A skim of frost still shone over the grass along the Hart's front path. Eliza tucked her hands into her pockets and began walking toward Main Street. Belmere in the early morning carried a different kind of life than it did by midday. It was less performative then. More honest, perhaps, because people had not yet fully arranged themselves for being seen. Curtains were open while beds were made. Delivery trucks unloaded crates behind stores. Men with sleep in their posture swept porches or unlocked doors. Women carried boxes from cars to kitchens in slippers and wool coats. There was a softness to it that might have been beautiful in another town. Here, it only sharpened her awareness of how close everything lived to everything else. As she turned the corner by the church, she saw two women speaking in low voices outside the flower shop. One of them looked up, recognized her, and quieted instantly. The other pretended interest in the potted mums at her feet. Eliza kept walking. That was Belmere's preferred cruelty, not confrontation but rearranged silence. At the diner, May was already busy. The breakfast crowd was thicker than the day before, with more men in work jackets and women in quilted vests, the booths full, the counter nearly occupied end to end. The bell above the door announced Eliza's entrance, and with it came the now familiar shifting of the room's attention. She ignored it more easily this time. May looked up from behind the counter. "Well," she said, not smiling exactly but not unfriendly either. "Back so soon?" "I need coffee strong enough to ruin my judgment." May snorted softly. "Town beat me to it." Eliza slid into the same booth by the window. "Is he here?" May pretended to misunderstand. "Who?" "That only works on people who don't know you." May poured coffee into a white mug and brought it over herself rather than sending one of the waitresses. "No," she said. "He's not." Something in Eliza tightened with unreasonable disappointment. May must have seen it, because her gaze sharpened. "You should let that man stay a stranger." "And why is that?" May set the mug down. "Because he looks at things too long." Eliza blinked. "That's your warning?" "It's enough of one." "You sound like my mother." "Your mother and I have survived the same town." The answer closed that door neatly. Eliza wrapped her hands around the mug. "You knew about Jacob." May's face changed. Not drastically. May was too practiced for that. But the warmth in it cooled and some private calculation took its place. Yes, she said after a moment. You knew about me and him. Yes. And you never told me. May looked toward the counter, where one of the men had raised 2 fingers to ask for more coffee. She ignored him for another heartbeat and kept her attention on Eliza. What should I have told you? She asked quietly. That you were in love? You knew that. That the town disapproved? You knew that too. That after he disappeared people made stories because they could not bear uncertainty? You lived through it. I didn't live through all of it. Eliza's voice lowered. Not consciously. May's expression softened, but only slightly. No. You didn't. Then help me now. May picked up the pot in her hand and refilled Eliza's cup, though it was still nearly full. An act of stalling, and both of them knew it. I can help you by telling you this, May said. Whatever that man is after, he's been poking around all the places decent folks leave alone. Such as church records, property transfers, old sheriff logs that no one has had reason to ask for in years. May met her gaze directly. And last Thursday he sat right where you're sitting and asked me who paid for Jacob Vale's funeral flowers when there was no funeral. The words slid under Eliza's skin. What did you say? That there weren't any. And he looked at me as if he knew I was lying. Eliza studied May. Were you? May gave a thin, tired smile. Belmere does not bury empty coffins with public flowers. It sends casseroles and pity and then behaves as if grief should be private enough not to stain the sidewalks. That was not an answer and also very much one. So there were flowers, Eliza said. May's eyes narrowed. You hear more than you used to. I'm trying. May straightened. Then try this. Every person in this town will tell you not to trust him, and most of them will mean it honestly. Why? Because he is not asking questions to soothe anybody. Eliza thought of the map in her pocket. Daniel's face in the woods when he asked if she really wanted to know. The quiet gravity in him. The promise made to someone he would not name. Maybe I don't need soothing. May looked at her with something like pity. That is exactly why he worries me. Before Eliza could answer, the bell above the door rang again. This time she turned without trying not to. Daniel stepped inside, bringing the cold with him. He wore the same dark coat, though today there was damp at the hem and shoulders as if he had walked through low fog or along wet roadside grass. He took in the room in a single glance, his gaze touching Eliza only a fraction later than everything else, which was somehow more unsettling than if he had looked for her first. The room changed around him. Not loudly. Belmere never did anything loudly unless drink or death forced it. But the suspicion in the diner became almost tangible. 2 men at the counter stopped talking. A woman in a red scarf sat more upright. May's jaw set. Daniel seemed to feel none of it or all of it without caring. Morning, he said. No one answered immediately. Then May, flatly, coffee? Yes, please. He did not come to Eliza's booth. He took a place at the counter instead, 1 seat away from old Mr. Fenn, who reacted by shifting his stool a polite but obvious 2 inches farther down. Eliza felt anger on Daniel's behalf before she could stop herself. May poured his coffee, set it down, and remained standing there for 1 beat too long. "You're causing talk," she said. Daniel looked up at her. "I suspected I might." "That doesn't trouble you?" "It depends who's talking." A tiny muscle jumped in May's cheek. "You think this is a game?" "No," he said quietly. "If I did, I'd be enjoying myself much more." That drew a low snort from one of the men at the far end of the counter, dismissive, not amused. "Town'd rest easier if you moved on," another man said without turning fully around. Eliza recognized the voice after a second, Warren Pike, who had owned the feed supply store since before she left and whose opinions had always arrived wrapped in the certainty of a man unused to being challenged. Daniel lifted his cup. "Then it's fortunate I'm not here to help the town rest." The diner went still enough for the hum of the refrigerator to become noticeable. Eliza saw May's alarm sharpen, but before anyone could push the exchange farther she rose from her booth and crossed the room. "You picked a charming moment to arrive," she said. Daniel looked at her, and for a second the hard reserve in his face eased. Not warmth, exactly, but recognition of an ally in hostile ground. "I had hoped for a quieter entrance," he said. "That was unrealistic." "So I'm learning." May made a sound under her breath that might have been disapproval or resignation. Eliza glanced at her. "I'm borrowing him." "You can't borrow people," May muttered. Daniel rose anyway. "Apparently I'm being borrowed." Outside, the cold struck harder than before. The morning had brightened but not warmed. Their breath showed in pale brief clouds as they stepped onto the porch. Traffic on Main Street was still light, one truck idling at the curb, a woman crossing with a paper sack tucked against her coat, the church bell tolling once somewhere behind them. Eliza folded her arms. "You're making enemies." Daniel slipped his hands into his coat pockets. "I had noticed." "Was that your plan?" "No. It may as well have been." He looked toward the street, not at her. People distrust direct questions when they've had years to grow comfortable with avoidance. "Comfortable isn't the word." "No," he agreed. "Protected, then." She watched his profile. "May said you asked about funeral flowers." He gave her a sidelong glance. "May talks more than she admits." "Answer me." He was quiet for a moment. Jacob's mother ordered white lilies and 1 wreath of cedar and winterberry. They were delivered to the church 2 days after the search was called off. A strange ache moved through Eliza. "Without a body." "Yes." "Why?" "Because Ruth Vale believed grief needed a place to stand even if the town refused one." That sounded like Jacob's mother from the few fragments Eliza still held of her. Severe, proud, unwilling to let Belmere determine the shape of her pain. Was there a service? No official one. Daniel looked at her more directly now. But people came to the church anyway. Quietly. In 2s and 3s. Eliza stared at him. "How do you know that?" "I read the guest ledger in the sacristy." She blinked. "There's a guest ledger in the sacristy?" There was. Belmere used to record memorial visitors for donation purposes. He paused. A practical town, in its way. The dry note in that almost made her smile. Who signed? Your mother. That did not surprise her. Who else? He held her gaze. Your father. That did. A slow chill spread through her. My father signed a memorial for Jacob? Yes. Eliza looked away toward the sycamores lining the street. Their leaves had mostly fallen, leaving dark branchwork against the pale sky. That doesn't fit. Not with the story of his disapproval. No. People are rarely only one thing, Daniel said. She turned back sharply. You say that as if you're defending him. I'm not defending anyone. I'm telling you contradiction is often more useful than accusation. The sentence irritated her because it was true. What else? She asked. What else have you found? Daniel hesitated. What? I'd rather show you than say it on May's porch. That made her immediately more alert. Show me where? The churchyard. 10 minutes. She nearly laughed. That sounds ominous. It's a churchyard, he said. It comes by it honestly. They walked in silence at first. Main Street was more awake now. Store doors stood open. Voices carried from open loading bays and front steps. More than one head turned as Eliza and Daniel passed together. She could almost feel the interpretations multiplying behind them. The church sat at the far end of town on a slight rise, white-painted wood with narrow arched windows and a steeple that had always seemed too elegant for a place this small. The graveyard beside it stretched under old oaks whose roots had begun to push some of the stones into crookedness. Belmere's dead did not rest in rows so much as in generations. Family names repeated. Dates clustered. Histories overlapped in lichen and marble. Daniel unlatched the low iron gate and held it for her. The cold inside the yard felt different, more settled, less touched by wind. Eliza glanced automatically toward her father's grave, though she did not go to it. The stone stood 3 rows in, polished dark granite, severe and tasteful. Her mother came here on the anniversary and rarely spoke of it. Daniel led her farther, not toward the heart plot but toward the older section at the edge where the stones leaned and the grass grew rougher. What are we looking for? She asked. A pattern. That's infuriatingly vague. Yes. He stopped before a weathered stone so old the lettering had half softened away. He crouched, brushed moss from the lower part with his gloved fingers, and stepped back. Read the name. Eliza leaned closer. Marion Hale, the stone said. Beloved daughter and sister. 1949 to 1972. Her breath caught. Hale, she said softly. My mother's maiden name. Yes. This is my aunt. Yes. She stared at the dates. 23. Younger than Eliza was now when she died. I didn't know she was buried here. Most people wouldn't. The family stopped tending the plot after your grandparents died. Eliza looked at him. Why are we standing here? Daniel's eyes moved to the date again. Because Marion disappeared for one night in October 1971 and returned at dawn from the Miller field. The words hit with the force of an echo she had not wanted. My mother told me that much. I know. Her pulse kicked. How? I was in the churchyard yesterday when she came. Eliza stared. You were here when she visited her sister. Yes. Did you speak to her? No. Did she see you? I don't think so. Something about the restraint implied by that bothered her. Not because it seemed cruel, but because it suggested patience of a kind that came from long intention. He had been tracing this story before she came back. He had stood near her mother's grief without announcing himself. What pattern? She asked. Daniel turned and guided her 2 rows over to another older stone, this one larger, partly cracked near the base. Elias Mercer. 1951 to 1971. No epitaph. Just the name and dates. Eliza, Daniel said quietly, Elias Mercer disappeared the same night your aunt vanished. He was 19. She looked from the stone to him. What? He was found 3 days later in the creek. Official cause of death, drowning. Unofficially, people said the body showed signs of injury that did not fit a simple fall. The graveyard seemed to tilt around her. No one told me this. No one tells these stories together. Why not? Because if you put them together, they stop looking like separate tragedies. She looked back at Marion's grave. Then Elias Mercer's. Then beyond them to the farther rows of Belmere names half hidden in frost-browned grass. You think what happened to Jacob happened before. I think Belmere has spent a long time pretending recurrence is coincidence. A flock of small birds lifted suddenly from the bare branches overhead and wheeled toward town. Eliza watched them go, unsettled by the motion and the stillness. My mother said people prefer coincidence because the alternative makes them feel helpless. Daniel's gaze sharpened. She said that? Yes. He was quiet for a moment, then nodded as if some internal theory had been confirmed. Your mother understands more than most. She also wants me nowhere near you. That's understandable. She folded her arms against the cold. You are extremely calm about being disliked. He gave a faint shrug. Dislike is easier to manage than false welcome. You really don't trust anyone here. That isn't true. Then who do you trust? He looked at her. The silence that followed was too full to be casual. Eliza felt heat rise unexpectedly in her face despite the cold. That is not an answer. No, he said softly. It's not. She looked away first, irritated by how quickly the exchange had unsettled her. You're very good at saying half a thing and making it feel like a whole conversation. I'm better at listening than speaking. That also sounds calculated. It's mostly self-defense. He said it lightly, but something in his voice darkened the edges. Eliza looked back at him. From what? Instead of answering, he reached into his coat and withdrew a thin notebook. He opened it to a page marked with dates and names in neat handwriting. Marion Hale. Elias Mercer. October 14, 1971. Storm. Search party. One returned, one dead. He turned the page. Jacob Vale. October 14th, 11 years ago. Storm. Search party. One returned, one missing. The repetition was obscene in its neatness. The same date, Eliza whispered. Yes. She stared at the notebook. That can't be real. It can. No, I mean, she stopped, frustrated by the inadequacy of language. What are the odds? In a town like Belmere? Low enough to become legend. High enough to become warning. She looked at him sharply. What are you saying? I'm saying stories accumulate around events like these until people no longer know whether they fear what happened or what the town has built around it. A church door opened somewhere behind them. Both turned. Reverend Nolan, thinner and older than Eliza remembered, stepped onto the side path with a box of pamphlets under one arm. He saw them at once and paused. His gaze landed first on Eliza, and the surprise there was genuine. Then on Daniel, and the surprise vanished into something more guarded. Miss Hart, he said, approaching. I heard you were home. Eliza nodded. For now. Reverend Nolan's face carried the professional kindness of a man who had officiated at too many funerals and learned to keep his expression one shade gentler than his feelings. Your mother didn't mention you'd be here this morning. She doesn't mention much these days. A shadow of discomfort crossed his features. He turned to Daniel. And you've returned. Briefly, Daniel replied. Reverend Nolan set the box down on a nearby bench. I thought I had made myself clear that parish records are not for public excavation. I'm not public, Daniel said. No, the Reverend replied. That is part of the difficulty. The line would have sounded almost amusing if not for the tension underneath it. Eliza stepped in before the conversation could narrow into something useless. Reverend, did you know Jacob Vale? Nolan's eyes came back to her, startled. Yes. How well? Well enough to bury his grandparents. Well enough to see he was judged too quickly by people who preferred inherited sins to actual character. The answer was so direct that Eliza almost swayed with it. Belmere people rarely spoke that plainly when a dead or missing man's reputation was in question. And the day he disappeared, she asked. Do you know what happened? Reverend Nolan's face changed. The kindness remained, but something behind it closed. No, he said. And neither do most people who pretend they do. Daniel watched him carefully. But you know about the service in the church. Nolan's mouth tightened. You had no right to read that ledger. I had reason. You had curiosity. I had grief with no sanctioned place to stand, Daniel said. And the quiet force in the words was enough to silence the Reverend for a beat. Eliza looked sharply at him. Reverend Nolan saw the look. Something like recognition passed through his face, but it was directed not at Eliza. At Daniel. You should not have come back here, the Reverend said. Daniel's voice remained calm. That choice was made long before I had one. Eliza's pulse jumped. What does that mean? Neither answered her immediately. The churchyard seemed to grow colder. At last Reverend Nolan sighed, the sound old and tired. "Miss Hart," he said, "the man standing beside you is Daniel Mercer." Eliza turned. Mercer. Elias Mercer. The name hit like a bell struck too close. Daniel Mercer. Met her gaze without flinching. "My uncle," he said, before she could speak. Elias Mercer was my uncle. Everything rearranged itself at once. The questions. The records. The graveyard. The look Reverend Nolan had given him. The town's suspicion. The rumor that he might be related to the Valles had been wrong, but not entirely misplaced. He belonged to another name tied to the same date, the same field, the same weather, the same wound. "You should have told me," Eliza said. "Yes." The lack of defense in it only sharpened her anger. "When were you planning to?" "When it became necessary." "It became necessary the moment you asked me whether I wanted the truth." "I know. I am getting very tired of people saying that to me." Reverend Nolan picked up the box again, clearly regretting having walked into the middle of this. "There are reasons old grief is handled carefully," he murmured. "Handled carefully?" Eliza snapped, turning on him. "Is that what Belmere calls it when generations are left to patch together disappearances from graveyards and rumors?" He absorbed the blow without protest. "No," he said quietly. "Belmere calls that survival." "And you?" He looked down at the pamphlets in his arms as if they were unexpectedly heavy. "I call it a sin we repeated often enough to mistake for prudence." Then, with that, he left them there and went back toward the church. Eliza watched him go, chest tight, then turned back to Daniel. Mercer. Now that she had the name, she could almost see some resemblance not to Jacob, as the town had speculated, but to the grave. High cheekbones, something in the brow, in the stillness around the mouth. It did not make him less of a stranger. It made him stranger in a more intimate way. "How long have you known about me?" she asked. "Since before I came." "From who?" "My grandmother." "Elias's mother." Eliza stared. "She's alive?" "She was, until last winter." The grief in that tense was unmistakable. "She told you about Belmere?" "Yes." "And about me?" "Yes." "She knew my name?" "She knew your name was the one the town stopped saying directly because it made the story harder to keep tidy." The answer cut. Eliza stepped back, then immediately hated the movement because it felt like yielding. "So I was always part of this for you. A name in someone else's tragedy." "No." "Then what?" Daniel took a breath, and for the first time she saw the cost of what he was trying to hold in place. "You were the person who came back," he said. "My grandmother used to say there were two kinds of people Belmere damaged, the ones it kept and the ones it drove away. You were both." The wind moved through the graveyard, stirring dead grass and the hem of his coat. She wanted to stay angry. It would have been easier. Cleaner. Instead she felt something else moving under the anger. An unwilling recognition, because in that one sentence he had managed to describe her relationship to Belmere more accurately than anyone in years. "And what are you?" she asked. His eyes held hers. The man no one trusts, he said quietly. For once, they may be right. The honesty of it disarmed her. Do you trust yourself? She asked. A pause. Not always. The answer sat between them like something placed gently on a table. Belmere distrusted him because he was a mercer asking after old graves and old blood. Because he was an outsider and not an outsider. Because he did not arrive asking for permission to grieve. Because he threatened the town's arrangement with its own past. But Eliza was beginning to understand that there was another reason too. He was dangerous not only because he wanted truth. He was dangerous because he had less to lose by breaking the silence than those who had built lives inside it. What do you want from me now? She asked. Daniel looked toward the town beyond the graveyard wall. Main Street roofs and chimneys showed between the trees. Smoke drifted from somewhere behind the diner. I want to know who spoke first after you were found. The question startled her. What? When Sheriff Bell brought you back. When the search ended. When people started shaping what had happened into something the town could survive. Someone spoke first. Someone influential enough that others followed. That person matters. Eliza thought of her mother. Her father. May. Sheriff Bell. Reverend Nolan. Mr. Jensen. The old invisible architecture of Belmere opinion. I don't remember. I know. She shot him a look sharp enough to warn him off the phrase, and for the first time he looked almost sorry. We can still find out, he said. But it won't be in records. It'll be in memory, in grudges, in who still defends what version. Who do you suspect? Your father. The words landed like a physical blow. Eliza's mouth went dry. No. I said suspect, not no. On what basis? He signed Jacob's memorial ledger but publicly disapproved of him. He was well positioned in town, respected, image-conscious. Men like that often become the first voice in a crisis because everyone assumes they're protecting order. She shook her head. You don't know him. No, Daniel said. I know the type. The coolness of that sharpened her anger again. My father is not a type. His expression altered slightly, something flaring and then controlled. Neither was my uncle. The reply stopped her. Of course. Of course, this was what made all of it so combustible. She was defending a father who might have helped shape the silence. He was trying to recover an uncle reduced to story and stone. Belmere had given them opposite inheritances and set them on intersecting paths. I'm sorry, she said, and was surprised to find she meant it. Daniel looked at her for a moment, then nodded once. So am I. They left the graveyard without speaking. At the gate he paused. There's one more thing. Eliza braced herself. Go on. I found a photograph in the church archive box. Harvest Dance, Yearbook Committee, something unofficial. You and Jacob are in it. Her heart lurched. Where is it? At the motel. She stared at him. You took it? I borrowed it before someone decided archives needed tidying. That's theft. It's temporary preservation. Despite everything, a breath of laughter escaped her. He looked almost startled by it. The moment was brief, but it changed the air. "I want to see it," she said. "I know." She sighed. "You are impossible." "So I've heard." They reached the bottom of the church path where the road widened toward town. There, Belmere resumed around them in practical motions and sidelong glances. A truck rolled past slowly enough that the driver had no plausible reason not to have been listening. A woman exiting the post office paused to rearrange her scarf while clearly watching them. Suspicion was everywhere now, not hidden even as politely as before. "They really don't trust you," Eliza murmured. "No." "Do they fear you?" Daniel considered. "Some do. Some fear what I might confirm. Some fear what I might accuse. Some fear that if I'm right, they were part of the wrong thing for years. And some just hate outsiders." "That too." Eliza looked at him. "You are not entirely an outsider. Which is what makes it worse." They stopped near the corner where the road to Route 6 branched away from town. "If I come to the motel," she said carefully, "I'm not promising trust. I wouldn't ask you to." "That sounds noble." "I don't believe it." A flicker of real amusement touched his face then, and there it was again, that almost dangerous awareness of him as a man and not merely a keeper of clues. It was inconvenient. Ill-timed. Entirely unwelcome and entirely present. "I'd ask for honesty," he said. "That may be harder." "I know." She rolled her eyes before she could stop herself, and he looked unexpectedly pleased. "Tonight," he said. 7. Before your mother starts locking the world. Eliza hesitated. Going to the motel was a terrible idea by almost any standard Belmere would respect. The town would talk if it saw. Her mother would know something had shifted. And yet the possibility of seeing a photograph of herself and Jacob. Proof, image, a captured fraction of a life that had been erased into pain, was stronger than caution. "All right," she said. 7. He nodded. "Be careful getting there." "From who?" His gaze slid toward town. At this point? That was answer enough. She left him at the corner and headed back toward Main Street alone, but not unaccompanied. Belmere itself seemed to walk beside her in all the things it withheld and implied. By the time she reached the diner again, she could already feel the town adjusting to the new fact of Daniel Mercer. Not merely a stranger. Not merely a prying man. A Mercer. A bloodline tied to an older disappearance and death. The man no one trusted because his presence threatened to connect what Belmere had spent decades separating. May saw Eliza through the window before she entered and had her expression prepared by the time the bell rang. "Well?" she asked as Eliza approached the counter. "Well, what?" May folded her arms. "Does he have a last name today?" Eliza met her gaze. "Mercer." May's face stilled completely. "Ah," she said after a long moment. "Then God help us all." The line was not dramatic. May was not the kind of woman given to drama. Which was exactly why it landed so heavily. "Why?" Eliza asked. May looked toward the street, where a pair of men were unloading sacks from a truck, then lowered her voice. Because Belmere can tolerate a stranger. It can even tolerate a nuisance for a little while. She looked back at Eliza. What it cannot tolerate is an old claim walking back into town wearing a new face. Eliza stood very still. Old claim, she repeated. May nodded. The Mercers never believed Elias drowned. She swallowed. And the Valles never believed Jacob ran. The words opened the whole thing wider than before. 2 families. 2 losses. 2 town stories that had been managed, softened, compartmentalized. Daniel was not just a man looking for truth. He was the continuation of a grievance Belmere had hoped time would dissolve. Who did they think was responsible? Eliza asked. May gave her a hard look. You think I'm going to say that here? Then say it somewhere else. May turned away, picked up a plate, set it down again untouched. No. May. No, the word was firm now. Because you are already too deep, and because once certain names are spoken aloud together, people stop pretending this is old sorrow and start choosing sides again. Eliza felt cold, though the diner was warm. There were sides. There always were. May's mouth tightened. Belmere just prefers to call them loyalties. At the far end of the room someone laughed too loudly at nothing. The sound grated. Eliza looked around the diner. At the booths, the checkered floor, the windows fogged by heat, the ordinary life going on in all directions. Underneath it all she could suddenly see the fault lines. Not everyone in Belmere had kept the same silence for the same reasons. Some had protected family. Some had protected power. Some had protected themselves from becoming the next target of town suspicion. And Daniel Mercer had returned carrying all of that history in his name. When Eliza finally left the diner again, the sky had turned a brighter winter blue and the sun stood thin but visible over the rooftops. Belmere looked almost peaceful from the outside. But now she knew better. The man no one trusted was not dangerous merely because he asked questions. He was dangerous because the town had already wronged his family once. Maybe twice. And if he was right, if the pattern truly connected Marion Hale, Elias Mercer, Jacob Vale, and the field beyond the woods, then Belmere's long silence was not just fear or shame. It was defense. By the time evening came, Eliza would go to the motel on Route 6 and see a photograph of herself and Jacob that should not still exist. She would step farther into Daniel Mercer's orbit and deeper into the shape of his inheritance. And Belmere, which had noticed every step so far, would notice that too. Because towns like Belmere always knew when grief changed into investigation. And they trusted almost nothing less. Chapter 6, A Love That Shouldn't Begin. By 6:30 the sky over Belmere had deepened into the kind of blue that only existed for a few minutes each evening, just before true night settled in. It was a color Eliza remembered from childhood without realizing she remembered it, the brief, breath-held blue of winter dusk when the first porch lights came on and the road outside the house reflected the last thin sheen of day. In the city, twilight had never belonged fully to the sky. It belonged to glass and headlights and illuminated signs. Here it still belonged to weather, to trees, to the old rhythm of a town that dimmed early and listened hard after dark. From her bedroom window she watched the light thin between the sycamores. Her coat lay folded across the foot of the bed. Her boots were lined neatly beneath the chair. On the dresser, beside the old ceramic dish where she had once dropped earrings and spare change and ticket stubs from a life that no longer seemed to belong to her, lay the letter and Daniel's folded map. She had taken them out again after returning from town, as if touching them might somehow make their meaning settle into something more manageable. It hadn't. Nothing about this was manageable. Below her, she could hear her mother moving through the kitchen. Cabinet doors opening and closing. The sound of plates being stacked. Once, the front door opening and shutting again as Margaret stepped onto the porch to shake out a rug or collect the mail or simply look at the road in that restless way people looked at roads when they feared what might come down them. Eliza had spent the afternoon suspended between decision and motion. She had told Daniel she would meet him at the motel on Route 6 at 7. The fact of that agreement hung over the house like a second weather system. Her mother had not directly asked where she was going that evening, but Margaret had spent the day moving around her with a sharpened awareness that made every ordinary question feel provisional. Are you hungry? Do you want tea? Will you be in tonight? Each one contained a quieter question underneath. Are you about to do something I cannot stop? Eliza had answered carefully and not quite truthfully. Now, as the minute hand moved towards 7, she sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the darkening window, trying to name what exactly she felt. It would have been easier if the feeling were only fear. Fear she understood. Fear had structure. Fear suggested caution and retreat and sensible decisions made before the moment became irreversible. But what moved through her now was layered. There was fear, yes. Fear of what Daniel might show her. Fear of the photograph. Fear of the possibility that truth, once given image, would no longer allow any distance between then and now. Fear of being seen going to the motel, of Belmere making a meaning of it before she herself could. There was anger, too, at the town, at her own memory, at the years lost to silence. At her father, perhaps, though she still did not know what role he had played in the shaping of the story. At her mother, though that anger was always braided with pity and love and the helpless recognition that Margaret had also been damaged by whatever Belmere had required. And beneath both fear and anger there was something else. Something much less convenient. Anticipation. Not for danger. For Daniel. The recognition of that made her stand abruptly. No, she said aloud to the empty room, as if saying the word with enough firmness could dismiss the truth of it. It did not. She crossed to the window and folded her arms tightly. Attraction, in her experience, had usually come with clarity. A flirtation recognized for what it was. A moment of quickening made simple by mutual intent. Even the relationships she had stumbled through after leaving Belmere had at least belonged to the ordinary category of wanting and being wanted. None had lasted. Some had ended politely. Others had thinned into distance. A few she barely remembered. She had been busy, practical, unwilling to hand anyone the center of her life. This was different. This was not clean attraction, not in the easy sense. It was trust and danger and recognition and grief, all moving too close together. Daniel unsettled her because he stood near the oldest wound in her life and looked at it without flinching. He unsettled her because the stillness in him did not feel empty. It felt controlled. Hard-won. He unsettled her because when he touched the leaf from her hair in the woods, she had felt that brief brush of fingers long after it ended. And he unsettled her most because in a town determined to manipulate and soften and redirect every truth, he had so far been the only person who seemed willing to let the truth remain sharp. That should not have made him appealing. It should have made him intolerable. Instead, it made him difficult not to think about. A knock sounded at her door. "Eliza?" Her mother called. "Yes?" "Will you come down?" There was no accusation in the request. That made it harder. Eliza took a breath, put on her coat, and went downstairs. Margaret stood in the kitchen with a dish towel in her hands, drying a plate that was already dry. The overhead light cast a warm circle over the table, the sink, the old yellow wallpaper. Beyond the window above the sink, darkness had settled fully into the yard. "You're going out," Margaret said. It was not a question. "Yes." Her mother folded the towel once, then again. "To see him." "Yes." Margaret looked down at the plate. "I had hoped you might sleep on it first." "If I sleep on everything in this town, I'll wake up 80. A flicker of reluctant humor touched Margaret's face and vanished. "Eliza. I know what you're going to say." "Do you?" "Yes. That he has his own reasons. That he may not care what opening all this does to me. That Belmere will talk. That some doors stay shut because what's behind them is too old and too angry to disturb." Margaret was silent for a moment. Then she said softly, "No." Eliza blinked. "No? No. I was going to say that if you are determined to go, do not let him be the only one who asks questions." That stopped her. Margaret set the plate down and met her daughter's gaze directly. Men like Daniel Mercer come carrying a mission. Missions make people selective. They pull on the threads that suit what they need to prove. You must not become only his witness. The warning was different from the others. Not stay away. Not don't go. Something more precise. More respectful, even. "I'm not naive," Eliza said. "No," Margaret replied. "But you are newly wounded." The words landed quietly and exactly. Eliza looked at her mother, and for a second the kitchen seemed to hold all their years at once. The girl who had once stomped down these stairs in borrowed lipstick and rushed explanations, the mother who had watched her from the stove pretending not to notice she was in love, the woman and the daughter now standing in the same room with a vanished boy between them. "I'm not going because of him," Eliza said. Margaret's gaze sharpened just slightly. "I didn't say you were." But there was enough in the pause after it that Eliza felt heat rise into her face. Her mother saw that too. Something softened in Margaret's expression, not approval, not amusement, but the weary recognition of a woman who had been young once and understood too well how dangerous longing could become when mixed with mystery and hurt. "Eliza," she said quietly, "there are times when closeness feels like truth. They are not the same thing." The sentence moved through her with unsettling force. Was that what this was? Not truth but closeness mistaken for it. The intimacy of shared secrets, shared dead, shared antagonism toward the same town, all creating a false brightness between them? Perhaps. But false things rarely felt this specific. Her hand went unconsciously to the pocket where the map rested. He has a photograph of Jacob and me. Margaret closed her eyes for 1 second. I thought that might be why you couldn't stay away. Not couldn't stay away from Daniel. Couldn't stay away from the photograph. The distinction was kindness, and Eliza loved her mother for it in that moment. When I was trying to remember this afternoon, she said carefully, I realized something. I can feel Jacob. But I can't see him properly. Not for more than a second. Not without the image slipping away. She swallowed. If there's a photograph, if there's something real I can look at, I need to see it. Margaret nodded slowly. Then see it. The answer came so simply that Eliza stared. That's all? No, her mother said. Not all. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. If the picture wakes something in you, do not be alone with it longer than you can bear. Memory is not gentle when it returns. They stood there for a moment, the old kitchen warm around them, the dark beyond the windows pressing close. Then Margaret said, Take the car. Eliza frowned. The car? Yes. I can walk. I know you can. Take it anyway. Because the road to Route 6 was dark. Because she did not want her daughter on foot after what she had confessed the night before about the field and the storm and the old pattern tied to darkness. Because some maternal fears remained practical even when they could not be explained without sounding half mad. All right, Eliza said. Margaret reached for the keys in the dish by the door and placed them in her hand. The touch lingered a moment. Be back before 10 if you can, she said. If I'm not? Her mother's mouth tightened. Then I'll wait up, which means neither of us will sleep. That, at least, was normal. Eliza leaned forward impulsively and kissed her mother's cheek. Margaret looked startled, then tired, then almost smiled. Go, she said. Before I think better of it. The road to Route 6 lay beyond the edge of Belmere, where the last houses gave way to wider lots, then open dark fields, then the low rise of trees that separated the town from the state road. Margaret's sedan smelled faintly of lavender sachets and old upholstery. The heater clicked on reluctantly and then began pushing out air that took too long to become warm. Eliza drove with both hands tight on the wheel, the headlights cutting a pale tunnel through the dark. Outside, the night felt bigger than the town. The farther she drove, the more Belmere seemed to loosen its hold, not entirely, never that, but enough that the silence changed flavor. In town, silence belonged to people. To houses listening through curtains. To doors shutting softly after voices had passed. Out here it belonged to road and field and distance. The motel appeared suddenly at the bend of Route 6, its sign buzzing weakly in red neon. Pine Crest Motor Lodge proclaimed the board, though there were no pines nearby and whatever crest the name referred to had long ago become just another Belmere-adjacent exaggeration. The motel itself was a low L-shaped building with white doors, thin curtains, and a parking lot patched more often than paved. One ice machine stood under a rusted awning. A single lamp at the office cast a jaundiced cone of light onto cracked concrete. Daniel's truck was parked near the end. Seeing it there sent a quick, involuntary tremor through her. She parked 2 spaces away and sat for a second longer than necessary with the engine running. This was ridiculous, she told herself. It was a motel room on a state road, not a threshold to another life. And yet something about stepping out of the car felt exactly like crossing a threshold. She killed the engine, took the keys, and got out. The cold hit immediately. Sharper here, with less protection from houses and hedges. Her boots sounded louder than she expected on the concrete walkway. Daniel opened the door before she knocked. The movement startled her enough that she stopped short. "How long were you standing there?" she asked. "I heard the car." "That doesn't answer the question." A faint almost smile touched his mouth. "Long enough to know you nearly didn't come in." She narrowed her eyes. "You're insufferable. Come inside. It's freezing." The room was warmer than she expected and cleaner than she would have guessed from the outside, though it still carried the unmistakable air of temporary shelter. Coffee sachets near the television, generic landscape print on the wall, heavy curtains patterned in a brown floral that must once have looked cheerful to someone. A small round table stood by the window. The bed was neatly made. A desk lamp cast a soft pool of light over papers spread in careful rows. What made the room feel different from a normal motel room was Daniel's presence in it. He had imposed order. Not domesticity, nothing about the space suggested comfort or habit, but method. Files stacked by category. Notebook open. A county map pinned to the corkboard with colored tabs. Copies of old articles, church records, and handwritten dates arranged with severe attention. The room looked less like somewhere a traveler slept and more like somewhere a person had temporarily built a mind. Eliza took it in slowly. "You really have been planning this." Daniel shut the door. "Yes. No wonder the town hates you. They hated me before the paper trail." She looked toward the desk. "The photograph?" He nodded toward the table by the window. "Sit." She didn't. "Just show me." For the first time since she arrived, something in his expression changed from control to caution. "Eliza. Don't. This may hit harder than you think." "I know." He held her gaze for a moment, then crossed to the desk and lifted a manila envelope from beneath a stack of copies. When he brought it to her, he did so carefully, with the odd gravity people usually reserved for handing over something breakable. Maybe it was. Eliza took the envelope. Her fingers felt clumsy. Inside was a glossy print, slightly curled at one corner with age. It had been taken outdoors at night. The harvest dance. She saw the string lights first, small white bulbs slung above the schoolyard, blurred into glowing halos by the camera. Hay bales. People in coats and dresses. The side of the gym behind them. And in the center, just off to the left. Herself. Young. Laughing. Turned half away from the camera, hair loose over one shoulder, cheeks lit with warmth and life she scarcely recognized as her own. And beside her, Jacob. The sight of him was not gradual. It was immediate and devastating. He stood with one hand in his jacket pocket and the other around her waist, not possessively, not even self-consciously, just as if that was where it belonged. He was taller than she had remembered. Broader in the shoulders. His head bent slightly toward her, caught in the instant before a smile fully became one. Dark hair falling over his forehead. Eyes fixed on her with such unguarded affection that the room seemed to disappear around it. The photograph trembled in her hands. "Oh," she said, and the word was barely sound at all. For a moment the entire world narrowed to that image. Memory did not return in sequence. It returned in sensation. Jacob's jacket under her cheek when she leaned against him. His laugh when she said something sharp and he pretended to be wounded by it. The roughness of his hands. The heat of his mouth in the dark beyond the gym when everyone else was inside and the music muffled through the walls. The certainty, young, impossible, radiant, that he would not leave her and she would not leave him, and Belmere could choke on its disapproval because they had already found something larger. Her knees weakened. Daniel moved, quietly but fast enough to set the chair behind her before she had to ask for it. She sat because the alternative was sinking to the floor. The photograph blurred. She blinked hard and realized with annoyance that her eyes had filled. "I'm sorry," Daniel said softly. She shook her head because she could not trust her voice. The image remained there in her lap, too alive to be just paper. "You loved him," Daniel said. It was not a question. The simple acknowledgement of it undid her more than sympathy would have. She let out a broken breath, half laugh, half grief. "Yes," she whispered. "God. Yes." Daniel said nothing. That was, perhaps, the kindest thing. She looked at Jacob again. There he was, alive forever in one frozen instant before the world broke. She tried to imagine not just the boy but the full human shape of him. The future he must have expected, the private fears he never said aloud, the stubbornness that had made him stay close to her despite her father's warnings and the town's disapproval. Loving him now, through the photograph, felt at once like remembering and like mourning someone new. "I forgot his face," she said after a while, the confession scraping on the way out. "Not completely. Not all the way. But enough. I forgot enough, and I hate myself for that." "You were hurt," Daniel replied. "That doesn't make it better." "No." She glanced up at him then. He stood a little distance away, giving her space without retreating emotionally from the moment. His face was serious, but not guarded the way it usually was. There was grief in him too, not for Jacob, not directly, but for the shape of loss itself. For what old damage did to the living. She looked back down at the photograph. "He looks happy. He looks in love." The answer came so quietly she was not sure he meant to say it aloud. A strange warmth and ache moved through her at once. "He was," she said. "Were you?" She let out a breath. "I thought I was going to marry him." The sentence settled heavily. Daniel did not react in any performative way, no widened eyes, no visible start. But his stillness changed. Not jealousy, that would have been absurd and much too soon for such a thing. Something more subtle. The human recognition that he was standing close to a love that had shaped her before he ever existed in her story. "That's serious," he said. "Yes." "Did your mother know?" "She said mothers know everything." Eliza gave a weak, humorless smile. "So probably." "And your father?" The warmth left her face. "My father knew enough to threaten him." Daniel inclined his head once. "Yes." She looked sharply up. "You knew that already?" "I suspected." "From what?" "From the memorial ledger. From the timing. From the way your mother spoke of him. From the fact that in small towns, fathers who care too much about appearances rarely keep silent when daughters fall in love in unacceptable directions." The analytic neatness of it irritated her, though not because it was wrong. "You talk about my father as if you've already decided his role." "No," Daniel said. "I talk about him as a man whose influence mattered." "That's different." She wanted to argue further, but the photograph kept pulling her back. Jacob. A memory struck suddenly and whole. She and Jacob by the truck after the dance, the music behind them fading as a storm moved in. He had said, "Come with me." She had laughed and asked, "Where?" He had grinned in that reckless way he had and said, "Away long enough to breathe." She sucked in breath. Daniel stepped closer at once. "What?" "I remembered something." "What?" "The dance. We left together." She pressed fingers to her temple. He wanted to get away from everyone. Just for a while. "Where did you go?" "The woods, I think." "Or toward them." She looked up, shaken by the suddenness of the memory. There was rain coming. Daniel was already reaching for his notebook. "Anything else?" She almost snapped at him for the instinctive shift into investigation, but stopped herself. This was what he did. This was why he was here. And some part of her, sharp and newly hungry, was grateful for it. "He was angry," she said slowly. "At who?" "My father, maybe. Or the town. Or both." She closed her eyes, trying to hold the pieces before they scattered. He kept saying he was tired of being treated like, her brow tightened. Like he was already guilty of something he hadn't done. Daniel wrote quickly, then looked up. "That fits." "With what?" "With what people said later." She lowered the photograph to her lap. "What did they say later?" He was quiet. "Tell me." "That Jacob had a temper. That he drank. That he resented your father. That he'd threatened to leave Belmere and take you with him." Eliza stared. "That last part isn't a lie." "No?" "No." Another splinter of memory surfaced. Jacob in the dark, voice low and urgent, saying they could go south, west, anywhere, that Belmere was not the whole world unless they let it be. She had laughed then, not because she didn't believe him, but because at 20 everything sounded possible and impossible at once. Daniel saw the recognition in her face. "You discussed leaving." "Yes." "How seriously?" She looked back at the photograph. "Very." The room went quiet except for the soft hum of the heater and the occasional passing rush of traffic on Route 6 outside. I would have gone, she said finally. She had not known that until the words left her mouth. But once spoken, they felt absolutely true. She would have gone. With Jacob, with youth, with the beautiful stupidity of believing love could outrun history. For 1 second Daniel said nothing. Then, carefully. And did your father know that? She looked up at him. There was no accusation in his face, only the relentless focus of someone trying to understand motive. I don't know, she said. Maybe. That matters. Yes, she said, and her voice had gone thin. I know. He set the notebook aside. That surprised her. Perhaps he saw the strain in her face. Perhaps he had learned enough in that moment to resist the urge to take more. Instead, he moved to the little motel coffee maker, poured water, and began making coffee with the concentration of a man trying to offer help in the most practical form available. I don't want coffee, Eliza said. This isn't a question. A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. There it was again, that impossible lightness breaking through exactly where it should not have been. Daniel glanced over his shoulder, the faintest trace of satisfaction crossing his expression as if he had been aiming for that sound and would not admit it. You do that on purpose, she said. Do what? Act impossible until people are forced to react. It's a useful filter. For what? For seeing who still has humor when everything else is stripped away. She watched him as he handed her the cup. The motel light was warm on the planes of his face. Without the town around him. Without May's suspicion, Reverend Nolan's caution, Main Street's eyes, he seemed younger and older at once. Not softened, exactly. But less armored by performance because there was no need for it here. She took the coffee. Our standards for getting to know each other are very strange, she said. They are. And terrible. Also yes. He sat opposite her at the small round table, leaving the photograph between them. For a few minutes neither spoke. Eliza kept looking at Jacob. Each glance seemed to wake a little more, the curve of his grin, the smell of rain on his jacket, the way he had once touched the inside of her wrist with 2 fingers under a table while everyone at Sunday dinner pretended not to notice the way she kept smiling at nothing. Grief changed when memory sharpened. It became less abstract and more merciless. Daniel did not interrupt. Eventually she asked, "What was your uncle like?" He seemed surprised by the question. "That's fair," she said quietly. "You asked about Jacob." He leaned back slightly, eyes lowering to his cup. "Elias was my grandmother's favorite child." "That's not the same as what he was like." "No," he considered. "He was 19 when he died. Everyone remembered him as difficult. According to my grandmother, that meant he argued with men who mistook obedience for virtue." Eliza almost smiled. "He worked at the feed store, played guitar badly, and once broke his hand because he hit a fence post instead of the man he wanted to hit." Daniel's mouth curved very faintly. Apparently he was handsome enough that older women forgave him too much and younger men resented him for it. Belmere does like punishing beautiful boys. The line came out before she could stop it. Daniel looked at her, and something passed through his face. Recognition, maybe, or the understanding that she had not only meant Jacob. He disappeared the same night your aunt vanished, she said. Yes. And no one connected it officially. No. Did your grandmother think Marion Hale knew something? He was quiet for a beat too long. Yes. That landed heavily. My mother's sister. Yes. Eliza traced the edge of the photograph with one thumb. Did Marion ever say anything? Not publicly. But privately? Daniel hesitated. That was answer enough, but she waited. My grandmother believed Marion tried to say more than once, he said at last. And each time someone convinced her she'd be blamed for whatever happened if she spoke wrong. The sentence turned something in Eliza cold. Someone. Yes. Who? I don't know. She stared at him. Do you actually not know, or is this another one of your strategic omissions? His gaze lifted to hers. I actually don't know. She believed him. That frightened her more than a half-truth would have. Because it meant there were still unseen hands in this, people not yet named, still hidden by the years. Eliza looked down at the photograph again. Jacob's arm around her waist. A small detail in the background snagged her eye then, just behind them, half out of frame, the edge of someone else passing. A man's shoulder. Dark coat. Hat brim. She leaned closer. What? She pointed. Who is that? Daniel moved around the table and bent beside her. His shoulder brushed hers, and the nearness of him was suddenly too present. Not because he touched her much, but because he didn't. Every accidental contact became specific. In the back, he asked. Yes. He leaned in a little more. The scent of cold air and wool clung faintly to his coat. It's too blurred. Can we enlarge it? Maybe. I can get a better scan if I drive to Fairbrook tomorrow. She nodded without fully hearing him. The blurred shoulder in the background had stirred something. Not a memory yet. Attention. As if whoever had been there mattered not because of identity but because of attention. Because she had the uneasy sense that someone had been watching them that night before anything went wrong. Daniel straightened and stepped back. The air seemed colder after he moved away. That realization annoyed her. She looked at her coffee. This is getting messy. It was always messy. You know what I mean. Yes. She met his eyes. Don't do that. Do what? Understand me too quickly. For the first time, he looked genuinely caught off guard. Then a strange softness entered his expression, so brief she might almost have invented it. I'm trying not to misunderstand you, he said. The answer struck deeper than she wanted. Outside, a truck passed on Route 6, its headlights dragging pale bands across the curtains. The room flickered and settled again. Eliza took a slow breath. This is a terrible idea, she said. What is? This. She gestured between them, not entirely sure she could define the gesture herself. The room, the photograph, the hour, the dangerous current running beneath every exchange. You and me sitting here with dead boys between us and the town outside deciding what we are before I even know. Daniel held very still. At last he said, And what does the town think we are? She gave a short laugh. In Belmere? Probably halfway to scandal already. That isn't what I asked. No. It wasn't. Silence deepened. The heater hummed. The photograph lay between them like proof of one love and warning against another. I don't know, she said honestly. Daniel's gaze did not leave her face. Neither do I. The room felt suddenly too small. There were moments in life when a choice announced itself before action did. When the body knew that one word, one step, one pause held the possibility of changing something not yet named. This was one of them. Eliza could feel it. She should stand up. Put the photograph back in the envelope. Thank him. Leave before Belmere's gossip and her mother's warning and her own better judgment all proved justified. Instead she stayed where she was. Instead she said, very softly, that might be the first honest thing you've told me all day. A slow exhale left him, almost a laugh but not quite. I've told you many honest things. Not all of them. No. Do you want me to leave? The question surprised both of them. She saw it in his face immediately. He answered only after a pause long enough to matter. No. The truth of it settled heavily in the room. Not because it was dramatic. Because it was simple. No. He did not want her to leave. Some part of her that had been braced against uncertainty loosened and tightened at once. Then maybe, she said, we should talk about why that's a problem. His mouth moved faintly, but the look in his eyes remained serious. All right. She leaned back in her chair, the coffee warm between her palms, Jacob's face watching from the table. The town already distrusts you, she said. It distrusts me less, but not enough. If people see me here, they'll talk. They're already talking. Yes. This makes it worse. It probably does. The straightforwardness of that almost made her laugh again. You're not helping. I'm not trying to. Obviously. He folded his hands loosely on the table. What exactly are you asking me, Eliza? Her name, spoken that way, did unhelpful things to her pulse. She looked at him and decided there was no point in pretending. I'm asking whether whatever this is, again that imprecise gesture between them, is real or just proximity to the same wound. Daniel's face changed then, and the change was serious enough to make her breath catch. That's not a small question. No. He considered her for a long moment. Then, I don't know yet. The answer should have disappointed her. Instead it felt like relief. Because he had not turned it into charm. Had not stepped toward her with some polished certainty about connection or fate. He had left the confusion intact. But, he added quietly, I know that when you walked into the diner this morning, I noticed the room more because you were in it. Her fingers tightened around the cup. And I know, he continued, voice lower now, that when you looked at that photograph just now, I wanted to take the pain from your face even though I couldn't. A pause. And I know that if I were wise, I'd keep a greater distance than this. The honesty in it moved through her like heat. That last part, she said, is the first wise thing you've said all week. A faint smile touched his mouth. There's the humor again. I'm from Belmere. It's either humor or slow suffocation. He held her gaze. And which is this? She looked down at the photograph, then at the map, then back up at him. Both, she said. For one suspended second nothing moved. Then Daniel stood and crossed to the window, not in rejection but in restraint. He pulled the curtain back a fraction and looked out toward the parking lot. You should see this, he said. She rose at once and went to stand beside him. Across the lot, parked near the road with its lights off, sat a dark sedan. Eliza frowned. Is that? It's been there 10 minutes. Watching? Yes. Her pulse kicked hard. Can you tell who it is? No. They stood shoulder to shoulder in the dim motel light, looking out at the car. After a few seconds, the sedan's headlights flashed on. It reversed slowly, turned, and drove back toward Belmere. Neither spoke until the taillights disappeared. So, Eliza said at last, voice thin, the town thinks even faster than I do. Daniel let the curtain fall. Or someone specific does. She looked at him. Do you think they followed me? Yes. The answer came too calmly. That doesn't bother you? It does. I'm just not surprised. Anger rose sharp and immediate, burning through the delicate confusion of the last few minutes. Anger was easier. Cleaner. Belmere watching. Belmere deciding. Belmere placing its eyes on the road to Route 6 as if she were still 20 and answerable to its judgment. I hate this town, she said. No, Daniel replied quietly. You hate what it makes of people. She turned toward him too fast and found him closer than she expected. Everything that had been suspended between them returned all at once, the conversation, the photograph, the confession of uncertainty, the car outside, the awareness of being watched and still wanting to step closer rather than away. This was the moment she should have retreated. She knew it. And so did he. Neither moved. His voice, when he spoke, was very low. Eliza. It was only her name. But the way he said it made it sound like warning and question and something else neither of them had permission to name. She looked at his mouth. That, more than anything, changed the air. His breath caught almost imperceptibly. We should not do this, he said. The words were exactly right. That was what made them so dangerous. No, she whispered. He still did not move first. The choice remained hers. Maybe because he understood something about damage and consent and the difference between being pulled towards someone and being taken by surprise. Maybe because he knew she had already had too many choices stripped from her by the town and by memory and by time. She lifted one hand and touched the edge of his coat near the lapel. Even that seemed to go through both of them like a current. Daniel's eyes closed briefly, then opened. Eliza. This time her name sounded less like warning. She stepped closer. The kiss, when it happened, was not dramatic. It was cautious for the first second, as if both of them expected the world to interrupt. The first brush of his mouth against hers held more restraint than heat. Then restraint failed. Not completely. Not recklessly. But enough. His hand came up to her jaw with startling gentleness, thumb brushing the line just below her ear. She felt the warmth of him, the controlled strength, the way even now he seemed to be holding back every impulse that might make the moment less hers than his. The second kiss was deeper, fuller, carrying all the tension of the evening and all the reasons it should not exist. Jacob's photograph lay only a few feet away. The town watched from the road. Her mother had warned her that closeness could masquerade as truth. And still Eliza kissed him as if some part of her had already been moving toward this from the moment he stood in the diner and said he was looking for old answers. When they broke apart, it was only because breath insisted on itself. For a moment neither spoke. The motel room hummed softly around them. Daniel's forehead rested lightly against hers, the contact almost unbearably intimate. "This," he said quietly, "is a very bad idea." "Yes." "Tell me to stop." She could not. That frightened her. More, perhaps, than the kiss itself. Instead she drew back just enough to see his face. There was nothing easy in it. No smugness, no victory, no simplification of what had just happened. Only the same conflicted awareness she felt in herself. "That doesn't feel like nothing," she said. "No," he replied. "Or confusion." "No." "Or pity." His hand dropped from her face at that, slowly, almost reluctantly. "Never pity." The force in the words made her look up sharply. "Never pity." She believed him with immediate certainty. A horn sounded faintly from the road outside. The ordinary world, persistent and ill-timed. Eliza stepped back, breathing unevenly. She looked at the photograph on the table and the ache returned at once, braided now with something new and no less sharp. "This is impossible," she said. Daniel ran a hand once through his hair, breaking the severe neatness of it. The gesture made him look younger, more tired, more human. "Probably. You kiss people too calmly for a man who spends all his time acting controlled." That drew a real laugh from him, low and brief and startling enough that she almost smiled in response before remembering the seriousness of everything else. "You think that was calm? Compared to how I feel?" "Yes." His gaze held hers. "I don't think you should ask for comparisons right now." Heat rose into her face again. "Fine," she said. "I hate you a little." "No, you don't." The certainty of it should have annoyed her. It did. And it made something in her chest hurt. She picked up the photograph carefully and slid it back into the envelope. "I need to go." Daniel nodded at once. No protest. No reaching for another moment. Again that impossible courtesy. He walked her to the door. At the threshold she paused. "What now?" she asked. It was not only about the investigation. He knew that. "Now," he said, "you go home before Belmere decides what this means." "It's already deciding." "Yes. But I'd rather not hand it evidence with a porch-light audience." She almost smiled despite herself. Then the seriousness returned. "And tomorrow?" He looked at her for a long moment. "Tomorrow we keep looking." "And this?" His gaze shifted once, very briefly, to her mouth and back to her eyes. "This exists," he said. "Whether it should or not." The honesty of it hurt. She opened the door and the cold rushed in. For a second longer she stood there in the doorway, caught between warmth and dark, between motel room and town, between old love and new danger. "A love that shouldn't begin," she said softly, mostly to herself. Daniel heard anyway. "Yes," he replied. And because there was no safer answer than the truth, Eliza nodded once and went out into the cold. The drive back to Belmere felt different from the drive out. The road was the same. The dark fields were the same. The same weak motel sign dwindled in the rearview mirror. But she was not the same woman who had driven there. She kept both hands on the wheel and her eyes fixed ahead, though again and again sensation returned unbidden, the warmth of his hand at her face, the quiet way he had asked her to tell him to stop, the fact that he had not taken 1 inch she had not crossed herself. That more than anything undid her composure. Because Belmere was full of taking stories and changing them. Taking grief and organizing it into acceptable forms. Taking truth and trimming it until it could fit inside polite conversation. Daniel had not taken. He had waited. And somehow that made him more dangerous. When she turned onto the road toward home, she saw at once that the kitchen light was still on. Of course it was. Margaret's silhouette moved once behind the curtain as Eliza pulled into the drive. She parked, sat for 1 second collecting herself, and then went inside. Her mother was in the kitchen exactly where she had expected, at the table, a mug in her hands, not reading the open book in front of her. "You're back," Margaret said. "Yes." It was impossible not to hear the relief beneath the calm. Eliza took off her coat and hung it by the door. "Did you see the photograph?" "Yes." Margaret searched her face. "And?" Eliza sat slowly across from her. "I remembered him." Her mother's eyes softened with pain. "More clearly?" "Yes." Margaret nodded once, as though this was both what she had hoped for and what she had feared. "Was that all?" she asked after a moment. There it was. Not accusation. Not yet. Just a mother's careful question asked by a woman who knew too much about how evenings could alter lives. Eliza looked at the table. At the lamplight over her mother's hands. At the old kitchen where so many versions of herself had sat before. "No," she said. Margaret did not move. Eliza lifted her eyes. "I kissed him." For 1 suspended second, the whole house seemed to go still. Then Margaret closed her eyes. Not in anger. In recognition. "Oh, Eliza," she said quietly. It was not condemnation. That somehow made it worse. "I know," Eliza replied. "No," Margaret said, opening her eyes again. "You don't." "Not yet." The line might have sounded ominous if not for the ache in it. Eliza sat very still. Her mother looked at her for a long time, and in that look was history, warning, memory, and a strange reluctant sympathy. Then Margaret reached across the table and covered Eliza's hand with her own. "Love and fear have ruined more people in this town than storms ever did," she said. Eliza swallowed. "This isn't love." Margaret's expression did not change. "No," she said. "Not yet." And because there was no answer to that, none she trusted, Eliza sat in the warm kitchen under the old light and let the silence settle around them. Outside, Belmere listened from behind its curtains and porch lights, shaping already what it believed had begun. Inside, Eliza could still feel Daniel's mouth on hers, Jacob's face in the photograph, and the terrible undeniable truth that both past and future had just stepped dangerously closer at the same time. What had begun in mystery was no longer only that. It had become personal in a new way now. Not just because of Jacob. Not just because of blood and fields and names and graveyards. But because somewhere between truth and grief and longing, a second story had begun to form. One the town would despise. One her mother feared. One she herself did not know how to stop. And because Belmere was Belmere, it would not let such a thing begin quietly for long. Chapter 7, The Night of the Storm. The storm began as a rumor. At breakfast, the sky over Belmere was only a hard pale gray, the kind that made the town look flattened and distant, as though every house and storefront had been drawn in charcoal and then rubbed lightly with the side of a thumb. The air held a strange stillness, colder than the day before but heavier too, with none of the clean bite that usually came after a frost. Even the sycamores along the road seemed to be waiting. Their bare branches did not move. The flags outside the post office and the church hung limp. A dog barked somewhere far off and was answered by nothing. By 10 o'clock, people had begun mentioning the weather in that particular way small towns did when weather was not merely weather but a thing one measured against memory. "Pressure's wrong," May said to no one and everyone, wiping down the diner counter with a dishcloth that smelled faintly of bleach and coffee. "It'll pass north," Warren Pike declared from his stool, though he sounded less convinced than declarative. "Storm line coming in from Fairbrook," Mrs. Carroway told the room after entering with a parcel wrapped in brown paper, as if she had personally spoken to the clouds and could report on their intent. Belmere liked to talk about storms with the same tone it used for scandal. Half practical, half superstitious, as though nature and human trouble both obeyed patterns that older people knew how to read in the bones. Eliza sat in the booth by the window with coffee cooling in front of her and tried not to think of what date it was. October 14th. The knowledge had been there the moment she woke, waiting in the room like someone who had arrived before dawn and sat quietly in the chair by her bed. The same date. The same date Marion had vanished and Elias Mercer had died. The same date Jacob disappeared and she had been found wandering out of the Miller field in the morning rain. And now, by some dark symmetry Belmere did not deserve, a storm was building over town again. She had not meant to come to the diner so early. She had intended to stay home, perhaps pretend for an hour or two that the day could be ordinary. But after a breakfast in which her mother spoke too gently and asked too little, the walls of the house had begun to feel close around her. Margaret had looked at her over toast and tea with the carefully neutral expression of a woman refusing to mention the kiss her daughter had confessed the night before. The silence had not been punitive. That made it harder. It was a silence filled with waiting. So Eliza had escaped to May's, where the silence was communal and therefore easier to bear. Now she watched the low sky through the diner window and felt unease move through her in slow, cold lines. "You look like you're expecting a ghost," May said, setting a fresh cup in front of her. Eliza glanced up. Maybe I am. May's face, lined and strong and difficult to fool, softened only slightly. Today isn't a good day to be walking around in your own head, she said. Eliza almost laughed. And which day in Belmere is? May slid into the booth opposite her without asking permission, which meant she had something to say and preferred not to say it across the counter. It's the date, May said quietly. Eliza looked at her. No one had spoken it aloud in front of her yet. Yes, she replied. May folded her hands on the table. People remember these things, even when they pretend not to. Especially when the weather turns. Then why won't they talk? May let out a slow breath. Because talking makes memory communal. As long as it stays private, folks can tell themselves they're only carrying their own piece. Eliza looked around the diner. Warren Pike was still at the counter. 2 high school teachers were sharing a plate of scrambled eggs near the back. Old Mr. Fenn sat by himself with the sports section spread wide, though she was fairly sure he had not turned a page in 10 minutes. Every face looked ordinary. Every face, she thought suddenly, probably held some fragment of the day that had changed her life. You're all cowards, she said softly. May did not flinch. Yes, she said. Some of us are. The honesty of it startled Eliza enough that she forgot whatever sharp response had been forming. May looked down into her own coffee. Belmere knows how to survive after something bad, she said. It does not know how to confess. That's a different skill. Eliza stared at the swirl of cream in her cup. Did you ever think Jacob was alive? May was quiet for so long that Eliza looked up. There were days, May said, when I thought he'd come back angry and older and make the whole town choke on itself. A pause. And there were days I thought the town had already made sure that couldn't happen. Cold moved through Eliza's chest. Who? May's eyes lifted to hers. That question, she said, is why you should be careful today. Eliza opened her mouth, but before she could press further the bell over the diner door rang. She knew before she turned that it was Daniel. Not because she had heard his step. Not because she had developed some magical sensitivity to his presence. Nothing so foolish. She knew because something in her body had already altered. She hated that. And then she looked at him and hated it more. He had not shaved. The dark shadow at his jaw made him look rougher, more tired. He wore the same coat, though today he had added a charcoal scarf pushed carelessly down at the neck. His hair was damp as if he had washed his face in cold water and not fully dried it. The effect was not polished. It was entirely too human. He saw May sitting across from Eliza and slowed only slightly. May, without looking back, said, "If you're here for coffee, I can bring it to the counter." "I'm here for coffee," Daniel said, "and probably trouble." That part one gathered. Eliza lowered her eyes to hide the involuntary smile the exchange had nearly provoked. Daniel crossed to the booth. May looked up at him with the resigned displeasure of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize danger even when it wore a steady face, and spoke politely. 5 minutes, she said to him. That sounds generous. It isn't. She rose and returned to the counter, though not without one last look at Eliza that clearly meant, "I see this." I do not approve. I also know disapproval is useless once certain weather arrives. Daniel slid into the seat May had left. For a moment neither of them spoke. The previous night stood between them with startling immediacy. Not abstractly remembered. Physically. Eliza was aware of his hands before she looked at them, of his mouth before she let herself remember it, of the quiet in his motel room and the dark car outside and her mother saying, "Not yet." "You look tired," he said. "That's because Belmere and I aren't sleeping well together." A faint change passed through his face. Not quite a smile, but something moved by the line. "The storm's making everyone restless," he said. "The storm or the date?" "Both." Eliza looked at him directly. "Do you think it means something?" He did not pretend not to understand the question. "No," he said after a beat. "I think weather makes people remember the shape of fear." The sky beyond it had darkened another shade. "I'm wary of repetition," he said. "So yes." "Yes." May brought his coffee and set it down with enough force to tell him she still objected to his existence. "Drink it while it's hot," she said. "Power flickers every time the wind gets dramatic around here." Daniel nodded. "Thank you." May eyed them both, then left again. Eliza wrapped her hands around her mug and stared at him over the steam. "I remembered more." His attention sharpened at once. "From the photograph?" "Yes." She lowered her voice. "Jacob wanted to leave Belmere." "Not someday. Soon." "He was angry after the dance." "At my father, mostly. Maybe at the whole town. He said he was tired of being treated like he was already guilty." Daniel was already reaching for the notebook in his coat. She put a hand out before she could stop herself and touched his wrist. "Not yet," she said. He looked at her hand. So did she. The contact was brief. She withdrew at once, annoyed by how much the smallest touch could still alter the air. "What?" he asked quietly. "I need you to listen first. As a person." Something in his expression softened and tightened at once. "All right." She took a breath. "I keep thinking about the kiss," she said, because apparently whatever instinct in her usually controlled speech had died sometime yesterday. He held very still. The diner hummed around them, plates, voices, the old radio near the pie case. But inside the booth everything had narrowed. "So do I," he said. The honesty of it made her heart beat too hard. "This is absurd," she said. "Yes." "And badly timed." "Yes." "And probably the worst thing either of us could be doing." A pause. "Also yes." She let out a breath somewhere between frustration and laughter. "You could at least pretend to argue with me." "I don't think either of us would find that convincing." "No. They wouldn't." Eliza looked down at her cup. "My mother said closeness can feel like truth." Daniel was quiet for a moment. "She's right. She usually is. It's exhausting." At that, his mouth moved just enough to count as a real smile. Then it was gone. "That doesn't mean closeness is false," he said. She looked up. "It means it can mislead," he continued. Not that it always does. The words settled into her more deeply than she wanted them to. And which is this? She asked. He met her gaze. I still don't know, he said. But I know I'm not using you. The force in the sentence startled her. I didn't say you were. No, he replied, but you may have thought it. She had. At least once. More than once. The thought had lived close to every moment since the kiss, this fear that she had mistaken intensity for intimacy, that he had mistaken usefulness for desire, that Belmere and Jacob and old grief had simply bent them toward one another in a way that would collapse the moment truth became less urgent. I don't know what to think, she admitted. Neither do I. That answer should have been unsatisfying. Instead, again, it felt clean. Outside the window, the trees along Main Street stirred for the first time all morning. It was only a slight movement, a testing of branches against a wind not yet fully arrived, but everyone in the diner noticed. A few heads turned. Warren Pike grunted. May looked toward the front door as though Weather might walk in if she watched hard enough. Daniel followed Eliza's gaze toward the window. I want to show you something before the storm gets here. What? The sheriff's annex. She stared. The what? There's an old records room attached to the municipal building. Most of it's supposed to be archived off-site, but Belmere never finishes paperwork. If we're lucky, something from your case or Jacob's search might still be there. If we're lucky? If Belmere's laziness is stronger than its instinct for concealment. She considered that. I can't believe that's a real sentence. It is in towns like this. May appeared again as if summoned by her disapproval. Where are you taking her? Eliza looked up. May. No, let him answer. Daniel met May's stare with maddening calm. To the annex. May went still. Absolutely not. It's a public building. It's a moldy storage room with bad lights and a leaky roof. Then I'm sure it will be very educational. She planted one hand on the table. You think because you ask politely, I can't hear the trouble in your voice. Daniel glanced at Eliza. Apparently not. May straightened. If you're going, go now. And don't get stuck there after dark if this storm breaks the way I think it will. Noted, Eliza said. May fixed her with a long look. I'm serious. I know. May leaned a little closer, dropping her voice. Today doesn't like being disturbed. The line was so Belmere that Eliza might have laughed if May hadn't sounded genuinely afraid. Daniel rose first. Eliza followed. As she slid out of the booth, his hand went to the small of her back for only a second, guiding, barely there, probably invisible to anyone not watching for it. Everyone was watching for it. The awareness hit both of them at once. His hand fell away. Too late. By the time they reached the door, the diner had grown very still in that careful Belmere way that never admitted to staring and always managed to stare anyway. Outside, the wind was stronger. It carried the smell of wet earth though no rain had fallen yet. The clouds overhead had thickened into low banks of bruised gray layered one behind another. The air felt charged, the way it sometimes did before lightning. As they crossed the street toward the municipal building, Eliza could feel eyes on them from the diner windows, from Jensen Hardware, from the florist, from somewhere unseen behind the post office glass. Belmere's attention had shifted now from curiosity to something sharper. Observation with stakes. "They know," she muttered. Daniel did not ask what she meant. "Yes. They think I'm choosing your side." He glanced at her. "Are you?" The question should have irritated her. Instead it made something in her chest tighten. "I don't know what the sides are yet." "You will." The municipal building sat just beyond the post office, a squat red brick structure with white trim and a clock that had not worked properly since Eliza was 16. The annex, if it deserved the name, was a narrow side wing with peeling paint and a warped wooden door that stuck in damp weather. Daniel pulled a ring of copied keys from his pocket. She looked at him. "You have keys." "I have access." That's a very suspicious distinction. It's also legally vague. Wonderful. The key turned with effort. The door opened inward with a sour smell of dust, paper, old varnish, and the faint mildew May had promised. The light switch by the entrance took 2 tries before the overhead fixture flickered on in weak yellow. The room was long and narrow, lined with filing cabinets and metal shelving crowded with boxes. Some were labeled clearly. Tax records 1998 to 2002, zoning requests, road repair logs. Others had only old masking tape with handwriting too faded to read. A rusted oscillating fan sat dead in one corner. The single window at the back had been painted shut years ago. "This is deeply depressing," Eliza said. Daniel closed the door behind them. "Most truth storage is." Despite herself, she smiled faintly. Then the room's purpose settled around her. Somewhere in here, perhaps, was paper that had been written while Jacob was still newly missing. Reports, statements, search routes, names. Fragments of official language trying to contain the uncontainable. Her pulse picked up. Daniel moved with the kind of practiced efficiency that told her he had already spent time in the room before. Search records are along the west wall. Sheriff logs, old incident reports, municipal copies of county memos. She looked at him. "How often have you been here?" "Enough." She exhaled. "I'm starting to understand why no one trusts you. That makes one of us." He pulled a box from a middle shelf and set it on the table in the center of the room. Dust lifted in a pale cloud. Eliza moved closer. The box was labeled in block letters, 198/incidents/fall. Her mouth went dry. Daniel opened it carefully. Inside were folders, some neatly tabbed, others loose and crumpled with age. For the next half hour, the annex gave itself over to paper. There was something almost obscene about the ordinary look of bureaucracy wrapped around extraordinary events. Eliza found herself holding forms with boxes ticked in faded blue ink, route maps sketched by hand, memos noting weather conditions, volunteer rosters, requests for fuel reimbursement, all of it so blandly procedural that it made the underlying reality more terrible. Here was the search sign-in sheet from the morning after she was found. Here, Sheriff Bell's handwriting in thick dark loops, subject located at approximate 6:40 a.m., East Edge Miller Field, disoriented, exposure, minor physical injuries. Transported to residence of M. Hart. Search reclassified. Reclassified. Not ended. Not resolved. Reclassified. Eliza stared at the word until the page blurred. Daniel. He was already beside her. She handed him the sheet. His jaw tightened. They reclassified after you were found. What does that mean? It means the search changed focus. From locating you and Jacob to locating only Jacob. She looked down at the line again. And still they found nothing. He did not answer. Another folder held witness notes from the dance. Most were short, perfunctory, and useless. Observed E. Hart and J. Vale leaving vicinity of school gym around 10:15 p.m. Rain began approximate 10:30. No disturbance noted on school grounds. Mr. and Mrs. Hart departed separately approximate 10:40. Eliza frowned. Separately? Daniel leaned over the page. Your parents didn't leave together. That small fact should not have mattered. Yet it did. My mother never said. It may mean nothing. In Belmere nothing means nothing. He looked at her. I've noticed. Another document. Volunteer search assignments. Creek route. Wood line. Main road. Miller Field delayed until dawn due to weather and visibility. Delayed. Eliza's hand trembled slightly on the paper. If they didn't search the field until dawn. Daniel's face had gone very still. Then no one officially looked there during the night. The implication rose between them immediately. If something had happened in the field, if someone had moved through it, hidden in it, left from it, returned to it, there had been hours unobserved. Hours in rain and dark and fear. A low creak sounded overhead as the building shifted under the strengthening wind. Neither moved for a second. Then Daniel reached for another folder. Here. It was a copy of the incident summary sent to county authorities. Short. Clinical. Controlled. Male subject Jacob Vale, age 21, currently unaccounted for following severe weather event. Last known association with located female subject Eliza Hart. Pending further investigation. Evidence of disturbance discovered near southern tree line. No determination at this time regarding foul play. Evidence of disturbance. No determination. Language that opened and closed at once. Eliza, Daniel said quietly, look at the initials. At the bottom of the page, beside Sheriff Bell's signature, another set of initials appeared. RH. Her stomach tightened. Who's RH? Daniel's face had changed. Ray Holcomb. She blinked. The doctor? Yes. Why would a doctor initial a search report? Not for the search. Daniel tapped the page. For the condition of the located female subject. Eliza stared at the paper. The doctor had not merely treated her afterward. He had helped characterize her official condition in the record. Disoriented. Exposure. Minor physical injuries. All true, perhaps. all also capable of supporting a story in which she remembered nothing useful and could be gently steered away from trying. He helped shape it, she said. Daniel nodded once. Before either could speak again, a sound cracked through the annex so sharply that Eliza jumped. Thunder. Not distant. Closer than the sky had seemed. A second later, rain hit the roof in a sudden hard rush. Both of them looked toward the painted shut window. That was quick, Eliza said. Daniel stepped to the door and opened it a fraction. The wind shoved at it immediately, carrying rain in cold needles across the threshold. We're not making it across town in that right now. He was right. The storm had arrived all at once, as some storms did in autumn, no gradual drizzle, no polite warning beyond pressure and sky. Just impact. Rain on roof, rain on pavement, gutters spilling immediately. The world outside turned silver gray by force. They listened to it for a moment. The annex seemed smaller with the storm around it. Paper and dust and weak lights sealed inside old brick while weather hammered at the town. Eliza looked back at the files. Of course it had to be today. Daniel shut the door again and returned to the table. We can still use the time. Lightning flashed somewhere beyond the walls, followed by another peal of thunder that rolled lower and longer. Eliza folded her arms tightly. You know what's ridiculous? Many things. Narrow it down. She almost smiled despite the knot in her chest. Some part of me is still half convinced this means something. He watched her closely. Because of the date. Yes. And because weather remembers what people do not. She looked at him sharply. That sounded almost like superstition. It sounded like Belmere. Rain streamed down the annex door window in blurred lines. Somewhere deeper in the building a pipe knocked. The light overhead flickered once. Eliza moved toward the back wall where another shelf held older records, less clearly labeled. The act of searching felt safer than standing still with the storm around them and the date pressing in from all sides. She ran her fingers over the spines of folders until one label caught her eye. 1971/miscellaneous report/October. Her pulse jumped. Daniel. He was beside her almost immediately. Together they brought the box to the table. Inside were far fewer papers than there should have been. Someone's been through this, Eliza said. Yes. Folders sat unevenly. Several were empty except for staples. One had been torn entirely down one side. But there were enough pieces left to make the absence itself feel deliberate. They found a report on the storm that night. Downed branches. Creek flooding. Telephone interruption. They found a volunteer list with Elias Mercer's name added by hand after the fact and crossed out in pencil. They found one statement from Marion Hale, age 22, taken 2 days later by Sheriff Bell. The page was only half there. The bottom portion had been removed so neatly it could not have been accidental. Eliza stared at the surviving text. Subject states she remembers leaving social gathering around 9:30 p.m. due to not feeling right. Subject reports walking near North Path and hearing raised voices. Claims weather intensified quickly. Subject unable or unwilling to provide additional. That was where the page ended. Unable or unwilling. It made Eliza feel suddenly ill. They did this to her too, she whispered. Daniel's face had gone pale beneath the shadow at his jaw. Yes. She heard raised voices. In 1971. Near the North Path. Eliza looked up. That's closer to the field. Daniel nodded. Thunder rolled again. This time the annex lights flickered twice and steadied weakly. The room had begun to feel unmoored from time. One storm outside. Another on paper, 5 decades old. 2 women returned from the same field. 2 young men lost on the same date. Language engineered to close where it should have opened. Eliza pressed her fingertips to the edge of the table. I need air. Daniel studied her, then nodded. Back hall. He led her through a side door into a narrow corridor running behind the municipal offices. The storm sounded louder there against the old windows. One of them leaked at the corner, and a plastic bucket sat below to catch the steady drip. Eliza leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. The air smelled of damp plaster and old heating pipes. After a moment she said, I keep waiting for this to become less impossible. It won't. She opened her eyes and looked at him. That isn't comforting. I know. She would have laughed if she hadn't felt so afraid. Instead she said, I remembered something else. Last night. Or maybe it came from the photograph and the date together. His attention sharpened. Tell me. I was in the truck with Jacob. Before the woods? Yes. Maybe. She frowned. We were arguing. About leaving? Yes. No. About whether to tell someone first. I wanted to leave notes. He thought that would only make them find us faster. Daniel absorbed that. He expected pursuit, he said. My father. Possibly. She rubbed her arms against the cold. There was someone else. His expression changed. What do you mean? I don't know. Not clearly. Not in the truck. Later. She pressed her fingers to her temple. A flashlight. Or lantern. Voices. One was Jacob. One wasn't. Male? I think so. Older? Her breath caught. Yes. The word came out immediately, with the certainty memory sometimes carried when it finally broke through. Daniel went very still. Eliza. Was it your father? She shook her head too fast. I don't know. Did it sound like him? I don't know. Lightning flashed white through the narrow hall window, bleaching the corridor for an instant. Thunder followed almost at once, making the old frame rattle. Eliza flinched. Daniel reached for her without seeming to think about it. His hands settled lightly at her upper arms, not gripping, simply grounding. The contact steadied her more than it should have. They both realized it at the same moment. The storm pressed close around the building. The corridor was dim and narrow and smelled of rain. His hands were warm through her coat. This was exactly the kind of moment her mother had warned her about. Closeness mistaken for truth. Fear and weather and revelation making everything feel magnified. And yet Eliza could not deny the realness of the solace. She looked up at him. "I hate that this is happening like this," she said. "So do I." "Do you?" His gaze held hers. "Yes." Not because he did not want her. Because he did. Because the wanting had become tangled with everything else in a way neither of them trusted. "You kissed me," she said softly, as if accusing him of the weather. "You kissed me first." She narrowed her eyes. "That is a deeply technical defense." "It's still accurate." A laugh escaped her then, brief and shaky. The sound changed his face. Not softened exactly, but opened. Enough. The storm cracked again above them, and without deciding to, Eliza stepped closer. Daniel's hands moved from her arms only to make room. One rose to the back of her neck. The other settled at her waist with maddening care. "This is still a bad idea," he murmured. "Yes. Especially now." "Yes. And if we keep doing this, it changes things." She looked at him. "Everything is already changing." That was answer enough. The kiss this time was nothing like the first cautious one in the motel room. Not because it was reckless, but because the restraint between them already knew the shape of itself now. The storm outside made the world feel enclosed, suspended. The old corridor, the leaking window, the files and reports and missing pages behind the door, all of it seemed to sharpen the necessity of touch into something almost painful. Daniel kissed like a man who paid attention. Thoroughly. Deliberately. As if he refused to let desire outrun awareness. His mouth on hers carried heat and hesitation both, and something in that combination undid her. Eliza's hands found his coat, then the line of his shoulders beneath it. She felt him exhale against her, felt the control in him strain without disappearing. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing harder, the storm still hammered the windows as if nothing at all had changed. But of course something had. Eliza rested her forehead briefly against his shoulder, because standing upright suddenly seemed like too much effort. "This is insane," she said. "Yes. You agree with me too much. That's because you keep saying true things." She should have pushed him away for that. Instead, she let herself stay where she was for one more second. Then she stepped back. Work. She needed work. Paper. Facts. Anything with edges. "We should go back," she said. Daniel looked as if he wanted to say something else and chose not to. "All right." Inside the records room, the overhead light had dimmed further. Rain beat the roof so hard now that conversation seemed to take place inside a separate layer of sound. They worked more quickly after that, perhaps because both of them recognized the danger of stillness. In the 1971 files they found no resolution, only omission. References to Elias Mercer's body recovered from the creek. Notes on bruising too vague to mean anything and too deliberate not to. Marion Hale's fragmented statement. A list of volunteers, including Thomas Bell as deputy then, not yet sheriff. In the files from Jacob's disappearance, there was more paper but not more truth. Search routes. Road conditions. Statements from dance chaperones. Copies of county weather reports. One page noted that Jacob's truck was found near the Old North Turnout by midnight. Eliza froze at that. The truck. Daniel came around the table. What? I remembered being in it. They found it at the turnout? Yes. That's near the path into the woods. And near the old service road to the Miller field. She looked at him. So we may never have driven all the way in. No, he said. You may have walked. The idea struck with strange force, not because it was dramatic, but because she could almost feel it now. Wet ground under her shoes. Jacob reaching for her hand. The storm starting before they were ready. Voices where there shouldn't have been voices. A new sound broke through the storm. A door slamming somewhere in the municipal building. Both turned. The annex went very quiet except for rain. Daniel crossed to the door and listened. Eliza's pulse kicked hard. She heard it too then, footsteps in the main hall outside. Slow. Distinct. Not the random shift of an empty building. Someone was in the municipal offices. Daniel looked back at her and lifted one finger in a warning for silence. The footsteps paused. Then resumed. Not toward the front offices. Toward the annex. Eliza's throat tightened. The handle on the outer door rattled once. Neither moved. It rattled again, harder. Then a voice came through, muffled by wood and rain. You in there? Male. Older. Familiar. Mr. Jensen. Daniel exhaled once through his nose, not quite relief. Eliza moved to the door before he could stop her and opened it. Mr. Jensen stood on the threshold in a raincoat darkened almost black by water. His hair was slicked flat, and rain shone on the shoulders of his coat under the weak outdoor light. He looked from Eliza to Daniel and back again. You two have lost your minds, he said. That was not the greeting she had expected. Mr. Jensen. Don't. He stepped inside and shut the door hard against the wind. If the storm had knocked out the power, you'd have been trapped in here with half the roof and all the mold. May called the shop to ask if I'd seen you. His eyes landed on Eliza. Your mother's fit to be tied. Of course she was. Eliza folded her arms. We were fine. That's what people say before they aren't. Jensen's gaze moved to the papers on the table. For the first time his expression lost its practical annoyance and hardened into something grimmer. You found the old files. Yes, Daniel said. Mr. Jensen looked at him a long time. Mercer. Daniel held his stare. Jensen. The air between them seemed to tighten. Eliza looked from one to the other. You knew who he was. Jensen's mouth flattened. By yesterday, yes. And you didn't tell me. His eyes came to hers. Would you have listened? The worst part was that she wasn't sure. Mr. Jensen moved farther into the room, rainwater dripping from the hem of his coat onto the cracked floor. He looked older in the bad light. More tired. The lines around his mouth deeper. You should leave this room alone, he said. Why? Eliza demanded. Because the truth is too old? Because Belmere likes its lies settled? Because it won't give you what you think? Daniel said quietly, maybe not. But it's giving patterns. Jensen's eyes flicked to him. Patterns are a dangerous thing to worship. No one's worshipping them. No? Jensen shot back. A mercer with his uncle's grave in his pocket and a heart girl with the town's oldest wound on her back walk into a storm on the anniversary and start pulling paper from rotten boxes. That sounds a lot like worship to me. The word struck with enough force that none of them answered at once. Eliza stared at him. What are you afraid of? Jensen laughed once, harshly. At my age? Mostly stairs. But today? His face darkened. Today I'm afraid of you digging up a version no one can live with. That's convenient for the people who benefited from silence. Something flickered in his expression, anger, yes, but beneath it something closer to pain. You think I benefited? He asked. I think everyone who stayed did. The sentence landed. Jensen looked away first. Rain hammered the roof. When he spoke again, his voice had lost some of its force. You were all children. Not children, Eliza said. 21. 22. Old enough to disappear. Old enough to be buried. Old enough to be blamed. His eyes returned to her sharply. And old enough, he said, for the town to decide your lives could carry more than they should. Silence. Daniel, who had remained near the table, said, You know more. Jensen did not deny it. That alone was enormous. He took off the raincoat and draped it over the back of a chair, as if the act of staying another minute had become inevitable. Underneath, his shirt was damp at the collar. He looked like a man who had spent years doing practical work with his hands and was deeply irritated to find himself in the middle of someone else's reckoning. I know enough to tell you this, he said. The night Jacob vanished, your father was not where he claimed to be. Eliza felt the room tilt. What? Jensen held her gaze. At the dance, after the rain started, he told folks he was taking your mother home and coming back with a lantern and rope in case the parking lot flooded. Jensen's mouth tightened. He did take your mother home. He did not come back to the school. Daniel went very still. Eliza heard her own voice from a great distance. How do you know? Because I was one of the men waiting for the lanterns. Jensen's stare did not waver. He never came. The annex seemed to close around them. Rain. Date. Missing pages. Her father. Jacob. The field. And somewhere beneath it all the shape of a storm that had happened once and was happening again. Daniel broke the silence first. Did you tell Sheriff Bell? Jensen gave him a withering look. You think Bell didn't know? That answer struck harder than any accusation. So Sheriff Bell had known her father lied about his whereabouts. Had known and kept moving. Eliza gripped the edge of the table because otherwise her hands would have shaken visibly. Where was he? Jensen's face altered. For the first time since entering, true uncertainty crossed it. That, he said quietly, is the part no one ever proved. Lightning flashed so bright the weak annex light vanished in it. Thunder followed instantly. And before any of them could speak again, the power went out. Chapter 8: The Hidden Truth. For one suspended second after the power failed, no one moved. The annex vanished into a darkness so complete it seemed to erase not just the room but distance itself. The storm outside remained audible in violent detail, rain striking the roof in hard slanting sheets, wind shoving at the old building, thunder rolling low and immediate over Belmere, but inside, all shape and certainty disappeared. Eliza heard herself breathe. She heard Mr. Jensen mutter something under his breath that might have been a prayer or a curse. And somewhere very close, Daniel's voice came low and steady out of the dark. "Don't move." The command should have irritated her. Instead it anchored her. A beat later there was the scrape of a hand against the table, the click of something metallic, and then a narrow cone of flashlight beam cut through the black. Daniel stood by the records table, one shoulder turned protectively toward the room as if darkness itself might become a threat with enough permission. The light caught one half of his face, carving his features into hard planes of shadow and pale skin. Dust moved through the beam like fine ash. Mr. Jensen let out a breath through his nose. "You carry that on purpose." Daniel glanced at him. "You came into a municipal annex in a storm without one?" "I came to drag two fools out of it, not start a camping trip." The dry bite in Jensen's tone would have been almost reassuring if not for the strain beneath it. Lightning flashed again through the painted-shut window at the back of the room. The annex glowed white-blue for an instant, and in that instant Eliza saw the metal cabinets, the torn files, Mr. Jensen's damp shirt, Daniel's hand still resting near the papers as if he had no intention of leaving without them. Then darkness returned, broken only by the flashlight. The fact that it was happening on this date, in this room, with old reports and her father's name newly cracked open, would have felt theatrical if it had not been so unpleasantly real. "Tell me again," Eliza said, and her own voice sounded strange to her in the dark. "What do you mean he wasn't where he said he was?" Mr. Jensen's face, when Daniel lifted the flashlight slightly, looked older than it had 10 minutes earlier. The sudden dark had stripped away some of his habitual hardness and left only fatigue and the grim reluctance of a man cornered by truths he would rather not be holding. "I mean exactly that," he said. "Your father said he was coming back to the school with supplies." "He never did." "You told Sheriff Bell." "Yes." "And Bell knew?" "Yes." "Then why was that not in the record?" Mr. Jensen's mouth flattened. "Because Belmere doesn't write down things it expects to settle privately." The sentence hit with enough force that Eliza looked away. There it was again, that structure beneath the silence. Not merely forgetting. Not merely shame. Management. Daniel moved the flashlight to illuminate the pages still spread on the table. "We need to preserve what we found before the roof starts leaking somewhere more serious." "Preserve?" Jensen gave him a look. "That your polite word for stealing?" "It's my practical word for not trusting that these papers will still be here tomorrow." For one brief moment Jensen looked as if he wanted to argue. Then the storm cracked overhead so violently that the whole annex shuddered. A somewhere deep metallic groan followed, maybe guttering, maybe old pipes, maybe something settling badly in the roof. Jensen muttered again, this time unmistakably a curse. "Fine," he said. "But if anyone asks, I never saw it." Daniel already had his phone out, using its flashlight to cast more light while he photographed pages one after another with controlled efficiency. Eliza stepped closer to the table, the smell of damp paper and dust suddenly stronger in the dark. The last thing said before the power failed still sat in the room with them. "The night Jacob vanished, your father was not where he claimed to be." She could not seem to think around it. The words had entered her like splinters, too sharp to grasp directly. Everything in her wanted either to defend her father or condemn him absolutely, and both impulses felt like traps. "What else do you know?" she asked Jensen. He looked at her in the flashlight's weak spill. "About that night," he said. "Yes." Jensen ran a hand once over his mouth. "Not enough. That answer is getting tired." "So am I." His gaze dropped to the table. "Your father and Belle argued 3 days later." Eliza froze. "About what?" "In Belle's office. Door half shut, voices carrying anyway because old buildings don't care about privacy." Jensen's expression darkened. "I only heard fragments." "Tell me." Jensen hesitated. Daniel did not look up from photographing the pages, but Eliza could feel his attention sharpen. At one point Belle said, "You should have told me sooner." Jensen shifted his weight. "Your father said, told you what, exactly?" "What I suspect." "Do you want suspicion or proof?" A hard cold line traveled the length of Eliza's spine. "What did Belle say?" "He said, I want the town calm." Outside, rain hammered down harder still, as if the storm had heard and objected to the phrase. The town calm. Not the truth. Not justice. Not Jacob. Calm. Daniel finally looked up. "That's consistent," he said quietly. "With what?" Eliza asked. "With every report Belle signed. Containment language. Administrative language. Enough acknowledgement to protect himself, not enough to create consequences." Mr. Jensen glanced at Daniel. "You talk like a man who's been waiting years to hate a dead sheriff." Daniel's face did not change. "I talk like a man whose family got handed a body and a story that didn't fit." That silenced the room for a beat. Then Jensen looked at Eliza again. "You want hidden truth," he said. "Here's some. Belmere doesn't only keep secrets because it's cruel. It keeps them because once the first authority chooses stability over honesty, everyone below him starts building their lives around that choice." The sentence settled heavily. Eliza understood it at once because she had lived inside its consequences without knowing their structure. That was what Belle had done. Perhaps not alone, perhaps not even maliciously in his own mind. But he had chosen calm. And everyone else, her parents, Jensen, May, Reverend Nolan, the doctor, had been forced to orient themselves around the version of events that choice allowed. Who was he protecting? She asked. Jensen's answer came too fast. "I don't know." That was a lie. Not a full lie, perhaps, but a partial one. Eliza heard it as clearly as if the words had changed color in the dark. Daniel heard it too. You have a name, he said. Jensen's jaw tightened. I have suspicions. That's enough for now. No, Jensen snapped, and for the first time the strain in him broke into visible anger. It is not enough. That's the whole damn problem. Suspicions were enough to stain Jacob Vale his whole life, and then not enough to protect him when it mattered. Suspicions were enough to make people look at your father and then look away. Enough to make wives warn daughters and men warn each other and no one put their name beside anything on paper. Enough to poison every room in this town without ever cleaning one. The outburst left the annex ringing louder than the thunder had. Eliza stared at him. Jensen looked back at her with the bleak expression of a man who had finally said more than he intended and could not call it back. What suspicions? She asked, very quietly. Jensen closed his eyes for a second. Then he said, that your father went looking for you before Belle ever organized the search. Lightning flashed again, and for one terrible instant every face in the room was visible with cruel clarity. Then the dark closed. Eliza heard herself ask, looking for me or for Jacob? Jensen opened his eyes. That, he said, depends what he thought he'd find. The room seemed to narrow until only those words existed. Looking for me or for Jacob. Her father had disapproved of Jacob. Had threatened him. Had known, perhaps, that Eliza might leave Belmere with him. Had lied about his whereabouts when the storm began. Had argued later with Sheriff Bell about what had and had not been said soon enough. The shape of implication grew larger with each fact, and still it was not yet proof. Daniel finished photographing the papers and began stacking them carefully. Can the files stay here? Eliza asked, her voice distant to her own ears. For tonight, maybe, Daniel said. Not for long. What do you mean? He looked at Jensen. If word gets out that these were read in a storm with the power out on October 14th, Belmere will either decide it's cursed or decide to tidy up. I don't know which is worse. Jensen's mouth twisted. You're learning. No, Daniel said. I'm confirming. The overhead darkness made all of them seem temporarily suspended outside ordinary time. Storm, files, old names, old authorities, the smell of mildew and rain and electrical absence. It was easy in that kind of setting to believe that truths came more cleanly in darkness. They did not. They only felt more theatrical. Eliza drew in a long breath and tried to steady herself. My mother knows more, she said. Neither man argued. She must, she went on. If Dad left the dance to look for us, she either knew he had gone or knew afterward he lied. She looked from one to the other. And she still stayed. Jensen's expression altered slightly. Staying does not mean ignorance. No, Eliza said. It means something worse. The words came out colder than she intended. Jensen shifted, rainwater still dripping slowly from the hem of his coat onto the floor. It means she had to raise a daughter in the same town that had already decided how to use your pain, he said. Don't simplify what that costs a woman. The correction hit hard because it was deserved. Eliza looked away. The flashlight beam moved over boxes and files and the leaking window at the back. How bad is it out there? She asked. Daniel crossed to the door again and opened it a crack. Rain slammed sideways into the narrow gap. Wind shoved at the old hinges hard enough to make the whole door vibrate. "Bad enough," he said, shutting it. "Roads will flood if this keeps up." Jensen muttered something about idiots and anniversaries and buildings that should have been condemned 20 years ago. Eliza folded her arms tightly and leaned back against a filing cabinet. The metal was cold through her sweater. Her head hurt. "How long until the power comes back?" Jensen let out a humorless breath. "In Belmere? Could be an hour. Could be dawn." That should not have frightened her as much as it did. They were not stranded in wilderness. They were in a municipal annex in town. There were streets outside, houses, people, phones. And yet the old fear in Belmere was never really about physical isolation. It was about the feeling that once weather and darkness aligned with memory, the town became less reliable as a human place. More like itself stripped down to nerves. Daniel looked at her for a moment, then said, "Sit." There it was again, that tone that suggested command but carried concern. She should have objected on principle. Instead she obeyed, lowering herself into the old wooden chair by the table. Some part of her body had apparently decided it trusted his practical instructions more than her pride. He set the flashlight upright in a mug so its beam bounced against the wall and cast a wider, softer light through the room. Jensen, perhaps sensing that further revelation would only occur if he stopped pacing like a caged bear, took off his glasses and cleaned them needlessly with the edge of his shirt. Rain roared. The annex held. For now. "Eliza," Daniel said, crouching beside the table so his face was a little lower than hers rather than looming above her. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer only if you're sure." She looked at him. The flashlight reflected faintly in his eyes, making them seem almost colorless. "All right. When your father threatened Jacob, what do you remember?" The question reached backward through her with deliberate care. Not did he threaten him? That had already been established. Not what did he say? Not yet. What do you remember? She closed her eyes. The storm outside gave her something to hold against. Rain and thunder. Another storm overlaying the old one. The memory came not as image first but as posture. Her father on the porch. Jacob in the yard beside his truck. The house lit behind the curtains. Margaret standing somewhere deeper inside, not in sight but present. Eliza herself in the hallway, hidden. "He said Jacob wasn't good enough for me," she said slowly. Jensen made a sound under his breath that could have been agreement or disgust. "What did Jacob say?" Daniel asked. "He said that wasn't Dad's decision." She swallowed. "And my father said, he said, in this town it is." The room went very quiet. Even the storm seemed to recede for 1 second. Daniel's face did not change, but something in it tightened. "In this town it is," he repeated. "Yes." Jensen looked away. "That sounds like him." Eliza opened her eyes. "You disliked him." Jensen met her gaze directly. "I respected him. That's not always the same." There was too much truth in that. "He was proud," Jensen went on. Too concerned with perception. Too used to being deferred to. Men like your father can do great kindness or great damage depending on what threatens their order. And Jacob threatened it. Yes. The bluntness of the answer made Eliza feel suddenly cold all over. Daniel stood and began to gather the photographed reports into the least obvious stack. Then the hidden truth may not be one act, he said. It may be a chain. Your father looking for you. Belle choosing calm. Holcomb shaping the medical story. Your mother preserving what she could by silence. And Jacob? Eliza asked. The question was so raw it cut through all the structure of the room. Daniel looked at her. We still don't know. No. They did not. That remained the cruel center. Everything else, files, lies, arguments, suspicions, circled the same absence. What happened to Jacob? Not what people said. Not what the town survived. Not who shaped the paper. What happened? Eliza put a hand over her eyes for a second and felt the pressure of tears threatening from somewhere deeper than she had expected. She was tired of grief returning in fragments. Tired of wanting to defend the father she had loved and already mourning the possibility that he had become a stranger to her in his final years without her ever seeing it clearly. Tired of Belmere making every truth cost someone. When she lowered her hand, Daniel was watching her. Not analytically. Not even carefully. Just watching, with the helpless intensity of someone who wished there were a better way through. That look, more than any touch, undid her. She turned away first. Mr. Jensen saw it. Of course he did. Belmere noticed emotional weather with the same accuracy it gave to storms. The old man looked between them once and then deliberately busied himself with relabeling a crooked folder, offering them the rough privacy of not being observed directly. That kindness, from him of all people, made the room feel stranger. Eliza, Daniel said quietly. She looked back. I need to say this before the next thing happens. She frowned slightly. The next thing? In this town? There's always a next thing. His voice stayed low. Whatever your father did or didn't do, whatever Belle concealed, whatever your mother knows, none of that makes what I feel for you cleaner. But it also doesn't make it false. The words landed with so much force that for a second she could not reply. Jensen's hand paused on the folder tab. He did not look up. Outside, thunder rolled long and low over the rooftops. The hidden truth, Eliza thought wildly, was not only in papers and old wounds. It was here too, in the awful timing of tenderness, in the impossible honesty of a man who had no business speaking like that in a moldy annex with a storm around them and dead men between them. This is not helping, she said, though her voice came out softer than she meant. I know. Stop saying that. A faint change passed through his face, almost humor despite everything. Then stop saying things I need to answer honestly. Jensen let out a sound suspiciously like a disapproving snort and finally looked up. If you two are going to have an intimate crisis, can you at least do it after we get out of a government building? The line shocked a real laugh out of Eliza. She clapped a hand over her mouth at once, partly from surprise, partly from guilt at laughing in the middle of all this. But the sound had already happened. Daniel looked at her as if the laugh itself had briefly made the room brighter. That was dangerous too. Jensen shook his head. Christ. You're both impossible. No argument there, Eliza muttered. The interruption helped. It loosened something. Not the tension exactly, but the risk of drowning in it. Daniel checked his phone. No service. Of course not, Jensen said. Storm knocks out 2 lines and Belmere goes back to the 19th century. They waited another 20 minutes. The storm did not ease. If anything, it deepened. Water began to creep beneath the outer threshold in a thin silver line. The annex roof held, though somewhere above the back shelves a steady drip had started. In the waiting, more details emerged in the rough unplanned way truths often did once the first concealment broke. Jensen admitted that the search volunteers had been told not to speak to reporters from Fairbrook after the second day. Daniel already knew there had been 2 reporters and that one left angry after Bell refused access. Eliza learned that Ruth Vale had gone to the sheriff's office every day for a week after the search ended and that on the last day she came out looking like she'd swallowed broken glass, in Jensen's phrase. Daniel learned that Dr. Holcomb visited the Hart House twice after Eliza was found, not once. And then, quietly, almost as if he were only deciding the thing while speaking it, Jensen said, "Your mother went to see Ruth Vale." Eliza looked up sharply. What? 3 days after the search was called off. How do you know? Because I drove her. The annex went silent again, but this silence was different, less explosive, more profound. A deeper layer uncovered. You drove my mother to see Jacob's mother, Eliza repeated. Yes. Why would she ask you and not my father? Jensen's face hardened. That answer seems obvious. Eliza stared. Her father had not approved of Jacob. Had perhaps lied about that night. Had perhaps gone looking for them in the storm before anyone else. Of course Margaret had not asked him to take her to Ruth Vale if some fracture already ran through the house. What happened there? Eliza asked. Jensen shook his head. I waited in the truck. How long was she inside? 40 minutes. Maybe 50. And when she came out? Jensen glanced toward the door as if checking whether the storm still had them securely enough trapped to permit the truth. She was crying, he said. And she told me never to mention the visit. Eliza closed her eyes. The hidden truth was everywhere now, not singular but layered. Her mother and Ruth Vale in one room 3 days after the search ended. Her father and Sheriff Bell arguing. Dr. Holcomb editing the official language of her condition. Belmere teaching itself which version could be tolerated publicly. The annex did not contain the truth. It contained proof of how truth had been managed. What would they have said to each other, she whispered. Daniel's answer came after a moment. Whatever it was, it mattered enough that your mother broke ranks with her own house to hear it. That was right. And devastating. The flashlight beam dimmed slightly. Jensen looked at it and then at the dark window. When the rain lightens, we leave. I don't care if the roads float. But the rain did not lighten. Another half-hour passed, then more. The annex became a world of its own. papers, old men's bitterness, the man she should not be falling toward, the old date pressing all its repetitions against the walls. At some point Daniel found a blanket in a closet near the back, probably kept for winter outages. It smelled faintly of mothballs and storage, but he draped it over Eliza's shoulders without asking. The gesture was so simple and so intimate in its practicality that she had to look away. Jensen noticed that too and looked profoundly unimpressed with the universe. Near what Eliza guessed was 9:30, the storm changed. Not ended. Changed. The hard hammering rain softened to a steadier, vertical downpour. The thunder moved farther off in its intervals. Wind still shook the gutters, but less violently. Daniel cracked the door and looked out. "We can make it," he said. Jensen grabbed his coat at once. Good. They could not simply leave the papers spread out. Daniel reboxed the files carefully, putting the damaged 1971 folder beneath less interesting tax records. He took only notes and photographs, exactly as he had said he would, though Eliza could tell from the way his fingers paused over certain pages that every instinct in him wanted the originals out of Belmir's reach. At last the door opened fully. Cold wet air rushed in. The street outside glistened under darkness. Water ran in shallow currents along the curb. Somewhere to the left a transformer hummed uncertainly, then failed. The municipal building loomed black against a sky still pulsing faintly with distant lightning. "Mr. Jensen," Eliza said before they stepped out. "Why did you come for us?" He looked at her, genuinely puzzled by the question. May called. "That's not enough." He pulled on his raincoat. "Maybe I'm tired of old weather making fools of younger people." The answer was evasive and honest both. Then, after a beat, he added, "And maybe I knew if I left you with those files on this date in that dark, Belmir would have another story by morning." "It has enough." That, too, was true. They ran the few yards to Jensen's truck because he had parked closest and because the rain still sliced cold through coats within seconds. Daniel opened the passenger door for Eliza, and Jensen barked that if anyone dripped on his seats they'd answer for it. In another life, the line might have been comical. In this one, it was merely kind. The truck smelled of wet wool, motor oil, and the peppermint lozenges Jensen was forever carrying in his pocket. The heater sputtered awake only after 2 attempts. Wipers dragged furiously across the windshield, barely keeping pace. "Where first?" Jensen asked. "Home," Eliza said immediately. Daniel nodded. Jensen grunted and pulled out into the rain-dark street. Belmir after a storm looked like itself after being caught unprepared. Porch lights burned where they could, some steady, some generator-fed and weak. Tree limbs lay in the road near the church. One of the diner's front signs had blown halfway loose and swung in a jerking arc. Water shone over the main intersection like black glass. As they passed the sheriff's old office, now used for storage and council overflow, Eliza looked at the dark windows and thought of Thomas Bell saying, "I want the town calm." How many lives had bent around that one preference? At the corner near her street, Jensen slowed. "There's another truth," he said abruptly, eyes still on the road. Eliza turned. He exhaled through his nose. "After your mother came out of Ruth Vale's house, she said one thing before she told me never to speak of it. What? Jensen's jaw tightened. She said, if he's alive, they'll kill him for coming back. The truck seemed to lose all sound for a second except the wipers. Eliza stared at him. Daniel, beside her, had gone utterly still. If he's alive, Eliza repeated. Jensen nodded once. Jacob, she said. Yes. The hidden truth cracked open wider. Not dead. Or at least not certainly dead. Not to Margaret. Not to Ruth Vale. Not then. If he's alive, they'll kill him for coming back. Belmere suddenly looked different through the wet windshield. Not merely a town built around loss. A town built around the possibility that loss had been chosen, enforced, maintained. Who are they? Eliza whispered. Jensen gave the smallest, bleakest shake of his head. That was the question then too. No one spoke for the rest of the drive. When they reached the Hart house, the porch light was on despite the outages up the street. Margaret must have turned it on the moment the power came back here, or left it burning through the storm like a beacon. Daniel reached for the door handle as if to get out with her. No, Jensen said sharply. Not tonight. Daniel looked at him. Let her go in alone, Jensen said. If her mother sees the two of you come to the porch together after this weather and this date, you'll do more damage before midnight than Belmere can finish gossiping about by Sunday. Daniel's jaw tightened once. Then he nodded. He looked at Eliza instead. There was too much in that look for the small space of a truck cab. Concern. Frustration. The unfinished words from the annex. The fact that Jacob might have lived longer than anyone admitted. The fact that her mother might have believed it. The fact that Belmere's hidden truth was becoming not a single buried event but a system of fear. Tomorrow, he said quietly. It was not a promise of certainty. Only continuation. Yes, Eliza replied. She got out into the rain and ran to the porch. Margaret opened the door before she reached it. For 1 second mother and daughter only looked at each other. Then Margaret caught her by the shoulders and pulled her inside. You were gone too long, she said, breathless not from movement but from fear. The storm. I know there was a storm. The kitchen behind her glowed warm and familiar and utterly unreal after the annex. A pot sat on the stove. A towel lay on the counter. The old house smelled of tea and damp wool and the faint metallic scent of weather forced indoors. Margaret looked past Eliza toward Jensen's truck at the curb. You came with Walter. Yes. And Daniel Mercer. Not a question. Eliza turned. The truck still idled. Jensen sat behind the wheel. Daniel's face was only briefly visible in the wash of dashboard light. Then the truck pulled away. Margaret shut the door. Take off your coat, she said. Eliza obeyed automatically, fingers clumsy with cold and exhaustion. Her mother brought her a towel, and Eliza stood in the middle of the kitchen drying rain from her hair while the hidden truth of the night pressed harder and harder against her ribs. Margaret watched her with that old, difficult combination of love and fear. What happened? She asked. Eliza looked up. So much had happened that language seemed hopelessly small. The files. Bell and Holcomb. Her father leaving the dance. The old missing statement. The kiss in the corridor. Jensen's revelation in the truck. Ruth Vale. If he's alive. Eliza set the towel down. I know you went to see Ruth Vale after the search, she said. Margaret went absolutely still. The whole kitchen seemed to pause with her. Walter told you. Yes. Her mother's face drained. Eliza. And he told me what you said after. Margaret's fingers tightened around the back of a chair. Eliza. If he's alive, Eliza repeated, every word precise now despite the tremor inside her. They'll kill him for coming back. Silence opened wide between them. Margaret looked suddenly as if she had stepped not into her own kitchen but into some colder place entirely. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible. You should not know that sentence. But I do. Eliza took one step closer. Who are they, Mama? Margaret did not answer. Outside, the storm rolled farther east. Rain still fell from the eaves in steady silver lines. Somewhere down the street a branch cracked and dropped with a heavy wet sound. Inside, the old house held its breath. Eliza looked at her mother and knew with chilling certainty that the hidden truth was no longer hidden in the simple sense. It was alive. Not in superstition. Not in folklore. In people. In fear still active enough to shape a woman's face 11 years later when a sentence came back to haunt her. Who are they? Eliza asked again. Margaret's eyes filled, not with tears exactly, but with the pressure of them held back too long. And when she finally answered, it was not with a name. It was with something worse. The men who decide what Belmere is allowed to survive. The words fell into the kitchen like the last crack of lightning after a storm has already moved on. Eliza stared. Because she understood at once what made it worse than a single name. A person could be accused. A person could be confronted. But the men who decide what Belmere is allowed to survive. That was structure. That was power. That was something old enough, organized enough, and self-righteous enough to bury truth while calling the burial necessary. Margaret sank slowly into the chair behind her as if standing had suddenly become impossible. And Eliza, wet-haired and exhausted and burning with the knowledge she had carried home from the storm, realized that the hidden truth was not just about what happened in the field. It was about the machinery that kept Belmere whole afterward. The town had not merely hidden a crime. It had protected itself from the consequences of knowing it. And somewhere inside that machinery, Jacob Vale had either died or been kept gone. The realization moved through her with such force that for a second she had to grip the edge of the table. Chapter 8 had opened under lightning and old files. It ended in her mother's kitchen with a sentence that changed the scale of everything. Not one man. Not one lie. A whole structure of men, history, and town loyalty deciding what could be admitted and what had to disappear. And now Eliza was standing inside that structure with rain still on her sleeves, Daniel's unfinished honesty still warm in her memory, and the terrible understanding that she was closer to the truth than Belmere had ever intended anyone to get. Chapter 9, The Past Returns. For a long time after Margaret said it, neither of them moved. The kitchen remained exactly as it had been 1 minute earlier and yet no longer resembled any room Eliza had ever known. The yellow light over the sink still cast its old familiar circle on the counter. The kettle still sat on the stove. A dish towel still hung neatly from the oven handle. Rain still slipped from the eaves outside in silver threads that caught the porch light and vanished into the dark yard. Everything ordinary remained in place. Only the meaning of it had changed. The men who decide what Belmere is allowed to survive. Eliza stood with one hand braced against the table, water from her damp hair darkening the shoulder of her sweater, and stared at her mother. The sentence had not given her a name. It had given her a system. And systems were always harder than names. A single man could be confronted, hated, accused, forgiven, exposed. A single man could be dead and leave behind documents, enemies, descendants, confessions. But a system, especially a system in a town like Belmere, lived in habits, in loyalties, in permissions given and accepted over years until no one remembered where they began. It lived in the courthouse and the sheriff's office, yes, but also in pews and kitchens and hardware stores and roadside conversations after funerals. It lived in who was believed, who was warned, who was protected, who was expected to disappear quietly if their existence became inconvenient. Eliza, Margaret said at last, and her voice sounded old in a way Eliza had never heard before, sit down. No. The answer came too quickly. Not from defiance alone, though there was plenty of that in her. From motion. She could not bear the thought of becoming still. Please. Eliza shook her head and began pacing the length of the kitchen instead, from the sink to the pantry door and back again, the old floorboards complaining softly beneath her steps. The house smelled of wet wool and tea and rain-cooled wood. She could feel the storm moving away outside, lessening not into silence but into aftermath. The heavy drip from leaves, the occasional far-off grumble of thunder carrying east. Who are they? She asked again. Don't tell me structure. Don't tell me Belmere. I need names. Margaret's face tightened. I know some of them, she said. I guessed others. And there are some I was never certain of. That's not good enough. It may have to be. No, Eliza stopped pacing and looked at her mother directly. No more of that. No more may have to, and some people and things happened. You have spent years talking around this. I need you to speak plainly. Margaret held her gaze for a long moment. Then she said, very quietly, Sheriff Bell. One name. A beginning. The dead sheriff, revered by Belmere, mourned with casseroles and folded flags and speeches about public service. The man who had found her in the field. The man who had wanted the town calm. Eliza swallowed. Who else? Margaret lowered her eyes briefly and lifted them again. Dr. Holcomb. Reverend Nolan, though not in the way you think. Your father. Walter Jensen knew enough to stay silent. I believe Mayor Sutter at the time knew more than he admitted. And there were others around them. Men who did not need the full truth in order to help preserve the version that suited everyone better. Eliza felt the room go colder despite the warm kitchen light. My father, she said. Margaret's mouth tightened. Yes. The simple confirmation hit harder than any elaboration could have. Not because it proved guilt. It did not. Not yet. But because her mother had placed him inside the structure without hesitation. Not outside it looking in. Not merely adjacent. Inside. In what way? Eliza asked, and her voice had gone thin. Margaret folded her hands together on the table, as if physically holding them still. Your father was not the architect of it. That's supposed to comfort me? No, Margaret's gaze did not leave hers. It is supposed to be precise. Eliza almost laughed. The sound would have been ugly, so she didn't. Then be precise. Margaret drew in a long breath. Your father believed in order, she said. He believed families should stay where they belonged, reputations should remain intact, mistakes should be corrected quietly before they grew into scandal. He did not wake each morning intending harm. But when harm presented itself wrapped in the possibility of protecting the town's idea of itself, he made the choice most men like him make. Which was? He accepted the lie that caused the least disruption. The words landed with horrible gentleness. Eliza turned away at once and looked out the dark window over the sink. Her own reflection stared back faintly, blurred face, shadowed eyes, wet hair beginning to curl at the ends. Beyond it, the yard lay black and slick, the fence shining with rain. He thought Jacob was beneath us, she said. Margaret did not answer immediately. Yes, she said at last. And me leaving with him would have humiliated him. Yes. And he went looking for us before the search. Yes. The third answer nearly took her knees out from under her. She caught the edge of the counter with one hand. Margaret rose half out of her chair. Eliza. I'm fine. She was not fine. She had passed beyond fine an hour ago, perhaps years ago. The word no longer meant anything useful. How do you know he went looking? She asked without turning around. Because he told me. That made her whip back around. The kitchen seemed to tilt. He told you? Yes. When? The next morning. After Belle brought you home. After Holcomb left. After you finally slept. Margaret's face was pale but steady now, as if saying these things aloud had pushed her through the worst threshold and left her on the other side with nothing left but truth. What did he say? Margaret lowered herself slowly back into the chair. He said he had driven toward the turnout because he knew you had left with Jacob and he thought. She stopped. What? He thought Jacob might be reckless enough to take you into the woods in that weather. The phrasing carried her father in it so vividly that Eliza could almost hear his voice. Condemnation dressed as concern. Control insisting on being named protection. Did he find us? I don't know. You don't know? Margaret's fingers tightened again. He claimed he did not. He said he saw Jacob's truck near the turnout but no sign of either of you. He said the rain had gotten too bad to see and the ground was already turning to mud. He came home soaked through and angry and would not tell me more. Eliza stared at her. And you believed him? Margaret's expression flickered, pain, shame, old fury. I believed he had gone, she said. I did not know what to believe about the rest. The honesty in that hurt more than a defense would have. What happened between you after that? Eliza asked. Margaret looked toward the hall as though memory might come walking in from the dark. Something broke, she said simply. Eliza thought of all the years after her father's death, the way her mother had spoken of him with a careful, flattened respect, never openly bitter, never fully loving either. She had assumed widowhood did that. Grief. Time. But perhaps the breaking had begun long before the funeral. He knew more, Eliza said. Margaret did not deny it. He must have. Yes. Did he tell Belle where the truck was? I believe so. Then Belle knew he had gone looking for us. Yes. Eliza took a slow step back from the sink, then another, as if moving through the kitchen could change the arrangement of the facts. And Belle protected him. Margaret shook her head. Not exactly. What does that mean? It means Belle protected Belmere. If that also protected your father, so be it. That was perhaps the most terrible answer of all, because it made personal wrongdoing feel almost incidental beside civic instinct. Jacob had not vanished into a single man's cruelty, perhaps, but into a whole apparatus of preserving the town's sense of itself. Eliza looked down at the table, at the grain of the wood worn smooth by years of meals and elbows and silence. A memory came sharply then, not from the storm, not from Jacob, but from much later. She was 23, back from the city only briefly for Christmas. Her father alive, sitting right where Margaret sat now, hands around a mug, saying to no one in particular, people leave and think distance makes them wiser. Usually it only makes them louder. At the time she had heard only criticism. Now she heard fear. What did Ruth Vale tell you? She asked suddenly. Margaret's head lifted. The question had been waiting between them ever since Jensen's revelation in the truck. What did she say that made you come out of her house and tell Walter, if he's alive, they'll kill him for coming back? Her mother closed her eyes for one moment, and when she opened them the room seemed older around her. Not the room itself. The time inside it. She told me Jacob had spoken to her 2 days before the dance, Margaret said. Eliza went still. What did he say? He told her he thought someone had been following him. A chill spread across Eliza's scalp and down her spine. Who? He did not know. Margaret's gaze moved briefly toward the dark front of the house, as if even now the walls might have listeners pressed to them. He said he'd seen the same truck twice on the road near the Valles place and once parked near Miller Field after dark, she continued. He thought at first it might be boys from town looking to frighten him. Then he began to think it was someone older. Someone patient. Eliza felt the kitchen narrowing around the words. Did he tell you what kind of truck? No. Ruth only said he believed whoever it was knew the roads too well to be random. Daniel's face rose immediately in Eliza's mind, not because he was implicated, impossible, absurd, but because of the map, the roads, the field. People who knew Belmere well enough to use its terrain as an advantage. Why didn't Ruth go to Belle? She asked. Margaret gave her a bleak look. She did. Eliza blinked. And Belle told her, Margaret said, each word clipped now by memory and contempt both, that if Jacob was feeling watched, perhaps it was because he had been giving people reason to keep an eye on him. Eliza shut her eyes. Of course. Of course Belle had turned vigilance into blame. Had redirected concern back onto Jacob's character, his temper, his family. The town's oldest trick. So Ruth thought Belle was in it. She thought Belle would never protect Jacob against men he dined with. The line landed with awful precision. Men he dined with. Not abstract authority. Men. Men with names and houses and wives and pews in church. Men whose children went to school with her. Men who had likely patted her shoulder after the search and said they were all praying. What else? Eliza asked. Margaret hesitated. Mama. Ruth believed Jacob had found something. The words changed the air entirely. Eliza stared. What? I don't know what. She didn't know either. Only that the week before he vanished, he had become convinced there was something hidden around the field or near the old service road. Papers, maybe. Money. Evidence of some kind. Daniel's voice from earlier rose in her memory. Belmere has a history it doesn't talk about. Not just people disappearing. Not just storms and shame. Something hidden near the field. Something worth watching Jacob over. Why would Jacob be looking there? Eliza asked. Margaret spread one hand helplessly. Because young men who feel cornered sometimes go looking for leverage. That was true enough to hurt. Jacob, resented by the town, warned away from Eliza, perhaps desperate to find some advantage that would let him stand up against men like her father and Belle. She could see it now too easily. His stubbornness. His refusal to bow. The dangerous brightness of him when angry. He told me once, she said slowly, more to herself than to Margaret, that every pretty town had rot under the paint. Margaret's eyes sharpened. When? I don't remember. She pressed a hand to her temple. Before the dance. Maybe a week before. We were at the Lake Road overlook, I think. He said Belmere acted clean because everyone agreed not to scrape too hard. Her mother looked down. He might have heard adults talking, Margaret murmured. Workers. Men at the garage. Something half said in his presence. Boys like Jacob learned to listen because no one remembered they were there until it was too late. Eliza thought of the feed store. The service road. Miller Field. The old 1971 files with pages removed. Elias Mercer dead in the creek. Marion Hale unable or unwilling to say more. Her father going into the storm before the official search. The past, she realized, was no longer merely returning as memory. It was returning as structure. A pattern too old and deliberate to belong to coincidence. What was hidden there? She asked. Margaret shook her head. I never knew. But Ruth thought Jacob found something. Yes. And if he did, then maybe he met someone because of it. Or several someones, Margaret said grimly. The kitchen clock ticked too loudly in the silence that followed. Eliza went to the stove, turned the kettle on without really deciding to, and stood staring at the burner flame as if blue fire could simplify anything. Her body wanted motion. Her mind wanted sequence. Neither was possible. Behind her, Margaret said, "There is more." Eliza shut her eyes briefly. "Of course there is. I don't know if it helps." "Nothing helps." "Say it anyway." Margaret drew in a slow breath. "The day after Ruth told me all that, I went to your father." Eliza turned. "What?" "I told him I knew he had gone out before the search. I told him Ruth believed Jacob had been followed. I told him if he knew anything more than he'd said, he had to tell Belle properly." The kettle began its faint early murmur on the burner. "What did he say?" Margaret's face changed in a way Eliza did not like at all. Less grief, more remembered rage. "He said," Margaret replied, "you're letting that woman infect your mind." Eliza stared. "And when I pushed him?" Margaret's lips tightened. "He said some boys create their own trouble and then mistake consequences for persecution." The kitchen seemed suddenly too small to hold Eliza's anger. She gripped the edge of the stove. "That sounds like him," she said, and hated the bitter certainty in her own voice. Margaret nodded once. "I asked him if Jacob was dead," she continued. "Your father said he didn't know. I asked if Belle was hiding something. He said Belle was doing what men have to do when panic starts outrunning facts." Her laugh, when it came, was short and sharp and emptied of humor. "Then he told me that if Jacob had any sense, he'd keep running." The kettle gave a sudden hard click as if startled by the violence in the room. Eliza whispered, "He said that?" "Yes." And there it was. The sentence Jensen had carried for years like a hot stone in his pocket. The sentence Margaret had brought out of Ruth's house. The sentence that suggested not certainty of death, but the possibility of survival and flight under threat. "If he's alive, they'll kill him for coming back." Belmere was no longer merely a town that failed Jacob. It was a town that might have driven him away and then required the fiction of disappearance because his absence served too many people. Eliza turned the burner off before the kettle had fully boiled. She no longer wanted tea. The act had only been something to do with her hands. "If Jacob lived," she said slowly, "why didn't he come for me?" The question left the room ringing. It was smaller than the others and more devastating. Margaret looked at her daughter with such naked pain that Eliza almost wished she had swallowed the words. "I don't know," her mother said. "No," Eliza replied, and now the tears were coming whether she wanted them or not. "No, you do know. Or you've thought it through 1,000 times and chosen which possibility hurts least." Margaret stood. "Eliza. Was he injured?" Eliza demanded. "Was he afraid? Did he think I was safer if he stayed away? Did someone threaten him? Did he believe I'd betrayed him? Did he think I chose my father over him?" The questions came faster, each one opening another wound. Or did he die later somewhere else with Belmere still in his mouth like poison? "Stop. No. Eliza, stop." But she could not. Not now, not when the possibility had been widened from death into abandonment, from tragedy into choice twisted by fear. For years she had grieved a missing boy and an incomplete memory. Those were terrible enough. But this new shape, meant she had to face the possibility that Jacob had lived past that night and never returned. Not because he did not want to. Perhaps because he could not. Perhaps because Belmere had taught him too well what happened to boys from the wrong families who stood in the way of men protecting their own order. Margaret crossed the kitchen and caught her by the shoulders. Eliza. Her voice was firm enough to cut through the surge. Eliza looked at her. And in her mother's face she saw not avoidance now, but the same questions lived longer. The same brutal possibilities worn smooth by repetition and never answered. I asked myself every version of that for years, Margaret said. Every one. Whether he was alive. Whether he was hurt. Whether he wanted to come back. Whether he thought you'd be better without him. Whether your father knew more. Whether Belle chose silence because there had already been too much damage or because damage was exactly what silence served. I asked until the questions hollowed me out. Tears ran hot down Eliza's face. She did not wipe them away. And, she whispered. And I still do not know. The answer was unbearable because it was true. For a moment they simply stood there, mother and daughter holding each other in the middle of a kitchen where too many evenings had passed pretending the old wound had scarred cleanly. Then from the front room came the sudden shrill ring of the telephone. Both women froze. It rang again. The sound seemed strange in the aftermath of storm and confession. Too bright, too ordinary, and therefore immediately threatening. Margaret released Eliza first. Don't answer it, Eliza said. The phone rang a third time. Margaret looked toward the hall, then back at her daughter. If it's Walter. If it's Walter, he can call back. The phone rang again. Something in Margaret's face shifted. Not reason. Instinct. The instinct of women who had spent years reading danger by tone and timing. She went. Eliza followed to the doorway of the front room but did not enter. Margaret picked up the receiver. Hello? The silence on the other end lasted only a second, but in that second Eliza felt every nerve in her body go taut. Then Margaret's expression changed. Not into fear exactly. Into recognition. Her free hand tightened on the cord. Yes, she said. She's here. Eliza stared. A long pause followed. Margaret listened. Once. Twice. Her face grew paler with each passing moment. No, she said quietly. No, I don't think that's wise. Another pause. Then, almost under her breath, after all these years? Eliza took one involuntary step forward. Margaret looked up at her then, and whatever she saw in her daughter's face seemed to force a decision. Yes, she said into the phone. All right. She listened a moment longer, then replaced the receiver with extraordinary care. The room was utterly silent. Who was that? Eliza asked. Margaret did not answer immediately. Instead she turned fully toward her daughter and for one stretched, impossible second looked like someone much younger, someone standing at the beginning of a disaster, not 11 years after it. Then she said the last name Eliza had not heard aloud in Belmere in almost a decade. Vale. The floor seemed to drop away. Eliza, Margaret said, and her voice trembled despite every effort otherwise, "Ruth Vale is back in town." The past did not merely return in that moment. It entered the house. Not memory. Not archive. Not speculation. A woman who had buried no son because no body had ever been given to her. A woman who had left Belmere and, against all logic and self-preservation, had now come back. When? Eliza whispered. Tonight. She says she arrived an hour ago. Why? Margaret hesitated. Because someone left something on the porch of the house she rented in Fairbrook 3 days ago. Eliza's pulse thundered in her ears. What? A key, Margaret said. And a note. The world seemed to narrow to the shape of those two things. A key. A note. In Belmere, objects arrived carrying intent. They were never just themselves. What note? Eliza asked. Margaret looked at her. It said, she replied, "If you still want your son, come home before the leaves are gone." Eliza stopped breathing for one terrible second. Everything rearranged. The letter she had received. The letter Margaret had burned. The fact that there had been others. Ruth Vale's return. The possibility Jacob had lived. And now this, an invitation, a summons, or a threat wrapped in maternal grief and the changing season. Where is she? Eliza asked. At the old Mercer house. The answer hit almost as hard as the note itself. Daniel's family house? Yes. Of course. Of course Ruth Vale would not come back to Belmere and go to the center of town. She would go to the place connected to the other old wound, the other family who had reason never to trust Belmere's official versions. She called you from there. Yes. Did Daniel know she was coming? I don't know. Eliza's mind moved too fast. Daniel Mercer, at the motel or perhaps already back on Route 6. Ruth Vale in the Mercer house. A key. A note. The date. The storm. The old files. Her father. Belle. The field. The past had stopped being passive. It was acting. I have to go, she said. Margaret stared at her. No. Mama. No. Not tonight. She's Jacob's mother. I know who she is. And she may know something. She may also be walking into the same trap all over again. The words cracked through the room. Eliza looked at her mother and saw the truth of the fear there. Not abstract. Immediate. Ruth Vale had returned because someone wanted her in Belmere. That did not guarantee safety. If anything, it made danger feel organized. The Mercer house, Eliza said. Why there? Margaret's mouth tightened. Because if Ruth trusts anyone in this, it would be someone tied to Elias Mercer, not Belmere proper. Meaning Daniel. Meaning his family. Meaning the old alliance of the wounded, perhaps, rising again after years underground. We can't just sit here, Eliza said. Margaret came toward her at once. Watch me. But Eliza was past stillness. Everything in her wanted movement, confrontation, the next fact, the next voice. The past had returned not as dream or grief but as a woman in a house calling on the same night the storm broke. To remain in the kitchen now would feel like being buried alive under caution. Margaret saw it in her face. "Eliza," she said, lower now, more urgent, "listen to me. The moment a person comes back to Belmere carrying the wrong question, the town begins choosing whether to absorb them or expel them. Ruth Vale is not back by accident. If someone summoned her, it is because they want something." "Yes," Eliza said. "And I want to know what." Her mother caught her arm as she moved toward the hall. "You think knowledge is always action," Margaret said. "Sometimes knowledge is what waits to see who moves first." Eliza looked down at her mother's hand, then back up. "Then they've already started," she said. The sentence landed between them with dreadful accuracy. Margaret slowly let go. Neither woman spoke for several seconds. Finally Margaret said, exhausted and defeated by love more than by argument, "If you go, I'm coming with you." "No." "Yes." "No, Mama. If Ruth called you, she may not want a room full of people. And you think she wants you arriving alone in the middle of this?" The objection was sensible, which made it harder to resist. Eliza thought of Daniel. He did not yet know. Or maybe he did. Maybe Ruth had called him first. Maybe he was already there. Maybe the key and the note had been left precisely because someone knew the Mercers and Valles would pull together if summoned. "Call Walter," Margaret said abruptly. Eliza frowned. "Why?" "Because if Walter Jensen has finally decided to stop pretending he is only adjacent to all this, he can earn the privilege." Despite everything, a faint startled laugh escaped Eliza at the bluntness of it. Margaret was already reaching for the phone again. "I'll call him," she said. "And if he doesn't answer, I'm getting my coat." Eliza stood in the middle of the front room while her mother dialed, feeling the old house gather itself around the news. Ruth Vale was back. The past had crossed the town line and entered one of its oldest houses. A note had called her home. A key had come with it. And somewhere in Belmere, perhaps already moving, were the men who decided what the town was allowed to survive. By the time Walter answered on the third ring, Eliza knew with sudden sharp certainty that nothing after this night would remain theoretical. Files and maps and memories had brought them to the edge. Ruth Vale's return would push them over it. The past had not only returned. It had come back asking to be let in. Chapter 10, The Secret Revealed. Walter Jensen arrived before Margaret had finished buttoning her coat. The knock at the front door came hard and fast, not panicked but urgent enough to make the old brass latch rattle in its frame. Eliza was already halfway across the front room when her mother opened it. Jensen stood on the porch in the same rain-darkened coat he had worn earlier, though the storm had eased now into a cold persistent drizzle that silvered the porch boards and clung to the shoulders of his jacket. The porch light threw a tired yellow over his face, deepening every line there. He looked like a man who had expected a quiet old age and had instead found himself summoned into the center of a story he had spent years standing beside without naming. "I came as fast as I could," he said, stepping inside and wiping one wet boot reflexively against the mat, though Belmere's roads had already undone any hope of keeping floors clean. Margaret shut the door behind him. She called you too? Jensen asked. No, Margaret replied. She called me. I called you. Jensen nodded once, absorbing the distinction as if it mattered. Of course it mattered. In Belmere, who called whom first often carried more meaning than what was said afterward. She's really there? He asked. At the Mercer house, Margaret said. That's what she told me. Jensen exhaled slowly and took off his coat. Water pattered lightly from the hem onto the floorboards. What did she sound like? He asked. Margaret hesitated. Tired, she said at last. Steady. Frightened enough to hide it. Jensen's mouth flattened. That sounds like Ruth. Eliza stood near the arm of the sofa with her own coat already on, hands pushed into the pockets so hard the map and folded letter in one pocket cut against her fingers. She had not realized until this moment how desperately she wanted to hear Ruth Vale described in the present tense by someone else. Not as memory. Not as one more name in Belmere's buried history. As someone breathing now, within driving distance, with the old wound still alive enough to answer a summons. We're going, she said. Margaret and Jensen both looked at her. There was a flicker of something in Jensen's expression then, recognition perhaps, or resignation. He had watched Eliza grow from a sharp-elbowed girl into the kind of woman who could leave a town like Belmere and return with enough distance to see its ugliness clearly. He must have known, as Margaret knew, that there were certain moments after which she would not be persuaded into staying put. Yes, Jensen said. We are. Margaret turned to him. You think that's wise? No, he replied. I think it's necessary. That settled it. Belmere had many forms of permission. Sometimes all it took was one older voice deciding aloud that caution had reached its limit. Margaret pulled on her coat more tightly. No police, she said. Jensen gave a dry, humorless laugh. Belle's replacement couldn't find truth with both hands and a lantern. And if there's someone in that office still loyal to the old version of things, I'd rather not warn them first. Eliza looked sharply at him. You think there are? Jensen met her gaze. You don't? No. She did not. Not anymore. The structure Margaret had named could not have persisted this long through dead men alone. Power, once arranged, rarely dissolved just because the original holders aged or were buried. It passed downward through habit. Through sons, deputies, councilmen, trusted friends. Through the kind of men who sat near the front at funerals and knew where records were kept and how stories ought to sound when told in public. Jensen picked up the dish towel Margaret had left on the arm of a chair and rubbed the rain from his glasses again, more to give his hands occupation than because they needed it. I'll drive, he said. Margaret nodded once. The choice made sense. Eliza was too wound tight for night roads. Margaret would not want to navigate the turn toward the Mercer place in the dark and wet after years of avoiding it. Jensen, for all his irritability, handled roads and machinery and emergencies with the same stubborn competence. It was only when they stepped back onto the porch that Eliza realized how much the storm had altered Belmere's appearance. The rain had washed the town into darker colors. Porch lights reflected in the road like broken gold. Branches littered the verges. Somewhere down the street a gutter overflowed in a silver ribbon. The sky remained low and heavy, but the violence had moved on. What remained was aftermath. Not calm. Something closer to exhaustion. They climbed into Jensen's truck in silence, Jensen behind the wheel, Margaret beside him, Eliza in the middle on the worn bench seat that still smelled of oil and peppermint and old weather. The heater came grudgingly to life. The windshield wipers thudded through their rhythm. No one spoke until they had turned off the Hart Street and were moving toward the road that would take them past the edge of town. It was Margaret who broke the silence. "She sounded sure you'd come," she said to no one and everyone. Jensen kept his eyes on the road. "Ruth doesn't waste certainty unless she's earned it. She hasn't seen us in years." "No," Jensen replied. "But grief teaches people who still show up." Eliza stared through the windshield as the truck passed the dark bulk of the church and the municipal building beyond it. The annex windows were black. She thought of the files, the missing page of Marion Hale's statement, the word reclassified in Sheriff Bell's hand, Daniel photographing everything under weak light while thunder broke overhead. The past had stopped being archival. It had become mobile. The Mercer house stood at the far edge of Belmere, beyond the last proper cluster of homes, on a road that once led more clearly to the old rail line and now mostly led to memory. Eliza had only been there once as a child, and even then only as far as the gate. She remembered a long yard, an overgrown hedge, a porch set back from the road beneath two heavy maples. Her mother had kept walking that day without explaining why. Later, when Eliza asked whose house it was, Margaret had said only, "People who used to belong more than Belmere liked." It had not made sense then. Now it did. As Jensen turned onto the narrow lane, the truck headlights swept over wet grass and the slick black limbs of trees bowing over the drive. The Mercer house emerged slowly from the dark. It was larger than Eliza remembered, though perhaps that was only because she now knew the weight it carried. A two-story house of weathered dark wood with a wide porch and steep roof, built in the old style before Belmere had started preferring cleaner lines and easier respectability. One upstairs window glowed warm. So did the front room and the porch lamp. The house did not look abandoned. It looked inhabited carefully. Daniel's truck was parked by the porch. Ruth Vale's car, a dark sedan caked with road mist, stood just behind it. Jensen killed the engine. For a second none of them moved. Then Margaret said, very softly, "I never thought I'd come back here." Jensen looked at her. "None of us thought much correctly after that year." The line held more feeling than his usual manner allowed, and Margaret accepted it with one small nod. Eliza was out of the truck first. The night air had turned raw after the storm. Wet earth and soaked leaves and the faint mineral smell of rain-washed gravel rose around the porch steps. Her boots sounded loud against the wood as she climbed. Before she could knock, the door opened. Daniel stood there. His face, when he saw who stood on the porch, changed in quick succession: surprise at Margaret, something like grim approval at Jensen, and then a look at Eliza that held too much to be safely named in front of the others. "You made it," he said. The sentence was simple. It did not need to be more. Jensen snorted softly as he stepped onto the porch behind them. "You sound surprised." "I wasn't sure Belmere would let them." That, Jensen said, glancing past him into the lit hallway, is exactly why we're here. Daniel stepped aside to let them enter. The Mercer house smelled of old wood, lamp oil, damp coats, and something simmering faintly on the stove in a room farther back. The floors were darker than those at the Hart's house, the hall wider, the walls lined with framed photographs and landscapes that looked less arranged for display than simply left in place over years. The house had the feeling of being kept alive by memory rather than routine. And standing at the threshold of the front room, one hand resting lightly on the edge of a chair as if she had just risen from it, was Ruth Vale. For one suspended second Eliza saw not the woman in the room but every version of her she had carried in pieces. The severe profile in old memory, the dark coat in church, the tired elegant hands wrapped around a grocery basket, the way people in Belmere had lowered their voices around the Valles as though poverty and pride together constituted a kind of threat. Time had not softened Ruth Vale. It had refined her. Her hair, once dark, was now almost entirely silver, worn in a loose twist at the back of her head. She was thinner than Eliza remembered, but not frail. There was still something arrestingly upright in the way she held herself, as if even age and grief had failed to bend whatever was most unyielding in her. Her face was lined, yes, but the lines only sharpened the intelligence there. Her eyes, when they found Eliza, held no accusation at first. Only impact. "Eliza," Ruth said. No one in Belmere had spoken Eliza's name quite like that in years, not as memory, not as gossip, not as warning, but as the name of someone genuinely before her. Eliza's throat tightened. "Mrs. Vale." Ruth's mouth moved faintly, not a smile exactly. "After all this time," she said. The words seemed to pull all the years between then and now into the room. Margaret came in behind Eliza and stopped. Ruth looked at her too. Something old and complicated moved across her face. Pain, recognition, perhaps a kind of exhausted mercy. Margaret. Ruth. No one crossed immediately to embrace the other. Belmere had damaged too many things for that. But the quiet between them was not empty. It was filled with a knowledge that did not need performance. Jensen removed his coat and hung it on a stand by the door as if this were still only a visit among old acquaintances and not the reopening of a wound the whole town had built itself around. "Walter," Ruth said, with the smallest tilt of her head. "Ruth." Then her gaze moved to Daniel. "You didn't tell me they were all coming." Daniel's expression remained controlled. "I wasn't given much time to tell anyone anything." That was interesting in itself. It meant Ruth had indeed called him first. Or perhaps arrived before him. Eliza filed the thought away, though she was not sure there was room in her mind for another thread tonight. Ruth gestured toward the front room. "Please." The room itself felt warmer than the hall, lit by 2 lamps and a low fire in the hearth that had burned down mostly to embers. Bookshelves lined one wall. A worn rug covered the floorboards. On the mantel stood 3 framed photographs and an old clock that ticked with a deeper, steadier sound than the kitchen clock in the Hart house. Everything about the room suggested survival without display. Daniel had made coffee. There were cups on the table and a plate of untouched biscuits gone slightly stale at the edges. A stack of old folders lay near one end of the table, weighted with a brass paperweight in the shape of a horse's head. "Sit," Ruth said. No one did immediately. Eliza remained standing because she no longer trusted chairs. Sitting made conversations feel as though they might be controlled. Nothing in her felt controllable. Ruth seemed to recognize that and did not insist again. She remained standing herself, one hand still light on the chair back. You all know why I came, she said. It was not a question. Margaret answered first. The note. Ruth inclined her head once. The note. Jensen's gaze moved over the room, over Daniel, over the old folders on the table, as if measuring what had already been said before they arrived. And the key. Yes. What key? Eliza asked. Daniel looked at Ruth before answering, leaving the choice to her. Ruth crossed to the table and picked up an object Eliza had not noticed at first because it was small and old and lay half in shadow near the lamp. She held it out. It was a brass key. Long-shafted, old-fashioned, tarnished dark at the teeth from age and use. Not a house key of the modern kind. Something older. More specific. Eliza took it carefully. It felt heavier than it looked. What does it open? She asked. Ruth's gaze flicked once to Daniel. The shed at Miller Field, Daniel said. The room seemed to contract. Eliza looked up sharply. The old farm shed? Daniel nodded. The one on the north end of the field. The image rose instantly. The leaning structure she and the other children had dared one another to run to at dusk and never quite to after dark. A place of splintered wood, rusted hinges, shadow and nettles. The place no one farmed anymore. The place adjacent to where she had been found. Who sent it? Margaret asked. Ruth answered before Daniel could. No name. The note was typed. No postmark. It was left on my porch in Fairbrook under a stone I used to keep the mat from lifting in the wind. You think it's real? Jensen asked. Ruth looked at him with such sharp, tired intelligence that the question nearly answered itself. No, she said, I think it's deliberate. The distinction landed cleanly. Real was too simple a category now. Deliberate meant someone wanted a certain response, whether the thing itself was true or trap or both. Daniel stepped to the mantel and picked up one of the framed photographs there, then handed it to Eliza. It was not Jacob. It was a younger Daniel standing beside an older woman Eliza had never met but immediately knew to be his grandmother. They stood on the porch of this same house years earlier. Daniel perhaps 16, already carrying that same contained stillness. The older woman elegant and stern, her hand lightly resting on his shoulder. She died last winter, he said quietly. This was her house. Meaning Ruth had come not only to a safe location but to a place held in trust by the one family whose old grievance matched her own. Eliza set the frame down gently. Ruth sat at last, though only because standing seemed to cost her more now than she wanted to show. I'm not here because I trust the note, she said. I'm here because I trust what it threatens. No one interrupted. Ruth looked at Eliza then, not away, not through, but directly. For years, she said, I taught myself two things in order to keep living. First, that my son may have died that night. Second, that if he did not, Belmere would rather he stay absent than return with whatever truth left with him. The room held still around her words. Jensen lowered his eyes. Margaret's hands tightened together at her waist. Eliza felt the air leave her lungs in a slow, painful line. "And now," Ruth continued, "someone has sent me the key to the shed nearest where you were found and told me to come home before the leaves are gone." Her face did not change, but something in her voice sharpened. "That is not chance. It means one of two things. Either someone knows something they have finally chosen to reveal, or someone wants to see who still comes when Jacob's name is called." Daniel spoke then for the first time since they entered. "Possibly both." Ruth inclined her head. "Yes." Eliza looked down at the brass key in her palm. The shed at Miller Field. So close to the center of all of it that the gesture almost felt cruel in its precision. If someone wanted to reveal a truth, why now? Why through Ruth? Why on this date? Why after the letters to Eliza and Margaret? Why not go to the sheriff's office, the paper, the church, Daniel directly? Because, Eliza thought, those would have made it public too quickly. This was still private manipulation. Selective. Designed to move specific people. "The letters," she said suddenly. 4 pairs of eyes turned to her. "I got one," she said, looking at Ruth now. 3 days ago. No signature. It said I deserved to know what really happened that night." Ruth's face remained very still, but her eyes sharpened with immediate interest. Margaret added, low and unwillingly, "I got one too. I burned it." Ruth nodded once as if confirming a suspicion. "Mine came by hand. No envelope. No stamp." Daniel said, "Then whoever is doing this wants movement, not record." That was exactly right. No postmarks. No return addresses. No names. Notes and keys and messages placed by hand. A person close enough to Belmere to move quietly through it without attracting attention. Or a person who once belonged here and knew how to step back into its shadows. "The hidden truth," Jensen muttered, not looking at anyone directly, "has finally decided it hates staying hidden." Ruth's eyes flicked toward him. "No," she said. "Hidden truths do not decide anything. People do." The sentence carried such cold clarity that no one contradicted her. Eliza moved slowly toward the fire and stood with her back to the mantel, kneading the heat against the chill that had not fully left her from the storm and the drive and the kitchen revelations. "I want to go there tonight," she said. Every head turned again. Margaret immediately shook her head. "Absolutely not." Jensen swore softly. Daniel's face did not change at all, which somehow meant he had already considered it. Ruth watched Eliza for a long moment. "To the shed," Eliza said. "If the key is real and if someone left it now, waiting until morning only gives them more time." Margaret stepped toward her at once. "And going tonight gives them darkness, weather damage, and exactly the kind of dramatic conditions people in this town mistake for fate." "No. It's not fate." "No," Margaret snapped, and the force in her voice startled them all. "It's danger." Silence followed. Margaret looked suddenly exhausted by the weight of her own fear, but she did not take the word back. Ruth, still seated, folded her hands in her lap. "She is not wrong," she said quietly. Eliza looked at her in disbelief. "You came back to Belmere because of a key and a note and you don't want to go?" "I did not say that." Ruth's expression remained calm. "I said your mother is not wrong about the danger." Daniel stepped closer to the table. "There's another question," he said. "If the note sender wanted Ruth there before the leaves are gone, why tonight specifically? Why not simply send the key and wait?" "Because tonight is the anniversary," Jensen said. "Yes," Daniel replied. "Which means whoever sent it understands symbolism. Or wants us to." Eliza crossed her arms. "You think the date is theater?" "I think Belmere uses theater whenever it wants fear to do the work of force." That, too, felt true. Ruth looked at Daniel then, and there was something like approval in it, wary, old, earned. "You sound like your grandmother," she said. Something moved in his face at that. Brief grief. Familiar, almost hidden. Eliza saw it because she had begun to see too much in him. "My grandmother believed towns like this make rituals of what they don't want examined," Daniel said. Ruth nodded. She was right. Margaret looked from one to the other. "Then we do not give them what they want." "We may have already," Jensen muttered. "Half the town probably knows this house is occupied again." Eliza thought of Belmere's windows, its curtains, the dark sedan outside the motel, the way Main Street had watched her and Daniel together. He was right. The moment Ruth crossed the town line, the old machinery must have begun whirring. "Who knows you're here?" she asked Ruth. "Only Margaret, until now." "And Daniel." Jensen lifted an eyebrow. "No one followed you from Fairbrook?" Ruth gave him the faintest trace of a grim smile. "Walter, at my age I have become remarkably good at noticing followers." It was such a Ruth Vale answer, dry, proud, refusing to perform weakness, that Eliza felt something painful and fond move through her unexpectedly. She had once loved Jacob. Seeing his mother now, she understood something of where his fierceness had come from. "You trust Daniel," Eliza said before she could stop herself. Ruth's gaze moved to her. "I trust his blood in this matter," she said. "And I trust that grief made him patient where Belmere hoped it would make him foolish." The sentence sat in the room with terrible and precise accuracy. Daniel looked faintly uncomfortable under it, which only made Eliza trust the judgment more. "What exactly do you think is in the shed?" Margaret asked. Ruth looked at the key. "I have spent 11 years imagining possibilities. None of them are merciful." Daniel spoke softly. "Documents." Jensen shook his head. "Too easy to burn. Not if the man hiding them wanted leverage first." "A weapon?" Margaret asked. "Possible," Daniel said. "But same problem. Too easy to move, too risky to leave." Eliza thought of Jacob telling her every pretty town had rot under the paint. "Not evidence of one night," she said slowly. "Evidence of something older." The room went quiet. Daniel looked at her. "Say more." She took a breath. "If Marion Hale vanished 1 year and Elias Mercer died?" If Jacob thought he found something near the field years later. If Belle and my father and others were willing to protect a version instead of the truth, she looked down at the key. Then maybe whatever's hidden there isn't just about Jacob. Maybe it's what tied those nights together in the first place. Ruth's face changed very slightly. Daniel held her gaze with the kind of attention that made her feel at once seen and sharpened. What would that be? Jensen asked. Eliza shook her head. I don't know. Land records. Money. Something illegal. Something men in town had been doing out there that depended on no one asking questions. A memory flickered and nearly vanished. Jacob said once that people don't meet in fields at night unless they want the dark to help them. Daniel went still. When did he say that? I don't know. She pressed fingers to her brow. Weeks before. Maybe after he started feeling watched. Jensen's mouth tightened. Old Service Road used to connect to more than the field. Every eye in the room turned to him. What do you mean? Margaret asked. Jensen grimaced as if regretting the sentence the moment it escaped. It used to lead farther out toward the old quarry turnoff before the county closed the back path. Years ago some men from town used that route to avoid being seen bringing equipment in and out. Mostly harmless then. Hunting gear, contraband liquor, cash card games away from wives. He exhaled. At least that's what people said. What people say, Ruth replied coldly, and what men hide are usually two different categories. No one argued. Eliza felt something click into place inside her, not a full answer but a new shape. If the field and service road had long been useful to men who preferred not to be observed, then Marion's disappearance, Elias's death, Jacob's suspicion, the truck following him, none of it began with youthful romance or storm alone. The field had already belonged to hidden activity. The town's men had history out there. That's the secret, she said quietly. Daniel turned to her. Not just Jacob, she said. Not even just Elias. The field. The road. Whatever the men in Belmere were using it for. Jacob stumbled into something already running. Ruth watched her with grave attention. Yes, she said. That is closer. The word struck Eliza like another key turning. Closer. Not there yet. But closer. For the first time all evening she felt not only grief or anger but direction. We go at first light, Daniel said. Margaret let out the breath she had been holding. That, she said, is the first sensible thing anyone has said tonight. Jensen nodded once. Agreed. Ruth looked at the window, where rain still glazed the dark outside. First light. The decision settled over the room. Not relief exactly. More like a temporary arrangement with fear. Eliza looked at Daniel. He met her gaze only briefly, because the others were there, because the room was full of old grief and practical decisions and too many witnesses for any softness to show itself carelessly. And yet something passed between them all the same. Not comfort. Recognition. The next step. Morning. Ruth rose. She moved more stiffly now than when they arrived, and Eliza was suddenly sharply aware of her age, the road she had driven, the years she had carried this wound, the enormity of returning to Belmere with hope forced upon her by an anonymous note. "I have something else," Ruth said. She crossed to a leather bag resting beside the armchair and drew out a folded paper, yellowed with age and creased so many times it had begun to wear through at the folds. She handed it, not to Daniel, but to Eliza. Eliza unfolded it carefully. It was a map, older than Daniel's survey copy. Hand-drawn in pencil and ink. Property lines. Tree marks. The service road. The north end of the field. And beside the shed, an X. Her breath caught. "What is this?" "Jacob drew it," Ruth said. The room fell completely silent. "I found it in his room the day after the dance," Ruth continued. "Folded inside a mechanic's manual. I kept it because I did not know what it meant. Later, I believed it might be one of the things that got him taken, or made him run." Eliza stared at the uneven, urgent lines of Jacob's hand. She recognized them immediately without realizing she would. "He marked the shed," Daniel said. "Yes," Ruth replied. "And the old north path." Eliza looked more closely. There were notes in the margins too. Faint. Half erased by time and handling. "Lights here. Truck. Not alone." And, lower, almost torn away by a fold. "If I'm right, tell." The rest was gone. Eliza's knees weakened. "If I'm right, tell." Tell who? Her. His mother? The sheriff? Someone else? The unfinished sentence was almost worse than no note at all. Daniel stepped closer, not touching her, but near enough that she could feel the heat of him. "That's what he found," he said quietly. Or where he thought he'd find it. Margaret covered her mouth with one hand. Jensen stared at the map as if seeing a ghost draw breath. Ruth remained still, but her eyes never left Eliza's face. "I did not show that to anyone," she said. "Not Belle. Not your father. Not Walter. No one." A pause. "Until now." The trust in that struck Eliza with surprising force. "Why now?" Because the note had called Ruth home. Because Daniel Mercer had become a man rather than an heir to grief. Because Eliza had returned and the town's silence had finally begun to crack. Because perhaps Ruth, like everyone else in the room, had reached the limit of living inside unanswered questions. "Eliza," Ruth said, voice low, "if Jacob left anything in that shed, or if someone left something there because they know I would come, then by morning Belmere may already be trying to remove it." Jensen swore. Daniel's expression hardened immediately. "She's right." Margaret turned on him. "You just said first light." "I did." His voice stayed even. "I also said whoever sent the note understands symbolism. But symbolism cuts both ways. If the point was to gather us and delay us, morning may be too late." The room erupted at once. "No," Margaret said. "Yes," Jensen snapped at the same time. "Damn it." Ruth stayed silent, which somehow made her opinion weigh more heavily than all the others. Eliza felt the map shake slightly in her hands. This was what Belmere did. It never allowed a clean decision. Caution itself became a trap because there was always the possibility that waiting served the lie. Daniel looked at Ruth. "When did you arrive?" "Just before 8. And the note said before the leaves are gone." "Yes. He may expect us at dawn." "Or tonight," Jensen growled. Margaret's voice sharpened. "Listen to yourselves. You are talking like people in folktales." "No," Ruth said then, and the authority in her quiet voice stopped them all. "We are talking like people who have waited too long to be foolish in the wrong direction." Silence. Then she looked at Eliza. Not at Daniel. Not at Jensen. At Eliza. "If this were only my son, I might still say wait," Ruth said. "But it is not only my son anymore. It is your memory. Daniel's uncle. Marion Hale. The field itself. Too many years arranged for one town's comfort." Her gaze sharpened. "And whoever sent the key knew exactly whom to move." Eliza understood immediately what the older woman was doing. She was placing the choice where Belmere had always denied it, to the people most affected, not the men who managed outcomes. "Eliza," Ruth said, "what do you think?" The room held its breath. Eliza looked down at Jacob's map in her hands. Then at the brass key on the table. Then at Daniel, who did not speak, did not press, did not even let his face tell her which answer he wanted most. He left it to her. That mattered. Outside, rain softened further against the windows. The storm was moving away. Night, however, remained. The secret revealed itself in fragments now, but the larger shape was clear. Men had been using the field and service road for hidden purposes long before Jacob vanished. Jacob had discovered something. Her father had gone after them before the official search. Belle had chosen calm over truth. Ruth had believed Jacob might live long enough to be killed if he returned. And now someone had put a key in motion, as if inviting the wounded back to the center. If Belmere had one gift, it was making delay sound wise until delay became complicity. Eliza lifted her eyes. "We go tonight," she said. Margaret made a sound of disbelief and anger. Jensen swore again, though this time less in protest than in acceptance. Daniel held her gaze and nodded once. Ruth Vale did not smile. But something in her face settled. The decision had been made. And because Belmere never allowed secrets to be revealed without cost, all of them understood at once that whatever waited in the shed at Miller Field would not merely answer questions. It would force the town to choose what version of itself survived next. Chapter 11, The Choice She Must Make. The decision, once spoken aloud, changed the room. Until that moment, everything in the Mercer house had still contained the possibility of retreat. They could wait for morning. They could drink coffee, argue caution, let the stormwater drain from the roads, let daylight make bravery look more reasonable than desperation. Even with Ruth's return and Jacob's map on the table and the key glinting under the lamp, there had still been one last fiction available to them. That time was neutral. That waiting did not favor anyone. Now that fiction was gone. Eliza felt it at once. It moved through the room like a pressure shift, quiet but unmistakable. Margaret's fear sharpened into something more active. Jensen's irritation condensed into grim practicality. Daniel became stiller, if that was possible, the way some men became still when they had stopped thinking about whether to act and begun thinking only about how. Ruth Vale, seated in the chair beside the fire with her hands folded over one another, looked less like an old woman summoned back into grief and more like someone who had already survived the worst possible thing and therefore had very little patience left for decorative caution. No one smiled. No one pretended this was wise. It was simply necessary in the way certain unbearable things became necessary once all softer alternatives had been exhausted. Margaret was the first to speak. "No," she said again, but now it lacked the force of command and carried instead the raw edge of a mother hearing the future begin to close around her daughter in a shape she recognized too well. "No. I heard you. I know what you said. It is still no." Eliza turned toward her. "Mama." "No." Margaret took a step forward, one hand half lifted as if she could physically stop the decision from moving farther through the room. "You do not go back there in the dark. Not tonight. Not after this storm. Not after everything that happened on that field." The words broke on the last phrase. For 1 second Eliza saw not only her mother, but the younger woman inside her. The woman who had waited through a storm while her husband lied and the town organized itself around aversion. The woman who had watched Sheriff Bell bring her daughter home at dawn with mud on her boots and terror in her eyes and no Jacob beside her. That woman had never stopped existing. She was in the room now. "Mama," Eliza said again, more gently this time, "I know." Margaret gave a short, furious shake of the head. "No. You know pieces. You know enough to feel brave because the shape is still unfinished. I know what it is to stand after and wish for one more hour of not having chosen." The sentence struck the whole room silent. Ruth lowered her eyes. Jensen looked away toward the rain-black window. Daniel did not move at all. Eliza felt the truth of her mother's fear settle into her bones. That was the difficulty of Margaret. She was not merely obstructing. She was almost always right in the emotional sense, even when events had outrun rightness in the practical one. Belmere had taught her the cost of action and the cost of silence, and she had lived long enough with both to distrust any moment that required a choice between them. And that was exactly the choice now. Chapter 11's title had been waiting for her from the beginning. The choice she must make. Not only whether to go to the field. That was the surface version. The deeper choice was more terrible than direction or timing. It was the choice between preserving the people she still loved and breaking whatever remained of the town's arrangements in order to reach the truth. Between her mother's survival and Jacob's memory. Between the father she had buried and the man he might have been on that night. Between the dangerous, growing love she felt for Daniel and the possibility that his pursuit of truth would leave no room for mercy when mercy became inconvenient. And perhaps, most cruelly, between the version of herself that still wanted to be a daughter and the version that was becoming something Belmere had no use for at all. A witness. A threat. The room waited. Eliza drew a breath and crossed to her mother, taking both of Margaret's hands before the older woman could stop her. Her mother's fingers were cold despite the fire. "I know what it cost you," Eliza said quietly. "Maybe not all of it. Maybe not the full shape. But enough." I know you stayed in this town carrying more than I understood. I know you tried to keep me alive inside the version they chose. I know you are afraid because this feels like walking me back into the mouth of the same thing. Margaret's face tightened, tears pressing visibly at the edges of her eyes now though none fell. Yes, she whispered. Eliza tightened her grip. But if I don't go, she said, then they still get to decide for me. They still get to choose which part survives. And I cannot live one more year inside that. Margaret closed her eyes. For a second Eliza thought she might pull away, might turn the argument into command again, might force Jensen or Daniel to intervene on maternal grounds. Instead Margaret opened her eyes and looked not at Eliza but over her shoulder, to Daniel. The movement was deliberate enough that everyone in the room felt it. And if she goes, Margaret said, voice low and controlled, you bring her back. Not keep her safe. Not protect her. Bring her back. The phrasing carried all the years in it. The memory of Belle bringing Eliza back without Jacob. The town's version of rescue. The impossibility of undoing one dawn by insisting on another. Daniel met Margaret's gaze. I will, he said. There was no flourish in it. No vow dressed for drama. Just the clean weight of certainty. Margaret searched his face for a long moment, perhaps measuring not whether he meant it, that much she likely already knew, but whether he understood the magnitude of what she was asking. Apparently she decided he did. She pulled one hand free of Eliza's and wiped quickly at the corner of one eye as if furious to have betrayed moisture in front of so many people. Jensen cleared his throat. If we're doing this, he said, then we stop standing around talking like the field's going to walk into town and meet us halfway. Practicality. Crude, imperfect, necessary. Belmere's closest cousin to Grace. Ruth rose from the chair with visible effort. Daniel moved instinctively as if to help her, but she shook her head once and managed on her own. The key stays with Eliza, Ruth said. That surprised everyone, not least Eliza herself. Why? Jensen asked. Ruth looked at the brass in Eliza's palm. Because the note sender moved her first. Then Margaret. Then me. The thing in that shed, if there is a thing, was always meant to pull her toward it. Daniel frowned slightly. That may be exactly why she shouldn't hold it. Ruth's gaze shifted to him. And if it is a trap, do you imagine handing the key to a man named Mercer makes that less likely? The point landed cleanly. Belmere's old patterns were not genderless. Men were watched differently. Threatened differently. Trusted differently. If someone had staged this around returning wounds and inherited loyalties, Eliza's presence at the lock might matter in ways none of them could yet map. Jensen rubbed his jaw once. She's right. Margaret looked profoundly unconvinced but too tired and frightened now to fight every detail at once. Daniel crossed to the front hall closet and pulled out 3 flashlights, a rain slicker that had once belonged to someone broader in the shoulders than he was, and an old canvas satchel. We take one vehicle, he said. No lights on the lane until we have to. Jensen drives. It's the least conspicuous truck in Belmere at this hour and no one will question seeing it near the North Road after a storm. Jensen looked insulted. Least conspicuous? You're 70 years old and own hardware, Daniel replied evenly. Belmere would trust you delivering nails during a funeral. A reluctant sound escaped Ruth, very nearly a laugh, though it died before becoming one. Even Margaret's mouth almost moved. The moment was brief and strange and more valuable than any of them admitted. Jensen grunted. Fine. I'm invisible. Good. You think I'm staying here? She asked. Daniel did not blink. I think it would be wise. And I think wisdom has had its turn. There it was. The choice she must make was not hers alone. Margaret was making one too. The mother who had spent 11 years surviving inside Belmere's version had reached the point where caution itself felt like collaboration. Eliza saw it the instant the words left her mouth. This was not simply maternal refusal shifting into resigned accompaniment. It was something older and harder. Margaret choosing, perhaps for the first time in years, not merely to endure the truth's consequences but to stand inside their arrival. No, Ruth said quietly. All eyes turned to her. Margaret straightened. Ruth held her gaze. If you come, and if there is something there, Eliza will watch you instead of the lock, the floor, the road, the dark. If there is danger, she will divide herself. I know because I would do the same with my own. A pause. Stay here and be where she returns. Margaret's face changed under that. Hurt first. Then understanding so painful it looked almost like anger. Eliza felt her own throat tighten. Ruth knew exactly where to put the blade because she was a mother too. The older woman stepped closer to Margaret. For a long second they simply looked at each other as women who had lost different parts of the same night. Then Ruth said, in a voice that had gone unexpectedly gentle, you cannot walk every field for her. Not now. Margaret looked away. When she looked back, some fight had gone out of her, not because she agreed fully, but because she knew the truth of it. Then Walter goes, she said. And you? She looked at Daniel. Then at Eliza. And no heroics from either of you. Jensen muttered, you ask the impossible. Margaret ignored him. Daniel nodded once. All right. The arrangement settled itself quickly after that because if they had lingered, fear might have found more arguments. Ruth insisted on coming. No one could dissuade her, not after the key, not after the note, not after 11 years. The room understood that at once. Whatever waited at the shed belonged to her too much for exclusion to be a sane option. That left 4 of them, Eliza, Daniel, Ruth, and Jensen. Margaret would remain at the house with the telephone, the lamp in the front room, and the knowledge of where they had gone. A terrible role, perhaps, but the right one. Eliza watched her mother wrap a scarf around her neck not because she was going out but because people did odd practical things when trying not to break apart. She wanted suddenly, fiercely, to say something loving and daughterly and sufficient. There was no sufficient thing. So when Margaret took her face briefly in both hands before they left and said, "Come back to me," Eliza only nodded because anything more elaborate would have undone them both. The ride to Miller Field felt longer than any drive in Belmere had a right to be. Jensen's truck moved carefully over wet roads, tires hissing on the pavement and then grinding more quietly on gravel once they left the town center behind. The wipers no longer fought a full storm, but mist and drizzle still slicked the glass. The night had gone oddly clear above the clouds in places. Once, between the trees, Eliza glimpsed a ragged opening in the sky with one hard star visible through it before the road curved and the branches closed again. Inside the cab no one spoke for the first 10 minutes. Ruth sat in the passenger seat beside Jensen, spine straight despite fatigue, hands folded around the brass key until the knuckles showed pale. Eliza sat between Daniel and the passenger door, Jacob's old map folded in her coat pocket, her own flashlight wedged against her thigh. Daniel occupied the far side of the bench, one arm braced lightly along the back so that whenever Jensen took a turn or the truck jolted through a pothole, Eliza was aware of his nearness without his ever touching her. That restraint made her more conscious of him, not less. It was maddening. And comforting. And exactly the sort of contradiction she no longer had the strength to resolve. The road to the field left the maintained lane just past the old quarry turnoff. Jensen slowed there and cut the headlights for one long second while peering ahead through the wet windshield. "No fresh lights," he said. "How would you know?" Eliza asked. "Because I know what wet gravel reflects when no one's been on it in an hour." She had no answer to that. He turned onto the narrow service road, now half mud and ruts, and the truck lurched immediately. The field itself did not appear all at once. It emerged by degrees as the trees thinned and the road widened into the open dark. Miller Field after rain was more sense than seen at first. A breadth of black ground and pale standing water, the low shape of the shed at the north edge, the broken fence farther off near the creek side, and beyond it all the mass of woods waiting with their own familiar silence. Jensen stopped the truck beneath the line of scrub trees where the road dipped. "No farther," he said. "If someone's watching, I'd rather they work for it." He killed the engine. The night rushed in around them at once. Without the truck idling, the field sounded huge. Water dripping from branches. Wind moving low over wet grass. Somewhere distant, a late runoff stream rushing fuller than usual through the ditch. The storm had passed, but its body remained everywhere. For a moment none of them opened the doors. Eliza could see the shed through the windshield, a darker shape against dark ground, roof sagging slightly, one side leaning as if tired of standing. It looked smaller than the fear around it had made it in her mind and more threatening for that very reason. Small things did not need to be dramatic to contain ruin. Daniel spoke first, voice low. "Flashlights stay down unless we need them." "Jensen, watch the road. If anyone comes, lights twice." Jensen grunted. Ruth reached over then and placed the brass key in Eliza's hand. It was cold. Colder than metal should have been after being held all this time. Eliza closed her fingers around it. There it was again. The choice. Not abstract now. Immediate. Material. Weight in her palm. They got out into the wet cold. The ground by the truck had turned to slick mud. Eliza nearly lost her footing on the first step and felt Daniel's hand close briefly around her elbow, steadying and releasing before the contact could become anything more than necessary. Even that much sent a small painful awareness through her. Ruth came around the front of the truck without assistance. Jensen remained by the driver's side, one flashlight in hand, gaze moving between road and field with the taut attention of an old man who had finally accepted his role in a night he should have been spared. The four of them stood for 1 second under the broken cloud cover. The field stretched ahead. Eliza knew with terrible certainty that she had stood in this same air once before under different weather, younger skin, a different future, Jacob alive somewhere in the dark beside her. The memory almost rose. Not image. Emotion. A sense of waiting for something to happen. Fear with love mixed inside it. Ready? Daniel asked quietly. No one answered because no one was. They went anyway. The walk to the shed took less than 2 minutes and felt like crossing years. Wet grass soaked the hem of Eliza's jeans almost immediately. Mud pulled lightly at her boots. The field smelled of earth turned open by rain, cold water, old wood, and something else beneath it. Metal maybe, or oil buried long enough in the soil to become ghost scent. Daniel moved half a step ahead and slightly to her left, enough that if the ground failed or the dark shifted he would meet it first. Ruth walked on Eliza's other side, slower but steady. Jensen came behind them, breath faintly rougher with the pace and the damp cold. By the time they reached the shed, Eliza could hear her own heartbeat. Up close the structure looked even older than memory had allowed. Boards swollen with weather, roof shingles missing in places, one hinge rusted almost through. Nettles and dead summer weeds leaned flattened around the base. The padlock on the door was newer than the building, still old, but not original. Brass, darkened, shaped to fit the key. Someone had maintained the lock. That fact alone changed everything. This had not been abandoned and forgotten in the way Belmere liked to speak of old places. Someone had used it often enough or recently enough to keep the door secured. Daniel crouched and examined the lock without touching it. No obvious tampering. Can you tell if someone was here tonight? Eliza asked. He swept the dim light once over the ground. Rain ruined most of that. Jensen, standing slightly back with the road at his shoulder, muttered, "Convenient." Ruth's voice came from close beside Eliza, very calm. "Open it." The key seemed heavier now. Eliza stepped forward. For 1 second her hand would not move. This, she realized with startling clarity, was not fear of what lay inside the shed. Not only that. It was the last instant before uncertainty became fact. The last second in which Jacob still existed partly in possibility, in absence broad enough to hold contradictory hopes. If she opened the lock, something would end. Not necessarily grief. Not necessarily longing. But a certain shape of uncertainty that had organized 11 years of her life. Daniel seemed to sense it. Without touching her, he said quietly, "You can stop." The gentleness of it nearly undid her. That was the worst thing about him, perhaps, the way he never mistook urgency for ownership. The way he kept leaving the decision in her hands even when everything in the situation would have made it easier for him to take over. She looked at the lock. Then at Ruth Vale, whose face in the dim field light looked carved from endurance itself. Then at the road behind them where Jensen stood watch, one of Belmere's silent men finally choosing not to remain only that. Then at Daniel, who had brought old grief back to town and somehow become the place she felt least lied to. "No," Eliza said softly. I can't. He held her gaze. She meant she could not stop. Understanding moved between them instantly. Then she turned back to the shed and put the key in the lock. It resisted at first. The brass teeth scraped, caught, then seated. For 1 second nothing happened. Then, with a stiff old click that sounded almost indecently loud in the wet dark, the lock turned. No one breathed. Eliza removed the padlock and handed it automatically to Daniel. He took it without looking away from the door. The wood had swollen in the storm and the years both. Daniel set one hand to the edge and pushed. The door gave only an inch before sticking hard. Jensen came forward then with a muttered, "Move," and put his shoulder to it with the efficient irritation of a man who trusted structures to yield if enough practical force was correctly applied. The door opened. A smell came out first. Not rot, exactly. Not only damp timber and mouse nests and old rain. Something enclosed. Oily. Metallic. The smell of closed places that have held both tools and secrets for too long. Daniel swept his flashlight low. The beam found dirt floor, a broken rake, stacked planks, an overturned crate, coiled wire, a rusted lantern. Lantern. Eliza felt cold shoot through her. Daniel's light moved on before the object could fully become memory. At the far wall stood a workbench covered with a tarp gone stiff at the folds. Under it, half hidden by shadows and a stack of old seed sacks, sat a metal lockbox. No one spoke. The thing was too obvious to be an accident, too deliberately placed to be anything else. Jensen let out a single sharp breath. Ruth's fingers tightened visibly at her sides. Daniel stepped in first, testing the floorboards nearest the threshold before putting weight farther in. The boards complained but held. He motioned the others to stay back. "Any tripwire?" Jensen muttered. Daniel gave him a sidelong look. "What is this, a spy film?" "No," Jensen said grimly. "Belmere." That shut him up. Daniel crouched by the bench and lifted the edge of the tarp carefully. Dust rose in a small dry cloud. The lockbox, unlike the building around it, was in good condition. Steel, painted black once but worn at the corners. Modern enough to be from the last decade, not the last century. Someone had come back to this place. Recently enough to matter. "It's not locked," Daniel said. Of course it wasn't. The note sender wanted it found. Eliza took one involuntary step closer. The choice she must make had narrowed now into another, smaller one nested inside the first. Let Daniel open it. Ask Ruth to turn away. Instead she heard herself say, "I do it." Daniel looked up at her. Ruth did not object. Jensen swore very softly under his breath and stepped farther outside the shed as if to give the act room. Eliza moved in. The smell inside the shed thickened around her. Cold metal, old oil, damp dust, the bitter trace of rust. The lantern on the floor sat in the corner of her vision like an accusation. She knelt before the box, her knees pressing into the packed dirt, and put both hands on the lid. It was colder than the key had been. For 1 second her fingertips did not move. Then she opened it. Inside were papers. Not one packet. Several. Bound with twine, stacked in neat layers as if whoever had placed them there believed in legibility or perhaps in ceremony. There was also a revolver wrapped in cloth. And beneath the papers, a small leather wallet. Ruth made a sound then, not quite a gasp, not a cry, something more terrible because it was quieter than both. Daniel's hand came down lightly on the edge of the box, not to stop Eliza but to steady the lid as the wind shifted through the open door. The top bundle of papers bore no envelope. Just folded sheets tied together. Daniel untied them and lifted the first page into the flashlight beam. Typed. Not new. Not old enough to be contemporary to Jacob's disappearance either. Somewhere in between. At the top, centered. Statement of account, North Route Holdings. Jensen leaned in. What the hell is that? Daniel flipped one page, then another. Property transfers. Cash disbursements. Unregistered equipment purchases. Dates stretching back years. Road access notations. Quarry references. Miller field access codes. The papers were dry despite the damp air, well kept, protected. This is money, Daniel said quietly. Off books. Land use. Storage. Illegal? Eliza asked. Jensen barked a humorless laugh. Nothing that's secret ever turns out to be church donations. Ruth's eyes had fixed on the wallet now. Eliza saw it too. Not because of what it was, but because of the way Ruth was looking at it. Recognition before touch. A mother's body knowing an object before the mind dared confirm it. She reached into the box with hands that had begun to tremble and lifted the wallet out. The leather was worn soft at the corners. Inside, behind a cracked plastic sleeve, sat a photograph no larger than a postage stamp. Jacob at 16. Younger. Leaner. Smiling badly at whoever had taken the picture. Ruth closed her eyes. For one terrible second Eliza thought the older woman might collapse. Daniel rose at once as if to go to her, but Ruth lifted one hand without looking up, stopping him. No, she said, voice roughened now. No. Let me stand. She stood. Though only just. Eliza held the wallet like something alive. Inside another pocket were two folded receipts, unreadable with age and damp, and one small brass token from May's Diner. Good for a free slice of pie, stamped years ago as part of some harvest fair promotion Belmere had likely forgotten. The sight of that token broke something small and human inside Eliza. Something so ordinary among all this larger horror. Jacob had carried a piece of the town even while it watched him like prey. Is it his? Daniel asked softly. Ruth opened her eyes and looked at the photograph. Yes. The word entered the shed like a verdict. There was no room left now for Belmere's easier lies. No full running away. No voluntary clean break. Jacob's wallet had not traveled west with him or fallen from an old coat in some far-off town. It had been in the shed by the field all along, hidden with the records and the gun and the account statements. The past had returned. And here, at last, was proof that it had never really left. Eliza, Daniel said, voice tight with focus and something else more painful beneath it. Look under the papers. She did. At the very bottom of the box, beneath the account records, lay a sealed envelope browned slightly at the edges. On the front, in handwriting she knew at once, though she had not seen it in 11 years. For Eliza, if they don't let me tell you myself. The world stopped. Everything inside her did. The shed, the field, the wet night, the old smell of wood and oil and buried things, all of it went distant. There was only the envelope and Jacob's hand and the impossible violence of seeing him suddenly real again, not as image or memory but as intention. He had written to her. Not a note found years later in some drawer by chance. A letter hidden in a box with records and a gun, addressed in the expectation that someone might not let him tell her himself. Open it, Ruth whispered. But Eliza could not. Not yet. Her hands shook too badly. Daniel knelt beside her. Not taking. Waiting. She looked at him blindly for 1 second, and whatever he saw in her face stripped every unnecessary thing from his own. What remained there was only steadiness. You can, he said quietly. It was not pressure. It was belief. Eliza broke the seal. Inside was one sheet folded twice. The paper crackled faintly as she opened it. Jacob's handwriting filled the page in a haste she recognized instantly, leaning, slanted, impatient with margins. She lifted the flashlight. And read. Eliza. If you're reading this, then either I was right and they stopped me, or I lost my nerve and you should hate me for it. I hope it's the first, because I can live with being scared and not with being a coward where you're concerned. A broken sound escaped Eliza's throat before she could stop it. She kept reading. I found out what they've been using the field for. It isn't only drinking and card games like people say. Belle, your father, Sutter, and others have been storing things out here off the books for years. Money from land sales that never got declared right, equipment they didn't want counted, papers tied to the quarry easements and the road rights. I don't understand all of it yet, but I understand enough. Elias Mercer knew too. That's why he died. Marion came back because they scared her or made her think speaking would bury somebody else with him. Ruth closed her eyes again at Elias's name. Jensen swore under his breath, low and vicious. Eliza's vision blurred. She forced herself onward. I was going to wait and tell you when I had more, but I think they know I know. Somebody's been following me. I told my ma if anything happens she should go to the Mercers before she goes to Belle. Don't trust Belle. Don't trust your father if he says he only wants to protect you. Men like him call control protection when they're frightened of losing face. Eliza stopped breathing. Daniel's face had gone rigid. Jensen looked away. The old fear in Margaret's kitchen suddenly had a voice now, Jacob's, written before the night itself, seeing too much too fast and understanding the men around him more clearly than they had ever wanted. She read the next line with shaking hands. I love you. I think you know that, but I'm writing it because if I don't get another chance, then at least one true thing gets said straight. I was going to ask you to come with me after the dance. If you said yes, I was going to take you as far as Route 9 before dawn and never let Belmere near us again unless we chose it. A tear dropped onto the page. Eliza wiped it away angrily and kept reading. If something goes wrong tonight and I can get away, I may have to leave without you first. If I do, it isn't because I chose that over you. It's because if they know you're with me, they'll use you to pull me back or punish me for running. If I can get clear, I'll send for you. If I don't, if they stop me, then remember this was never your fault. Not for loving me. Not for believing me. Not for whatever story they tell after. The shed had gone utterly still except for the drip of rain from the roof edge and the sound of Eliza trying not to break apart inside her own breathing. The final lines were crowded, written faster, darker, as if his hand had begun to hurry. The papers are proof enough if someone brave sees them together. There's a ledger under the account sheets and Bell's receipts tied in with the quarry transfers. Don't let them separate the pieces. That's how Belmere wins. If I'm right, then the secret isn't what happened to me. It's what this town was built to protect. I love you. Jacob. Eliza lowered the letter slowly. For a moment she could not feel her hands at all. The choice she must make was no longer abstract. Jacob had made one 11 years ago, in fear and love and imperfect hope. He had hidden proof and written to her anyway. He had believed he might have to leave without her in order to keep the men of Belmere from using her against him. He had named her father in the same breath as Bell and Sutter. He had seen the structure for what it was before anyone else had dared say it aloud. And he had loved her. Not memory. Not projection. Written fact in his own hand. Ruth was crying now, though soundlessly, tears moving down a face that remained otherwise composed. The sight of it broke Eliza anew. Not because Ruth wept loudly or dramatically. Because she had clearly not allowed herself this kind of collapse in years and now did not seem capable of stopping it. Jensen took one step backward and scrubbed a hand over his face as if trying to wipe away not moisture but time. Daniel looked at the page in Eliza's hands and then at the box again, practical instinct returning even through whatever it cost him to stand so close to another man's love letter and not look away. Ledger, he said quietly. Eliza nodded once. Together, because there was no ceremony left now, only necessity, they lifted the remaining papers until they found it. A black ledger book, thinner than expected, its cover plain and unmarked. Daniel opened it. Inside, names. Amounts. Dates. Initials. Road notations. Land parcel numbers. And there, repeatedly through the entries, enough to strip Belmere clean of innocence forever. T. Bell. G. Hart. M. Sutter. R. Holcomb. And others, some dead, some very likely still living. The hidden truth was no longer hidden. Not fully. Not from them. Belmere had been using the field and service road for years as a place to conduct and conceal quiet corruption. Land fraud, undeclared cash, off-book transfers, whatever dirty mechanism lay between the quarry rights and the county roads. Elias Mercer had found out. Jacob Vale had found out later. Marion Hale had seen or heard enough to return frightened into silence. Sheriff Bell had protected not merely a scandal but an entire structure of respectable theft and control. Her father had been part of it. Not necessarily the mastermind, but inside it, benefiting. It had hidden the corruption beneath its own good name, and every person damaged in the process had been reshaped into whatever version made that concealment easier. Ruth spoke first. "Take it all." The words were low and absolute. Daniel nodded immediately. Jensen did not argue. Eliza folded Jacob's letter with reverence and slid it inside her coat over her heart, not from sentimentality but because there was no safer place. Then headlights swept suddenly across the field. All four of them froze. Jensen was at the shed door first, peering out into the wet dark. "Truck," he hissed. "One." Coming off the lane. Daniel's whole body changed. Not panicked. Compressed into readiness. "Lights off," he said. He snapped off the flashlight at once. Jensen did the same. The shed dropped into darkness. Outside, the approaching vehicle slowed. Its beams cut white arcs over the field grass, over the wet boards of the shed wall, over the open door. They had been seen. Eliza felt the truth of that with immediate terrible certainty. This was no random passerby checking storm damage. No late farmer. No drunk taking the back road. The vehicle had come directly to the field, directly to the shed, and had arrived just in time to catch them inside. Ruth's hand found the workbench behind her. Jensen muttered something too low to catch. Daniel leaned close enough that Eliza felt his breath at her temple when he spoke. "This is it." The choice she must make contracted one final time. Not whether to know. Not whether to go. What to save. The box? The ledger? Jacob's letter? Ruth? Daniel? Herself? The truck engine cut off outside. Silence rushed in after it. And then, through the wet dark of the field, footsteps began walking toward the shed. Chapter 12. What the town tried to hide. The footsteps approached without hurry. That was what made them frightening. If a stranger had come blundering across the field, cursing the mud, waving a flashlight wildly through the dark, the moment would have belonged to panic and accident. But these steps came measured and certain through the wet grass, as if whoever was walking toward the shed knew exactly where the door was, exactly how many paces remained, exactly what, or who, they expected to find there. Inside, no one moved. The darkness held them close. Eliza could hear the small sounds bodies made when trying to become still, Ruth Vale's shallow controlled breathing, Jensen shifting infinitesimally to ease the strain in one knee, Daniel's hand once brushing the side of the metal box as he lowered it silently to the floor. Somewhere near the back wall, water dripped from the roof in slow, steady intervals. The smell of wet earth and old oil seemed stronger now, sharpened by fear. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. For one suspended second the whole field seemed to listen. Then a flashlight beam cut across the threshold, low and narrow. It moved once over the packed dirt, the broken rake, the workbench, the open box. And a man's voice, older and dry with weather and irritation, said into the dark, "I know someone's in there." No one answered. The beam shifted. "Eliza," the voice said. Her heart slammed once so hard it hurt. Recognition hit before the rest. Not because she knew him well. Not personally. but because Belmere taught people to know the voices of men who mattered in town. Deputy Sheriff Owen Sutter. Mayor Sutter's son. Of course. Of course the old structure had not died with the fathers. It had thinned, changed jackets, inherited offices, learned new paperwork. It had sons. Jensen let out a low curse under his breath. The flashlight beam paused at the edge of the open door. "Come out," Owen called. Now would be the smart version of this. Still no one answered. Daniel's shoulder shifted almost imperceptibly against Eliza's. Then, in the dark, his hand found hers only long enough to press something into it. The ledger. She understood at once. Not the lockbox. Too bulky. Not the gun. Too dangerous. Not even all the papers. The ledger. The one thing that tied the names together. The one thing Belmere would destroy first if given the chance. Eliza closed her fingers around it. It was smaller than it had looked in the box and heavier than paper alone should have been. She slipped it beneath her coat, tucking it hard against her side under her arm. Daniel leaned close, his mouth near her ear. "Back window," he breathed. There was no real window in the shed, only a loose plank gap near the rear where rot had widened the space between two boards. It would not fit Jensen. Barely fit Daniel. But Eliza, maybe Ruth. No. Not Ruth. The thought came with immediate certainty. Ruth had not driven back into Belmere at her age and with her history to crawl through rotten boards into a wet field like prey. She would stand. Fight if needed. Refuse to disappear again. Eliza looked toward where she knew Ruth stood in the dark. Even unseen, she could feel the older woman's refusal. Deputy Sutter took another step closer to the door. "I'm not alone," he said. That was almost certainly true. The field beyond remained dark except for the truck lights, but Belmere had always liked to keep a second body just out of sight whenever intimidation was required. Jensen made a soft clicking sound in his throat, the noise of a man calculating bad options and finding all of them bad. Then Ruth Vale spoke. Her voice came out of the darkness calm and clear. "Owen." The flashlight beam jerked. For a moment there was total silence outside. Then Sutter said, very differently now, "Mrs. Vale." He sounded shocked. "Good," Eliza thought savagely. "Let him be." "You weren't expected," Ruth said. The word struck like a knife. Expected. So there it was. Not coincidence. Not random patrol. A man from the structure had come because someone knew the shed would be open tonight. Deputy Sutter recovered quickly. "With all due respect," he said, slipping back toward official tone, "I was checking the field after the storm." "At midnight," Ruth replied. "In a place Belmere pretends not to remember?" No answer. Daniel moved then. Not suddenly. Not an attack. He stepped into the faint edge of the doorway light, enough to make himself visible. Sutter's beam landed on him. "Mercer," the deputy said. Daniel's voice remained even. "Sutter." "Step outside." "No." The answer came so flatly that Eliza almost felt the air shift. Outside, one of the truck doors opened and shut. A second man, then. Of course. Deputy Sutter's silhouette thickened in the doorway. "You are on private property," he said. Daniel almost laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. Private property you people have been using off the books for decades. The silence after that was terrible. Sutter did not deny it. That was the first true revelation of the night after the box. Not the records, not the names. This. The absence of denial from a man raised inside Belmere's respectable machinery. "Owen," Ruth said, "how much did your father tell you?" The question landed harder than accusation would have. Because it assumed inheritance. Because it stripped the deputy of the comfort of posing as a mere official responding to trespass. The flashlight shifted. "Enough," he said after a pause. Jensen muttered, "Coward." "Walter," Sutter replied without raising his voice, "you should go home." That, more than anything, angered Eliza. The old men in Belmere always did that. Always arranged tone as if they were still the ones giving instructions from porches and council tables, as if everyone else remained boy, widow, girl, problem. Ruth took one step forward into the edge of the doorway light. Her silver hair caught it. So did her face, proud and lined and absolutely done with Belmere's arrangements. "My son's wallet was in this shed," she said. "Do not tell me to go home as if home is not the thing that buried him." Deputy Sutter was silent. Eliza could not see his face clearly from where she stood behind Daniel and to the side, but she could imagine it, controlled, uncomfortable, perhaps not cruel in the active sense, but every bit the son of his father in the way he had come here prepared to contain and redirect. "You should all leave," Sutter said. "Now. We can sort this in the morning." There it was. Belmere's oldest sentence in new clothing. "We can sort this in the morning. We can calm it. Reclassify it. Separate the pieces. Decide what survives." Jacob's letter burned against Eliza's chest inside her coat as if the paper itself had become hot. Don't let them separate the pieces. That's how Belmere wins. She stepped forward before Daniel could stop her. "No." The single word came out stronger than she felt. Deputy Sutter's beam found her face. "Eliza," he said, and now there was something almost human in his voice, unease, maybe even pity, which only made her hate him more. "You don't understand what's in your hands." She looked at him through the light. "Yes," she said. "I do. Not all of it. Not every line of every account statement or transfer notation. But enough. Enough to know this was not weather or folklore or misremembered youth. Enough to know Belmere had hidden theft and used fear to protect it. Enough to know men had died and disappeared around those protections. Enough to know she was done being the girl found in the field and turned into a town story. Sutter's posture shifted. He heard it in her voice too. "What did you take?" he asked. Daniel answered for her. "More than you want lost." The deputy looked from Daniel to Ruth, then to Jensen. His flashlight dipped once toward the box and back up. The second man outside moved closer at last, visible only as a broader shadow near the truck. "Who's with you?" Jensen barked. No answer. Sutter exhaled. Put everything back in the box. No, Ruth said. The authority in her voice cut the wet dark cleanly. No one had spoken to Belmere's inheriting men like that in years. Maybe that was part of the problem. Maybe that was why Ruth Vale had been summoned back, because old grief knew how to stand straighter than local fear. Sutter's beam moved again, not wildly but searching, measuring bodies and distance. We can do this one of two ways, he said. Eliza felt Daniel tense beside her, not with panic but with readiness. And in that instant the choice she must make became clear. Not go or stay. Not trust or retreat. Speak or hide. If they slunk from the field with only the ledger and the letter, Belmere would still claim trespass, confusion, drama. It would deny before daylight and rally its quieter loyal men around technicalities. The proof mattered, yes. But only if it left the field attached to voices and names that could not be peeled away one by one. Belmere won by separating the pieces. Then the answer was not merely to keep the ledger. It was to bind the pieces immediately. Eliza drew Jacob's letter from inside her coat. Daniel turned sharply, seeing the motion even before he understood it. "What are you doing?" he hissed. The deputy's beam caught the page in her hand. "This," she said. The wind pushed lightly through the doorway, fluttering the paper once. "Eliza," Daniel said again, lower now, not warning exactly. "Fear." She looked at him only once. He understood. It was there in his face before he even nodded, the terrible recognition that she was right and that rightness would cost them all any remaining illusion of privacy. Then she turned back to Deputy Sutter and read aloud into the dark field. Her own voice shook on the first line and steadied by the second. "Eliza, if you're reading this, then either I was right and they stopped me, or I lost my nerve and you should hate me for it." Sutter's face changed. Even in the half-light and rain-slick dark, she saw it. Not confusion. Recognition. He knew the letter mattered before hearing its full contents. That was enough. "Eliza," he said sharply. She raised her voice and kept reading. "I found out what they've been using the field for. It isn't only drinking and card games like people say. Belle, your father, Sutter, and others have been storing things out here off the books for years." "Stop." The order cracked across the field. Too late. The word itself had done more than a denial could have. The panic in it. The inherited alarm. Jensen let out one harsh bark of laughter that held no humor at all. "Well," he said into the dark, "that confirms enough." The second man by the truck shifted. The silhouette moved closer. Daniel stepped fully in front of Eliza then. Not to silence her, but to shield her if the next thing became physical. Sutter lowered the beam from her face to Daniel's chest. "This is finished," he said. "No," Ruth replied. "It has finally started." And with that, she did the one thing none of them had expected. She walked out of the shed. Straight into the wet dark and the deputy's light. Daniel swore softly and moved, but she put up one hand without turning around, commanding him back as absolutely as she had commanded grief to wait 11 years. Ruth Vale stopped halfway between shed and truck. Rain glistened on her coat. Her silver hair shone stark under the headlights. "Who's with you?" she asked Sutter. Silence. Then the second man stepped into view. Older than Sutter by perhaps 10 years, broad in the shoulders, gone thick with age, face lined deeply at the mouth, hair gone almost white beneath a cap. Reverend Nolan. The sight of him hit Eliza like a physical blow. Not because she had thought him innocent exactly, but because some remaining part of her had placed him among the guilty weak, not the guilty active. A man who had known and failed to stop things. Not a man who would come to the field at midnight with a deputy to retrieve evidence. Margaret had been right. Not in the way she thought. Reverend Nolan was part of it too. The old men who decide what Belmere is allowed to survive. Not all hard-faced. Not all sheriffs and mayors. Some wore gentleness as a civic function and learned to bless what they could not bear to expose. Daniel saw him at the same time. His expression changed only slightly, but enough. A last private theory confirmed. Nolan looked at Ruth, then at Eliza, then at the paper in her hand. "Put that away," he said softly. The softness of it was what made Eliza hate him. "No." Nolan's tired eyes shifted to Daniel. "You knew this would become ugly." Daniel's voice came out cold and exact. "It became ugly before I was born." Deputy Sutter took one step closer to Ruth. "Mrs. Vale, please. No one wants this handled in a field." Ruth turned her head enough to look at him fully. "No one," she said. "Then who left the key?" Silence. A hard one this time. Because that was the point at which the machinery split from within. Deputy Sutter had come to contain. But someone else had begun all this by sending letters, by placing the key, by calling the wounded back to the center. Someone inside Belmere's old structure wanted truth more than continuity now. The realization moved through the group at once. Sutter knew it too. Nolan's face changed. Not guilt exactly, but a sorrow sharpened by inevitability. "Eliza," he said, and his voice was not quite the voice of the Reverend now, but of an old man exhausted by his own compromises. "Whoever sent the key did so because this cannot be kept buried anymore. But if you drag every name in that ledger through the mud in one night, Belmere will tear itself apart before morning." Jensen snorted. "Good." Nolan looked at him with genuine sadness. "You say that because you haven't spent 40 years helping people live beside each other after they've learned the worst of one another." "No," Jensen shot back. "I say it because I have." The field held the argument like a charge. Eliza looked from Nolan to Sutter and finally understood what the last choice truly was. Not truth versus lie. Truth versus control. Belmere's old men were not all trying to preserve the same thing now. Some wanted the evidence back. Some wanted the revelation managed. Some, perhaps the anonymous sender among them, had chosen exposure. If she handed the letter and ledger over to Nolan or Sutter, they would shape the sequence, the language, the pace. Even if they did not destroy it, they would decide how Belmere was permitted to know itself. If she kept it, chaos followed. Pain. Public ruin. Her father's name stripped of every remaining protection. Her mother's old life shattered in retrospect. Daniel's grief made civic. Ruth's waiting ended in a truth too ugly for tidy mourning. The choice she must make. Not whether truth should come. How? And whether mercy deserved any place in it at all. She thought of Margaret in the Mercer house waiting by the phone. Of Jacob's handwriting. Of Belle choosing calm. Of her father saying, "In this town it is." Of Daniel saying he would bring her back. Then she folded the letter once, carefully, and put it back inside her coat. "I'm not giving it to you," she said. Deputy Sutter's jaw tightened. Nolan closed his eyes briefly. "Eliza." "No," her voice sharpened. "No more sorting. No more mourning. No more deciding what Belmere can survive before Belmere has to hear what it did." Sutter took another step. Daniel moved with such speed that Eliza only registered the result. He was no longer beside her but between her and the deputy entirely, one hand low and open, body angled in warning. "Don't," Daniel said. It was the coldest she had ever heard him. The second man might have pushed that. Some deputy in some other town might have liked the authority of escalation. But Owen Sutter was still Belmere enough to understand field geometry. Wet dark. Witnesses. An older woman. A Jensen. A Mercer. A heart. Ruth Vale alive and staring at him. Too many names. Too much history. If he laid a hand on anyone now, the old version would not hold even till dawn. He knew it. So did Nolan. The Reverend stepped forward first. "Owen," he said. "Only the name." But it worked. Sutter stopped. Nolan looked at Eliza then, and what she saw in his face was not innocence and not defense. It was the weariness of a man who had mistaken gradual management for decency until gradual management had become indistinguishable from cowardice. "Then hear me," he said. "If you bring this into town all at once tonight, there will be men by morning claiming forgery, hysteria, trespass, old grief, revenge, anything they can reach. The proof matters. So does where it goes first." That was not entirely manipulation. It was strategy. And strategy, Eliza realized with a bitter inward laugh, was exactly what Belmere had always used against people like Jacob, while pretending morality instead. She looked at Daniel. He was still watching Sutter, but his answer when it came was for her. "He's right about that part." Of course he was. Of course Daniel, who wanted truth more than the room wanted safety, would still recognize that truth badly handled could be broken apart before it reached daylight. Jensen swore. "Then what? Hand it to the county? The paper?" "Yes," Daniel said, turning now. "Both." Ruth nodded once. "Tonight," she said. That was the answer. Not Belmere first. Outside Belmere. Beyond the men who had always decided for it. Eliza felt the path sharpen immediately. Fairbrook had a paper. County offices. State investigators if the fraud touched quarry rights and undeclared holdings. Copies could be made before dawn. Names attached. Ledger, account statements, wallet, map, letter. Pieces kept together. Belmere could still lie, but not inside closed rooms. Nolan saw the decision settle and seemed to lose something in his posture all at once. Not authority. Hope, perhaps, that he might still mediate the manner of collapse. Deputy Sutter's expression hardened. "You walk off this field with those documents," he said, "and there is no putting this back." The line was meant as warning. It sounded like relief. Eliza met his gaze. "Good," she said. For the first time that night, no one answered her. Because there was nothing to say. Because the town had already tried to put it back for 11 years and had failed in the only way that mattered. It had not killed memory completely. It had not burned all the paper. It had not made all the mothers stop listening. It had not kept Belmere's children from growing old enough to ask with adult precision what exactly had been hidden in their name. Nolan stepped aside from the shed door. That was his choice. A late one. A compromised one. Perhaps not enough to redeem what he had failed to do before. But still a choice. Deputy Sutter looked at him with open disbelief. "You're letting them go?" Nolan's voice was very quiet. "No, Owen," he said. "I'm finally refusing to stop them." The field seemed to exhale. Something old had just broken. Not the whole structure. Not yet. But one of its beams. Daniel bent, lifted the lockbox with the account papers and the gun, and handed the wallet back to Ruth. She took it with both hands and pressed it once, briefly, to the center of her chest before slipping it into her coat. Jensen moved to Eliza's other side. "Truck," he said. "Now." No one argued. They walked back across the field together, not running, because panic belonged to guilt and they were done borrowing guilt from Belmere's men. The wet grass soaked their boots anew. The truck lights reflected in standing water. Behind them, by the shed, Nolan remained still. Deputy Sutter did not follow, though his beam stayed on them until they reached the lane. At the truck, Daniel opened the rear door and put the box on the floorboard rather than the bed, protecting it from weather and from visibility. Jensen climbed behind the wheel. Ruth settled in the front again, one hand still inside her coat where the wallet rested. Eliza got in last. As Daniel closed the door beside her, the field flashed once in a rear glance through the wet glass, the open shed, the deputy's light, the Reverend's dark silhouette. What the town tried to hide was no longer in the dark alone. It was on the road. The drive to Fairbrook began before anyone had fully caught breath. Jensen handled the truck like a man who knew the roads better than fear did. Daniel called the editor of the Fairbrook paper from the first patch of restored cell service they hit, speaking in clipped exact phrases that made Eliza love and resent him at the same time for his usefulness. Ruth gave 2 names for county investigators she still trusted from old land disputes. Margaret, reached by phone at the Mercer house, did not cry or plead or ask them to turn back. She only said, after hearing the shortest possible version, "I'll be here when you come back." When? Not if. Eliza held on to that. Fairbrook's paper office was lit when they arrived because small papers still kept strange hours when weather and county politics demanded it. The editor, a broad-faced woman named Diane Heller with hair gone mostly gray and no patience for ceremony, let them in through the side door and listened to Daniel's first sentence before she stopped him and turned on a recorder. Start over, she said. And don't skip the names. They did not. Not all of Belmere's understructure at once, because the proof in hand tied most clearly to specific men, specific transfers, specific decisions. But enough. Enough for the ledger to be photographed. Enough for Jacob's letter to be copied in front of witnesses. Enough for Ruth Vale's son to stop being only a town story. Enough for Elias Mercer to re-enter the record as more than a body in a creek. Enough for Dr. Holcomb's and Sheriff Bell's roles to be named. Enough for George Hart to stop belonging solely to family memory and become part of the public truth. That last one heard in a way no fatigue could numb. When Eliza said her father's name aloud into the recorder, she felt something inside her tear cleanly. Not because she stopped loving him. Because she stopped protecting him from the shape of what he had done. Later. Hours later, after county investigators had been called, after copies had been sealed, after Diane Heller had looked at them all with the ruthless steadiness of a woman who knew a town scandal could become a state scandal before noon and intended not to miss the exact line where that happened, they drove back toward Belmere through the first pale widening of dawn. No one spoke much. Ruth fell asleep once for 10 minutes with her head against the seat and one hand still inside her coat. Jensen drove as if anger and age together had become fuel. Daniel sat beside Eliza in the back, close enough that their shoulders touched when the truck took turns, but neither reached for the other. The night had burned away the luxury of private tenderness for the moment. What remained between them was stranger and perhaps stronger, a bond forged not in secrecy but in shared emergence. The difference mattered. As Belmere came into view under dawn, it looked unchanged. That was almost obscene. The church steeple pale against the morning. The diner sign still hanging slightly crooked from the storm. The rows of houses with their porches and curtains. Smoke beginning to rise from chimneys. A dog running the fence line in one yard. The hardware store dark for now, waiting for Jensen's key. Nothing in the appearance of the town admitted what had just been set in motion. Belmere had always been good at that. Good at wearing innocence over machinery. But Eliza knew better now. And soon, so would everyone else. They dropped Ruth first at the Mercer house. Before she went inside, she turned to Eliza. The dawn light made every line in her face visible and honest. I waited 11 years to know whether my son left this town unwillingly, she said. Now I know enough to grieve him properly, whatever the rest proves. Her eyes held Eliza's. That is because you opened the lock. Eliza shook her head slightly. He wrote the letter. Yes, Ruth said. But you read it out loud. The distinction struck her hard. Then Ruth looked at Daniel. Something passed between them, a private family recognition, grief acknowledging grief, the old alliance between Valles and Mercers remade through descendants and survivors. Bring me news, not protection, Ruth said to him. Daniel nodded once. I will. At the Hart house, Margaret was waiting on the porch exactly as she promised, coat over nightclothes, hair unpinned, the dawn making her look at once older and younger. She came down the steps before the truck had fully stopped. Eliza got out and her mother caught her in both arms without asking for details first. It was not an embrace either of them often gave each other. That made it all the more powerful. You came back, Margaret said against her hair. Yes. Margaret drew back enough to search her daughter's face. The searching took longer than it would have once, because she was not only checking for injury. She was looking for alteration. For the kind of change that comes when a woman crosses from uncertainty into knowledge and cannot be put back where she stood before. Apparently what she saw was enough and too much both. Come inside, she said. Jensen, from the truck, said he needed to get to the shop before Belmere invented a fire for him to put out. The line was dry, but the truth behind it was obvious. By opening his store at the usual hour, he would perform one of the oldest and strangest duties in town life, standing in public while a secret turned into news. Daniel did not follow Eliza immediately to the porch. He stayed by the truck, one hand on the open door, looking tired enough that she felt it in her own bones. Dawn had taken some of the hardness from his face. Or perhaps the night had. There was rain dried at the collar of his coat and mud at the hem. He looked like a man who had gone into Belmere's oldest dark place and come back carrying proof. And yet when his eyes met hers, what passed between them was not triumph. Only understanding. The town had tried to hide money, theft, leverage, men's fear of exposure. It had also tried to hide love. Young love dismissed as recklessness, maternal love pushed into silence, the dangerous new love now standing uncertainly between them. What the town tried to hide, Eliza thought, was anything that made its chosen story harder to maintain. She stepped back down from the porch before she fully thought it through. Margaret watched but did not interfere. Eliza crossed the small strip of wet grass and stopped in front of Daniel. For one moment neither spoke. The dawn around them was pale and cold and brutally ordinary. What happens now? She asked. He looked toward the road, toward Belmere, toward the day beginning whether any of them wanted it to or not. Now the county comes, he said. The paper prints. Belmere denies. Some people confess. Some don't. Old loyalties break. New ones form. That sounds awful. It probably will be. She let out a thin breath that was almost a laugh. Then she asked the question beneath the one about the town. And us? There. At last. After all the weather and grief and evidence and dead men's names, there it was in the clean cold dawn, small and enormous at once. Daniel looked at her. Not away. Not to the truck, or the porch, or the road. At her. Something in his face shifted then, the severe control easing enough for the truth underneath to show. We started in the middle of a wound, he said quietly. That doesn't make what I feel false. But it does mean we owe it honesty and time both. The answer was so exactly him that it almost hurt. No theatrical declarations. No promise that love redeemed damage. No retreat into caution either. Honesty and time. Eliza nodded slowly. That sounds infuriatingly mature. A faint smile moved across his mouth. I can try being less mature if you prefer. The line surprised a real laugh out of her, tired, frayed, but real. Daniel stepped closer then, but only close enough that she could feel the warmth of him in the dawn cold. I meant what I told your mother, he said. I would bring you back. I know. And I meant what I told you in the annex. This isn't pity. I know that too. He lifted one hand as if to touch her face, then let it fall, not from doubt but from awareness of the porch behind her, the town around them, the fact that some beginnings deserved witness and some deserved privacy. That restraint, again, undid her more than any boldness could have. So Eliza closed the distance herself and kissed him once. Briefly. Not hidden. Not for Belmere either. For herself. When she stepped back, he looked at her with an expression that made the whole terrible night feel, if not worth it, then at least survivable. Margaret, on the porch behind them, said nothing. That was its own kind of blessing. By noon the paper had broken online. By 3 the county investigators had arrived with questions no one in Belmere could soften by changing the subject. By evening names were being said aloud in kitchens and on porches and in the diner in tones that mixed vindication, horror, defensiveness, grief, and the peculiar irritation people feel when forced to rearrange a town story they had lived inside for years. George Hart's name. Thomas Bell's. Mayor Sutter's. Dr. Holcomb's. North Route Holdings. Quarry access. Unregistered cash transfers. The Miller Field shed. Jacob Vale's letter. Elias Mercer's death reopened. Marion Hale's missing statement. Ruth Vale returned. Daniel Mercer in town all along. Eliza Hart back at the center. Belmere did, in fact, begin to tear. Not physically. Socially. Morally. Historically. Some called it slander. Some called it overdue. Some said they had always suspected. Some said they had known nothing. Some wept. Some hid. Some looked 20 years older by sunset. And some, perhaps for the first time in their lives, stopped confusing quiet with innocence. It was not clean. Truth never was. But the pieces did not separate. That was what mattered. Jacob's letter stayed with the ledger. The wallet stayed with Ruth's testimony. The record stayed with the county copies. Marion's old statement and Elias's file returned to the same conversation. Belmere's corruption and Belmere's disappearances ceased to be treated as different categories. The town had tried to hide all of it by breaking it apart. Now the pieces remained together. And because of that, the secret no one in Belmere talked about became the thing everyone had to talk about. Not because they wanted to. Because there was no surviving it otherwise. Weeks later. After county men had come and gone, after Deputy Sutter had resigned, pending review, after Reverend Nolan had delivered the most honest sermon Belmere had heard in 40 years and then retired with less dignity than he deserved but more than he had earned, after Ruth Vale had stood in the churchyard beside a memorial service for a son whose body was still never found but whose name had finally been returned to him, Eliza walked once more to the edge of Miller Field. It was cold enough now that most of the leaves were gone. The shed had been boarded under county seal. The field itself looked almost harmless in the pale afternoon light. Mud dried in ridges. The grass had yellowed. Crows moved along the fence line, black against the sky. Daniel stood beside her with his hands in his coat pockets. They had not rushed anything after that dawn kiss. Her question on the porch had been answered honestly, and they had tried to live inside that answer. Which meant long conversations, difficult silences, grief arriving at inconvenient hours, attraction no less powerful for being handled carefully, and something else growing beneath it all, not the fever of secrecy, but the steadier thing that had room to survive daylight. Ruth had gone back to Fairbrook but returned often. Margaret had begun opening old boxes in the attic and finding pieces of herself inside them she had once packed away with too much force. Jensen had discovered that becoming locally notorious suited him better than expected. And Belmere, though still Belmere, had changed. Not enough to become innocent. Not enough to become modern. Not enough to stop being itself. But enough. Enough that people said Jacob's name in full now. Enough that Elias Mercer had a new marker with the old uncertainties named plainly beside his dates. Enough that Marion Hale's story was no longer family warning but public record. Enough that children would grow up hearing not a legend about storms and foolish youth, but a truer and uglier account of what men had protected and what it had cost. Eliza looked at the field. "This place still feels like it knows too much," she said. Daniel glanced at her. "It does." She slipped one hand into her coat pocket and touched the folded copy of Jacob's letter she still carried. "Not every day now. But often." Not because she was trapped in the past. Because the past had finally been allowed to belong to itself instead of Belmere's version. "I thought the ending would feel cleaner," she admitted. "It won't." She smiled faintly. "You really don't believe in tidy conclusions." "I believe in accurate ones." She looked at him. "That's inconvenient for a romantic mystery." He almost smiled. "And yet here we are." The wind moved lightly over the field, carrying the cold, clean smell of winter approaching. Eliza thought of the town behind them. Of Ruth. Of Margaret. Of all the pieces that had been forced back together. Of Jacob loving her enough to write the truth plainly when everyone around them lived by implication. Of Daniel arriving as a stranger and becoming something Belmere never intended to permit. What the town tried to hide had not been one secret. It had been a whole human order of things. Corruption. Fear. Class. Desire. Maternal grief. Young love. Old cowardice. And the fact that truth, when delayed, does not disappear. It ripens. Darkens. Waits. Belmere had tried to hide all of that beneath weather and silence. It had failed. Eliza took Daniel's hand. This time he did not hesitate. And together they stood at the edge of the field while the last leaves moved over the ground like small things finally set loose. The end.